5,000 years ago, during the Age of Despair, humanity was pushed to the very brink of extinction. To save the world from total collapse, the legendary four great heroes faced the absolute darkness, known only as Erebos, the genesis of evil. You know the legends. There was the beautiful elven archmage, Luna, the poet of the stars. Next, the unbreakable dwarven master-smith, Dueno, the divine blacksmith. We had the roaring, indomitable beastman warrior, Aaron, the brave. And of course, the most powerful of them all, the dragon, Lysinas, the wise king. But beyond those four, there was one more, the true savior whose name was erased from history, Kyle, the hero of the beginning. We arrive at the climax of that endless war, Erebos cornered, but the heroes gravely wounded. Kyle, bleeding and desperate, shouted, "Don't talk! Take my dragon heart and keep pushing forward. I'm going to save you, so shut up." Lysinas, already corrupted by the shadows, refused. He simply replied, "No, it's too late for me. I can't focus on my heal spell, so stop talking." Kyle begged him, "Kyle, remember when we first met? We will save the world. You stupid lizard." ***. Lysinas accepted his final fate. "I'm sorry for leaving it all up to you, Lysinas, Aaron, Dueno, Luna. Thank you for being with me, no matter what. ***. But Kyle, driven by a primal force, made his final, terrifying vow. "Even if my body burns to ashes, and no matter what it takes, I will consume your soul." Erebos. A deafening sound effect, the kaboom, echoes as the imagery shifts to a storybook page. And so, on the night where the skies echoed with that great kaboom, history was written. The official version says, "Thanks to the wise king Lysinas' sacrifice, they drove away Erebos, the genesis of evil." The end. The scene shifts to a modern nursery. A baby cries, a mother speaks. 5,000 years later, the truth is a bedtime story. Listen to this exchange. A mother tells the other, "Wah, Reina, haven't you already read him that storybook over 100 times?" And the baby's caretaker responds, "But Leo loves this book the most. Wanna see? Leo dear, I'll read you the heroes of the beginning again. Long, long ago, before even the olden times, or more specifically 5,000 years ago." The camera focuses on the baby, but his inner voice is raging. That tiny, adorable baby is our reincarnated hero, Kyle, now Leoplav, 15. And this is what he's thinking. Goo goo. See, he loves it. A boo-boo. Stop reading that damn book. Does this look like I'm enjoying it to you? Once again, what happened 5,000 years ago was, I defeated Erebos. So why am I the only one who has been written out of history? His entire new life is driven by this single burning injustice. We see a magnificent mansion named Daleen Royal School. Inside, a teacher is conducting a class. Everyone is paying close attention. Then he begins his lecture, saying, "This is the age of heroes. 5,000 years have passed since the hero records first appeared in our world. During this time, Babylon has undergone countless transformations." He continues, saying that this year, their school has been selected as the location for the Lumen entrance exam. The teacher proudly tells his students that he believes in them and that they will definitely pass the exam. But suddenly, he hears someone snoring in the middle of class. Annoyed, he says, "You must pay close attention to your lessons." We then see a white-haired boy sleeping at the back of the classroom. The teacher looks at him and says, "Student Leo, if you already know this topic, how about I ask you a question?" He asks, "What ritual did one have to perform 5,000 years ago to be called a hero?" Leo, the reincarnated hero, opens his eyes lazily. The teacher adds, "If you made a name for yourself back then, you automatically became a reincarnated hero." We learn that this white-haired boy's name is Leo Plav, from the Plav family, a reincarnated hero himself. The teacher, holding his head in frustration, sighs and asks if anyone else knows the answer. Then, a red-haired boy raises his hand confidently and explains. In ancient times, there were no ways to gain recognition from the gods. There was only one method, through a sacred ritual where heroes were chosen. A prime example is the blood ritual. The teacher praises him and reveals his identity, Gulliver Threadden, the greatest magic genius of the AR kingdom, and a student from the prestigious Threadden family. He turns back to Leo and says, I'm looking forward to this year's Lumen entrance exam. But Leo seems lost in thought. He remembers the old days and thinks, back then, meeting gods was so simple, that secret ritual, to honor the great heroes who stood against Erebus. The gods bestowed a miracle upon the mortal world, the hero records. He closes his book and wonders, but why am I the only one being treated like I don't exist? Just then, students rush to the window and shout, look, it's the Zardinger family flag. A luxurious carriage arrives. Out steps a tall, suited man, followed by a beautiful girl in a school uniform, and behind them a line of soldiers. The school alarm rings. All students are required to gather in the auditorium immediately. Members of the Zardinger family are visiting our school. The red-haired genius smirks and says to Leo, planning to impress the Zardinger family? Do you seriously think they'll notice you? But Leo calmly replies, I'm going home. As he walks away, he adds, unlike you, I have no interest in fawning over nobles. The red-haired boy, now embarrassed and angry, mutters, I don't care either. I just want to size up Celia Zardinger as a potential rival. Leo walks away, thinking, at least I haven't been neglecting my physical training. This body is far better than the one I had in my past life. Suddenly, his mother appears, catching him off guard. What's got you so deep in thought? She teases. They both draw their swords. She challenges him to a duel. It's been a while since we had a swordsmanship match, hasn't it? If you're serious about Lumen, you can't afford mediocrity. This will be your final test. Leo's mother, Rihanna Plav, launches a flurry of attacks. Leo defends swiftly, his sword flashing through the air. Don't you think this is a bit much, mother? Leo asks. She smiles proudly. What are you talking about? You're blocking all my strikes effortlessly. But suddenly, she realizes she's using too much force and worries she might hurt him. Leo quickly counters and disarms her. Are you all right, mother? He asks. She stares at him in astonishment. The depth of this child's talent, unbelievable, she thinks to herself. Then she asks, Leo, do you still intend to go to Lumen? The Lumen Academy, also known as the Human Hero Academy, is the most prestigious of all academies among the 4 races. Leo answers confidently, of course. His mother nods. The Zardinger family is visiting Daleen, and they've decided to stay at our estate. Leo is surprised. The Zardinger family? At our house? His mother smirks and says, even though I don't care much, I'll ask the deputy Jess Zardinger to let you inherit the Zardinger's aura technique. By next year, you'll be ready for Lumen. Leo thinks to himself, the Zardinger aura technique? But I plan to enroll this year, not next year. Scene shifts. We're now at the front gates of Leo's estate. Celia Zardinger steps out of her carriage, irritated. Why would Uncle send me to a place like this? He could have just rented out an entire hotel. We're told she's from the sword mansion of the Zardinger family. She thinks, I need to focus solely on the Lumen entrance exam. Why stay with such an insignificant family? Deputy Master Jace Zardinger walks beside her and says, aren't you curious about Leo, the boy who claims to have no interest in the Zardinger family? Celia scoffs. An aspiring knight who can't even handle aura? I'm sure he'll continue to be insignificant. Jace smiles lightly. Well, I see things a little differently. They enter the mansion, where Leo's mother greets them warmly. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Plav, says Jess politely. We learn more about Leo's family. His mother Rihanna Plav, mistress of the Plav family, and his father David Plav, master of the household. Jis turns to Celia. Introduce yourself. Celia bows slightly and says, I'm Celia Zardinger. I'll be in your care for the next week. Rihanna smiles. Nice to meet you, Celia. Celia looks at her closely, thinking, she looks just like my father and uncle. Black hair, red eyes. Could she be Rihanna Plav? Jas confirms with a chuckle, yes, she's your aunt. He then tells Rihanna, I visited Daleen Royal School earlier. It was crowded, all the students had gathered. Your son, Leo, left early, claiming he wasn't interested in meeting us. Rihanna sighs, the great Zardinger family visiting our school. If you were offended, I apologize on behalf of my son. He's not interested in anything except training. Jas nods and asks, what kind of child is Leo? Rihanna proudly answers, he has incredible talent. Jas smirks, do you truly believe Leo is worthy of inheriting the flame of Zardinger? Rihanna replies firmly, not just because he's my son, but because he truly deserves it. Jas crosses his arms and says, if you're so confident in his abilities, then I must admit, I'm intrigued. However, I'll need to test the boy's strength myself. Then the scene shifts to Leo, sitting calmly, deep in meditation. Suddenly, his hand bracelets begin to glow with a bright blue light. He opens his eyes and whispers, at last, the vessels that will contain everything are complete. Leo reflects to himself, the reason I haven't mastered aura until now is because the moment I accept it, my body will naturally specialize in it. And then, the opportunity to accumulate magic and spiritual power will vanish. He pauses, thinking back. In my past life, if only I had mastered their power and essence more perfectly, perhaps I wouldn't have sown the seed of disaster. But this time I will master it perfectly. This time, I won't repeat my mistakes. As Leo continues meditating, a voice calls out from behind. It's a girl, Celia. She asks curiously, are you Leo? Leo turns his head questioningly, and there she stands, Celia Zardinger, also known to the world as the Sword Maiden. Celia smiles and says, your fundamentals seem solid. How about I give you some special sportsmanship training? She thinks to herself, maybe I can score some points with my aunt in the process. Leo stands up, amused. Really? I appreciate the offer, he says with a calm smile. But I'm not interested in being trained by someone less skilled than me. Celia is shocked. Are you saying you're stronger than me? Leo replies, well, in a life or death battle, you'd probably win since I don't know how to use aura. But in a pure sportsmanship duel, it's a different story. Angered, Celia turns away, picks up a sword, and says, if you're that confident in your skills, then let's have a duel. She thinks, he really believes that mastering aura alone will make him stronger than me? I'll show him the harsh reality. Celia adds, if I win, you'll serve as my servant for a week. Leo smirks and asks, and if I win? Celia hesitates, then says, then I'll be your maid. A serious aura fills the air. Leo picks up a sword and nods. So, shall we start right away? The duel begins. Leo moves first. His strike is fast, so fast that Celia can barely react. She's stunned. His speed, it's incredible. But she reminds herself, speed alone isn't enough to win. Leo charges again, this time with even more power. He slams his sword into the ground, shattering it, then rushes toward her like a storm. Celia gasps, I can't block this. Just before Leo's sword can hit her, he notices something, aura armor forming around Celia. What's this? Wasn't this supposed to be a pure swordsmanship duel? He asks. Celia grins. Instinctual. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll win anyway. Leo narrows his eyes. The gap between wielding aura and not is like heaven and earth. Want to test that? Then, Leo removes his glowing bracelet. Celia's eyes widen. A weak magic bracelet? That's impossible. Leo smirks, channels his full power, and charges. With one devastating strike, he shatters Celia's aura shield completely. The impact sends her flying. As she loses consciousness, her final thought echoes. This crazy fool. Unbelievable. The scene shifts to the Zardinger estate. Jeff Zardinger and Leo's mother are sitting together when she calls out, "Leo, come and greet our guest." Leo enters, bows slightly, and says, "My name is Leo Clough." Jeff nods. "Ah, I see. As you might already know, I'm your uncle." Leo's mother smiles. "By the way, Leo, have you met Celia?" Leo glances behind and says, "She's over there." Everyone turns. Celia is being carried away on a stretcher, unconscious. Two guards rush beside her, shouting, "Young lady, quickly, someone help the young lady." Jeff looks stunned. What happened? A guard explains everything, the duel, the defeat, and how Celia was knocked out. Jeff falls silent for a moment. Did he defeat Celia without even mastering aura? He walks toward Leo and says, "Beating Celia, that's impressive." Leo shrugs. "Well, that's because she underestimated me." Jeff asks, "And what was the agreement between you two?" Leo replies casually, "The loser agreed to become the winner's servant. So, Celia Zardinger is my maid for a week." Jeff laughs, but his tone shifts serious. "Agreements are important, yes, but Celia belongs to the Zardinger family. We can't have her doing maid work. I think you should reconsider. Instead, I'll offer you another reward, perhaps." Leo cuts him off. "I refuse." Jeff blinks. "What?" Leo says firmly, "This was a promise between Celia and me. Since she carries the Zardinger name, she must also bear the responsibility." Jeff folds his arms. "Even if I teach you the family's aura technique?" Leo replies coldly, "Offering your aura technique just to cover up your niece's mistake? Not worth it." Jeff's expression hardens. "Leo Clough, did you just declare that our family's techniques are worthless and treat a Zardinger descendant as your maid?" Leo stands tall. "Yes." Jeff's serious face relaxes. He smirks slightly. "Don't you think that statement is a bit reckless?" Leo answers calmly, "I don't intend to insult the Zardinger family. If Lord Jeff had granted the aura technique as a reward for defeating Celia, I would have accepted it. But since you offered it to cover up her mistake, that means you believe she only lost because she wasn't serious. I disagree. Even if she had gone all out, I still would have won." Jeff thinks silently. He rejected my offer not out of pride, but because of conviction. What an incredible character. If only this child were a Zardinger. Finally, Jeff says, "Send Celia to the maid quarters." The guards are shocked. "What?" Jeff turns to Leo. "Leo." Leo replies, "Yes, Lord Jeff." Jeff smiles faintly. "In private, you may call me Uncle." Leo nods. "Yes, Uncle." As Leo leaves, Jeff turns to Leo's mother. "Sister, you asked me to teach him our family's aura technique, didn't you?" She looks surprised. "Huh." Jeff smiles. "I'll try to convince my brother to let Leo learn the phoenix breath." The next morning, the scene shifts to Leo's bedroom. Celia stands by the door, blushing furiously, dressed in a maid's outfit. She bows slightly and says, "I am Celia, and I will be serving as young Master Leo's maid for a week." Her face is red, her voice trembling, and Leo just smiles knowingly. The scene opens with Leo gazing at Celia's enemy's attire. He smirks slightly and says, "It suits you well, doesn't it? That simple maid outfit, paired with your elegant beauty. Such a combination is." But before he can finish, Celia cuts him off. With a teasing look, she replies, "I know I'm attractive, but being ogled like this feels a bit excessive." Leo immediately bows his head, embarrassed. "My apologies. I didn't mean to offend you," he says. Then Leo chuckles softly. "I once had a friend who loved praising beauty excessively. It seems I've picked up their habits without realizing it." He lets out a deep sigh as old memories flood back. His eyes drift into the distance as he recalls his past life. Eternal beauty, that's always been the best. When peace finally returns to the world, I plan to dedicate my life to sharing beauty with others. Celia looks at him curiously and says, "If they truly admired beauty that deeply, then they sound like a wonderful friend." Leo smiles faintly, his tone lowering. The problem was, they were too sincere, eccentric, yet as beautiful as anyone. Lazinus and Luna. His voice fades into a whisper. For the sake of art, be my nude models. And just like that, we see the scene from his past, Luna and Lausanne both glaring at him. Moments later, both women begin beating him mercilessly, while Kyle and the wolf hero laugh in the background. After the light-hearted memory fades, the scene shifts back to the present. Celia, watching Leo read quietly, narrows her eyes. She thinks to herself, is that book some kind of special training manual? She walks closer and asks, Leo, what are you reading? Leo lifts his gaze slightly, his expression calm. This? It's something I used to read a lot when I was younger. Hero of Beginning. Celia tilts her head in confusion. What? A children's book? She says, sounding both surprised and suspicious. Leo simply smiles, continuing to turn the pages. Celia crosses her arms and says, it seems you have a deep admiration for the great hero of the beginning. It's rare to meet someone who knows as much as you do. Her tone softens. I've collected plenty of books about them over the years. But strangely, most of them seem to focus on Kyle. She pauses. Among the great hero's achievements, there are still so many whose origins are uncertain. Leo closes the book and replies quietly, I believe many of them were actually his. Celia blinks. Huh? Are you saying people from later generations tried to claim the deeds of the real heroes? Leo nods slightly. Kyle? He mutters, as if recalling a distant name. Celia sighs. That's what most people think. And honestly, I agree. Leo smirks faintly. So, you thought of me that way too? Huh. Celia blinks, not quite catching what he meant. Leo stands, brushing the dust off his clothes. Anyway, shall we start training after breakfast? Celia straightens up immediately. Young master, if you permit, may I join the training? She thinks to herself, this is my chance to uncover the secret of his strength. But Leo reads her intentions instantly and replies with a teasing tone. It might be hard to keep up. Are you sure you're ready for this? Celia's pride flares up. I am Celia Dingal, she declares, determination blazing in her eyes. The scene shifts to the training grounds. Celia is panting heavily, her body trembling with exhaustion. Sweat drips down her forehead as she swings her sword again and again, each motion slower than the last. Kyle watches from a distance, his voice calm yet sharp. When your stamina runs out, your reactions slow. Your movements falter, and then you leave yourself wide open like this. With lightning speed, he flicks his wooden sword, striking Celia's side. She stumbles back, gasping in pain. Pushing the body to its limit, is this what you call training? She pants. Leo, watching nearby, sighs and mutters, yeah, kids these days are too weak. In his mind, he reflects, with the development of modern aura cultivation, people have forgotten the basics of physical strength. But aura is the power that maximizes the body's true potential. Celia frowns. What? Are you saying I'm weak? Leo smirks slightly. Strengthening the body also strengthens the aura. Celia tightens her grip on the wooden sword. Her hands tremble, but her pride doesn't falter. Don't underestimate me, you white-haired. Before she can even finish her words, she dashes toward Leo, shouting fiercely. But with one effortless swing of his sword, Leo knocks her flying backward. Celia groans in pain, sitting on the ground. Why can't I win? Leo looks down at her, offering a hand. It's tough, isn't it? Here, take this. She looks at the bracelet he hands her, confused. The moment she grabs it, she nearly falls to her knees. Wah! It's so heavy. Leo chuckles darkly. That's a bracelet enhanced with weight magic. Starting tomorrow, you'll wear it during training. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as Celia glares at him in disbelief. The next morning arrives. Celia stands ready for another round, determination burning brighter than ever. Behind her, GS observes quietly, thinking to himself, This will be a valuable experience for her. It's okay to have your pride crushed first, before stepping into Lumen Academy. Then GS calls out, Leo. Leo turns to him respectfully. Uncle GS. GS crosses his arms. I'm planning to ask the head of the family to allow Celia to inherit the phoenix breathing technique. Leo's eyes widen in shock. The phoenix breathing? That's the origin of our entire Zardagar family's aura cultivation technique. Only those acknowledged by the family are allowed to learn it. Celia looks equally stunned. Father won't agree so easily. GS nods. That's why there's a condition. A condition? Celia asks cautiously. GS smiles. You must pass the Lumen Academy entrance exam this year. Celia's eyes widen in disbelief. The Lumen entrance exam? That's not something to be taken lightly. For someone who can't even use aura yet, it's too dangerous. But Leo just grins confidently. As for practical experience, I don't have any. At least not in this life. GS chuckles softly. What do you think, Leo? Leo replies firmly. Father and mother said they would respect my decision. Then, I will take the test. GS smiles approvingly. So you're planning to take the Lumen entrance exam after all. Leo nods, his eyes filled with resolve. All right then, let's continue training. Our short break is over. Celia smirks, refusing to back down. As if I'd ever fall behind. The scene fades, and a week passes. A week passes swiftly. The sun rises over a vast stone courtyard filled with hundreds of young aspirants, each one a hopeful candidate for the prestigious Lumen Academy. The crowd buzzes with excitement and tension. Whispers echo among the students. Isn't that Celia Dingal, the sword maiden herself, here in person? And who's that boy beside her? Celia glances at Leo and asks calmly, Are you nervous, young master? Leo smiles faintly. Not at all. Then he adds teasingly, By the way, shouldn't you change how you address me in public? Celia freezes. Oh no, I forgot. Before she can say more, a confident voice interrupts them. A young man with blazing red hair approaches. His aura practically radiates arrogance. Miss Celia, he calls out. She turns and recognizes him instantly. It's Isaiah Leopold, the red-haired genius of Deland's greatest magic academy. He smirks. Miss Celia, it's good to see you again. How have you been? But Celia and Leo completely ignore him, walking past without a word. Isaiah stands there frozen, his smile twitching. All right then, suit yourself. Just then, another voice shouts from across the courtyard. Celia! Celia! Both Leo and Celia turn around. A pair of siblings approach, a tall boy and a younger girl, both radiating noble energy. The boy introduces himself proudly. Abad Llewellyn, 16 years old. Beside him stands his sister, Chelsea Llewellyn, 14. Celia whispers to Leo, They're from the Llewellyn family, a renowned hero bloodline from the Rodent Empire, children of the Lilwain family. She clenches her fists. They're also taking the exam this time. You absolutely cannot lose, Leo. Leo shrugs lazily. I'm from the Plow family, though. Abad steps forward with a smirk. Long time no see, Celia. Celia forces a polite smile. Yes, it's been a while, Abad Llewellyn. He looks at Leo dismissively. And who's this beside you? This is Leo Plow from the kingdom of Delron. Celia replies calmly. Abad's eyes narrow. A small fry, huh? He locks eyes with Leo. The air between them grows heavy. Then, with a cold smirk, Abad says as he walks away, It seems the top spot is destined to be mine. Let's go, Chelsea. Yes, brother. Chelsea answers confidently. Celia grits her teeth, watching them leave. Arrogant bastards. I'll definitely crush them. Moments later, the exam conductor steps onto the stage. A man with bright yellow hair and round spectacles. His presence alone silences the crowd. It seems everyone has gathered, he says calmly. Celia and Leo glance up at him. My name is Albi Ziron, professor at Lumen Academy, he announces. Celia's eyes widen. No way. I'll be the sorcerer with the evil eye. Leo frowns. The what? Celia whispers. He's a registered hero, a living legend of this era. Leo studies him carefully. In Albi's left eye, a faint sigil glows ominously. That mark, there's no mistake, Leo thinks. Albi speaks again, his tone powerful yet calm. The exam will consist of 2 challenges, individual combat and monster subjugation. However, he tears the paper he was holding, letting it burn in his hand. I find such methods inefficient. With a flick of his wrist, he pulls out a blue book from his coat. A mysterious, glowing panel appears in the air. Hero record open. The words echo through the hall. A magic circle lights up beneath everyone's feet. Albi raises his hand toward the book. Since I detest wasting time, let us begin everything at once. The entire world begins to distort. Leo's mind flashes back to a lecture from his school days. The hero record isn't just a historical archive. Its true value lies in recreating the world of past heroes. Those who conquer it can inherit their powers. So this is it, Leo mutters. A real hero training system. The next moment, the students are engulfed in light and transported inside the hero's world. The light fades. When the students open their eyes, they find themselves standing inside a dense, mist-covered forest. The air is thick with mana and danger. Whispers ripple through the crowd. So this is the hero's world? It feels too real. A voice echoes above them, the system itself. Ahead lies the forest of monsters. Your goal is simple: survive. You may cooperate with others or eliminate them as you see fit. Then the voice adds coldly, if you wish to withdraw, breathe the orb in your possession. And with that, the trial begins. The ground trembles. Strange cries echo from the darkness. One terrified student screams, "What is that sound? I want to go back." Another laughs nervously, "It's just an illusion. Don't be scared." But Leo's eyes narrow. No, that's wrong. Even though this world was created from Albi's memories, everything that happens here is real. If you die here, you die for real. Suddenly, a flash of green light streaks toward him. Leo dodges instinctively. An arrow whizzes past his face, grazing his cheek. He turns sharply, his eyes locking onto the attacker. A figure steps out from the shadows. A girl with flowing green hair and sharp eyes. She smirks. "We've met before, haven't we, Leo Plow?" Leo frowns. "You're Chelsea Llewellyn." She draws her bow again, her aura swirling around her like wind. "I'm glad I got the chance to bring down Celia's little protege." Leo raises a hand, trying to reason with her. "You're mistaken. I'm not from the—" But Chelsea cuts him off, anger flashing in her eyes. "You were with her just moments ago." Wind gathers at her feet, spinning faster and faster until it forms a violent cyclone. "Let's see how long you can last." Leo mutters under his breath. "That spell, it didn't exist in the past, but the structure is still the same." Chelsea laughs. "You seem awfully calm with me right in front of you." Leo grips his sword tightly. The air shifts. Chelsea swings her sickle through the air, hurling it toward him with deadly speed. But in one swift motion, Leo parries it with a clean strike. The weapon embeds itself deep into the ground beside him. Chelsea's eyes widen. He blocked it? But he didn't even use aura. Is this refined aura? Concealed strength? She thinks in disbelief. Leo speaks calmly. "Such a simple trick. Why don't we cooperate instead? The longer you survive, the higher your score as a wizard. Wouldn't you need a swordsman to watch your back?" Chelsea scoffs. "Ha! Unfortunately for you, I'm a battle magician. A wizard who fights on the front lines. And you called my attack simple? Let's see you handle this." She chants rapidly, "Wind sickle! Wind arrows!" The air erupts. Dozens of wind blades and arrows fly toward Leo at blinding speed. But when the dust settles, Leo is gone. Chelsea gasps. Where did he go? I can't sense his mana." Then, a fist appears out of nowhere, stopping inches from her face. Leo's calm voice echoes, "Shall I politely ask for your cooperation now?" Chelsea stumbles back, her weapon flying from her hand. Ugh! The scene cuts to the observation chamber, where professors and nobles watch the test unfold through glowing panels. "Wow! It's finally starting," one of them shouts. A massive screen lights up, displaying the students' battles one by one. Then the view focuses on Leo. He's sitting in front of a campfire deep within the forest. Chelsea is tied up beside him, ropes wrapped tightly around her arms. She glares at him furiously, but Leo just smiles. The firelight flickers across his face, revealing an almost mischievous grin. Her pupils shrink in shock, that look in his eyes, cold yet calm. Then the scene shifts to nighttime. Leo was in front of the fire, and in front of him, Chelsea was tied to a wooden log. She woke from the fire's heat and shouted, "What is this?" When Leo replied, "Will you cooperate with me or not?" Chelsea said, "I'll never. I don't need anyone else besides my brother." Then she used her spell, Wind Sickle. Her hands glowed red, forming a Veda formation. But after that, she realized that her spells were not working. Leo said, "It's a magic sealing formation." Chelsea thought, "My magic power is almost depleted. I can't hold out for long." Then she replied to Leo, "Do you think this can hold me? I'll break free in no time." When Leo said, "Do you really think I'll give you the chance?" he let the fire surround her. She desperately shouted, "Wait! Stop! It's hot!" Then she started shouting, "I will cooperate." Leo said, "Swear it on your family's name." Chelsea said, "I'll do it. I swear on the name of Llewellyn. I'll cooperate. Please, stop already." Then Leo thought, it's easy because she's just a child. When Leo removed the robe, he said, "Looking forward to working together with you, Mage of Llewellyn." Then Leo caught Chelsea in his arms. Then the scene shifted to the exam hall. Everyone was watching the exam on their screens. Then the exam conductor, Albie, thought they're all low level. Opting for competition instead of survival is utterly foolish. Only 2 students seemed to understand the true essence of this exam: Celia Zadiger and Abad Llewellyn. The future of the Empire looks bright with them. Then his gaze shifted to Leo's screen. He thought, Leoplov, that's his name, right? His behavior by the campfire earlier was quite bizarre, but he managed to get Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate. That's a passing mark. He lacks the overwhelming strength of Celia or Abad, but he's more like an unexpected dark horse. We see Leo and Chelsea fighting a huge ogre. With their combined efforts, they took the ogre down easily. Chelsea said, "It's comfortable being with a knight." Then she asked, "Just one question. What is the nature of the aura you're using now? I haven't sensed any magic from you this entire time." Leo said, "I don't know how to use aura." Chelsea, shocked, said, "What? How can you do all that without using aura?" Then Leo replied, "Because understanding the essence of something is more important than brute force. The same principle applies to wind magic. What do you think is the true essence of wind magic?" After hearing Leo's words, Chelsea's eyes shone with a moon pattern. Then she used her spell, Windbreak. She killed a goblin that was spying on them. She said, "How bold of you to lecture a Llewellyn about wind magic, Sandy. Your power is impressive, but that's not how wind magic should be used." Then Chelsea got angered. She said, "You really?" Then Leo cut her sentence in half and said, "Wait, stop." He picked up some dirt from the ground. Chelsea said, "That looks like a mummy." Leo said, "I've never seen a monster eat like this before." Suddenly, Leo realized, I get it now. The true condition of passing this exam is... But suddenly, a huge attack hit the place where Leo and Chelsea were standing. Leo suddenly dodged with Chelsea. Then the attacker's voice sounded, "What a shame. We should have taken out Chelsea Llewellyn first." They were 2 students of the exam. One of them said, "Without Chelsea Llewellyn, her companion is worthless." Then we see the student's face. He was the red-haired boy, Leo's genius classmate. He said, "All right, let's attack together." Then they both rushed at Chelsea and Leo, but Leo's eyes shone with a red light. With a single punch, he knocked out one of them. Then we see there were more than 2 people, 3 more came from behind. "Ben Leo, please support me, Chelsea." Chelsea's eyes shone, a little blush behind her eyes, and her hair started bumping. She said, "Yes." Then the red-haired boy ordered his friends, "What are you doing? Attack quickly." Chelsea and Leo got ready, Leo with a sword, Chelsea with her spell. When Leo's eyes shone like the sword god, the scene shifted to the red-haired boy running. He thought, "I refuse to lose like this. I just need to find another group." Then Celia saw him running. She thought, that guy. Then she said to Abad, "Let's head this way." When they reached the direction where the red-haired boy was running, they saw Chelsea and Leo. Seeing her brother, Abad said, "Chelsea, you are safe." Celia said to Leo, "How did you end up together?" Leo flicked his hair and said, "I proposed cooperation." Celia's head was shocked. That stubborn girl? No way she agreed to that. Leo's head had an evil smile. It took some convincing. Then Celia asked questioningly, "What have you done now?" Leo found a starving person, took his hand on the shoulder and said, "All right then." Chelsea asked, "Why are you helping them?" Leo said, "Because there's no reason to compete any further." The students who attacked Chelsea and Leo were slowly getting up. Some of them helped each other. Then Leo said, "We will conquer the world together." The forest of monsters was experiencing a strange phenomenon. "Did you see those corpses over there?" Someone said. "It's as if all the moisture has been drained out of them." "That's not the only thing," Leo said. "Doesn't it feel like there are too few monsters around?" Celia said, "Come to think of it, it's like they're scared of something. A high level must have shown up here to scare them." Abad said, "So that's it. Examiner Alby's first great achievement was subjugating such a creature." Then Leo's eyes widened with a face of terror. He sensed a dangerous aura locking onto him and his partner. All of their faces changed. Leo said, "It seems it has appeared." Then we see the red-haired boy using a shining torch-like weapon, saying, "Somehow, Leo, I'll be the one to take you down." He walked through the darkness when he saw someone lying on the ground. He got scared and whispered, "Ah, what is this?" He noticed saliva draping from the rod-like torch. His eyes were filled with panic as he saw a dangerous spider above him, its 6 red eyes glowing. Then the scene shifts to the exam hall. Alby watched all the students from the screens. The eliminated students were gathering in the hall. Some of them were talking to each other. "I think I took down about 15 or 16 of them," one said. "I managed about the same," another replied. Then Alby said, "Roughly 500 of you have been eliminated. I'd say you've all failed." Another professor beside him said, "But Professor Alby, we need to pass at least 100. Alby said, "Only about 50 are still in the test run. If they don't meet the standards, I'll eliminate them all." Principal Kalina knew this when he asked to be an examiner. He thought, a true hero's mantle is revealed in a crisis. He was watching Leo on his screen and thought, Leopold seems to have noticed the anomaly in the forest. He's helping all the students. Then Alby thought, but can he overcome it? The scene shifts. Everyone is running. 2 students behind them said, "It's pitch black." Then a sound from ahead was heard. Celia noticed and said, "Something's ahead. Everyone, get ready." After Celia took out her sword and used a little mana to make the surroundings glow, she saw the red-haired student in the mouth of the spider. She exclaimed, "What is that?" Abad said, "The rear is the main body." Then Abad started casting his spell Wind P. But Leo stopped him. "Leo, get it together. Gulliver, break the oven," he said to the red-haired student in the spider's mouth. The student said, "Oh, Leo." Then Leo broke the stone and the student was deleted from the mini-world. After that, Abad started using his spell again. He said, "Wind P." Many wind particles started hitting the spider. Dazzling green light lit all around the spider. Many wounds opened on the spider's skin. Leo said, This won't be enough to stop it. Then the spider got angry. Leo thought, as I suspected, it's the spider queen Talatunia. Another student from behind said, "Damn it, take this," and attacked the spider with his axe. But the spider knocked him away with a single strike. Then Celia said, "I'll finish it in one shot." She started gathering all her mana at the tip of her sword. The sword tip shone with a red ball of light, and she shouted, "Prominence!" The attack hit the spider's head, opening a huge hole, but the wounds healed effortlessly. Celia thought, "Unbelievable. The destructive power of this spider is worlds apart." Then Abad used his spell, gathering greenish wind aura in front of him, and launched it toward the spider. The attack hit the spider directly, but it was unexpectedly undamaged. The spider lunged at Abad. Chelsea shouted, "Brother!" and used Windbreak to disrupt the spider's attack. She ran to her brother and asked, "Are you okay?" Abad said, "Thanks, Chelsea. What on earth is that monster?" A student exclaimed, "It recovered instantly." Leo said, "It's Erebus' army, which ravaged the Elven forest. The demon queen of Tartarus and Silatunia's daughter." Celia thought, "Tartarus." Leo thought, as expected, "The power in Albi's left, I must belong to the fairy king." Talatunia, the monster that ruled the cursed forest of creatures. She devoured the fairy king's right hand and destroyed the Elven lands. But Luna definitely defeated her. The fairy king's right hand inside her stomach saved her endless life energy, fusing with the ring of life. Abad said, "Indeed, if this monster is the key to the test, I'll be the one to defeat it." Celia said, "Like I'd let you." Both Celia and Abad launched their attacks at the spider. The spider took some damage, but Leo said, "From behind, this monster will just keep resurrecting until our magic is completely drained." Celia asked Leo, "So what do you propose? You two need to cooperate." Abad said, "I refuse. The top spot is mine." Celia said, "It's mine." Leo said, "If we can't conquer this hero's world, which is our task, we're all being disqualified." Abad said, "Even if we join forces, I'll need time to create an attack strong enough to kill it in one blow. Who will hold it off in the meantime?" Leo said, "I'll do it." Celia said, "What? That's suicide. You can't even use aura." Leo said, 5 minutes. That's all I can manage." Abad said, "And if our attack fails after 5 minutes?" Leo picked up the axe of a fallen student and said, "I don't think that will happen. Fire and wind have always been partners. They complement each other well." When Celia and Abad looked at each other, Leo faced the spider, his marks glowing. He said, "This brings back the end." With a single strike, he decapitated one of the spider's legs. "It's been a while," he said. Both Abad and Celia were shocked. With another slash of his axe, the spider's head was smashed open. Leo said, "It's been a while, demon of Tartarus." The scene shifts to a little Elven boy with golden hair and green eyes running from a monster. While running, he got caught in a spider web. He shouted, "Please!" But the spider moved toward him to eat him. The boy closed his eyes in fear, remembering his mother. Then someone shouted from behind, "Back off, wild creature!" The little Elven boy opened his eyes and saw Luna, the Elven mage. Luna shouted, "How dare you disrupt my homeland and devour the right hand of the Covenant Dearer?" She launched a golden spell at the spider, destroying a huge part of the land. The spider was blown into pieces. Then a white-haired man reached the little boy, who was stuck in the spider's web, and asked, "Are you okay?" He removed the web. Meanwhile, Leo thought, as expected, "This is the extent of my power without aura." Chelsea used wind magic to send fallen weapons flying toward him. Leo said to Chelsea, while dodging the spider's attacks, "Send them already. I can catch them myself." Chelsea said, "If I do that, you'll get hurt trying to catch them." Leo said, "Just send them. I can catch them." Chelsea obeyed, throwing 2 weapons. Leo caught both. "Have the taste of this," he thought, striking the spider. Both swords broke, but Leo continued. Chelsea threw more weapons toward him. Leo used them again. Chelsea thought, at most, he's around our age, but right now he's like a god of war. Abad said, so you weren't a small fry after all. Leo's face got scratched by the spider's attack. He thought, this sanction is the same as ever. If I can't stop a near insult like this, those guys in the afterlife will surely laugh at me. He grabbed his sword and attacked the spider again. The sword broke. Leo said to Chelsea, next. Chelsea said, that was the last one. Leo was surprised. What? Then Celia said, Leo, I'm ready. Step aside. Celia compressed her mana into an attack and launched it at the spider, shouting, take this monster. The huge fire attack started burning the spider, and a ring dropped from its body. A notification sounded. Albi's World Chapter Prologue. Forest of the Monster has been conquered. The spider was completely burned and dead. Celia said, it's over. She thought, Leo literally held the monster off for 5 minutes. Chelsea, from behind, said, amazing, truly amazing. Chelsea said, you were like a hero from fairy tales. Leo smiled. Chelsea said, yes, I am an aspiring battle mage. I want to improve my close combat skills. Please teach me. Celia thought, Vita's terrifying face. I really hope you get to experience Leo's training at least once. Leo picked the ring from the ground. He thought, so the loot is this ring. Suddenly, a golden light shot out of the ring, and a fairy appeared. Leo thought, Prince Silrid. Elio said, Silrid, do you remember me, Kyle? Silrid smiled and disappeared into the ring. Leo thought, it seems you've safely become the Fairy King. Albi got the Eye of Magic as the reward for finding the treasure. The countdown to return to the testing center begins. 5.4.3. The reward for clearing this stage is the Fairy King's Pact. Then Leo sees a transparent man in front of him. He was surprised. His eyes widened and he said, you. The scene shifts to a bustling city. An old man read the test results. Looks like the Western region exams are over. His face bore many scars. We see his name, Kalina Daydan, headmaster of Lumen Academy. His assistant, dressed in black, said, other regions are still in full swing. The manager said, it's Professor Albi. How many students passed this year? The old man said, for Albi, quite a few, about 40 people. The assistant bowed in defeat. Is that all? The old man cheerfully said, don't be too desperate. I only expected about 10 people. The professor's assistant asked, who took the first spot? Celia or Abad? The professor said, I heard it was impossible to determine a clear winner, but there is a candidate for the new student representative. Assistant Professor Albi recommended them. Who is it? Celia Zadiger or Abad Llewellyn? The professor said, it's a name I'm hearing for the first time. The scene shifts back to the exam hall. Eliminated students were shouting, some for Celia, some for Abad. We see the exam conductor Albi watching Leo from his screen. Then an announcement rang. I recommend Leo Plav as the freshman representative. The reason is, then we see the old professor saying, from Albi to speak so highly. I'm curious to see what kind of student he is. The announcement rang again, he is a hero in the making. Then the scene shifts to Leo's mansion. Leo said, there's a certain satisfaction in slow recovery from such pain. All right. Leo was taking a bath in a hot pool. As he settled in, he thought about the reward. The reward for the clearing is the Fairy King's Pact. Even if one conquers the exciting world of heroes, no rewards are usually given, yet it was given only to him. Then Leo wondered, what on earth could it have been? Suddenly, Leo saw his mother in front of him. He asked, Mother? Lu's mother looked at him and said, Leo, do you know how your mother was expelled from the Zerdinger family? Leo was shocked. His mother continued, I lost the flame of Zerdinger while trying to save a former comrade. However, I never once regretted that decision. Leo looked down. His mother continued, Leo, use your talent and strength righteously, and congratulations on being accepted to Lumen Academy. The scene shifts to a portal. An announcement was made, attention passengers, We have arrived at Lemuria City. Please check all personal belongings and disembark at the gate. Leo stepped out and looked at the city. Lemuria, the center of the world, he thought. That's the Lumen Academy. GS walked towards Leo. Leo noticed and said, "Uncle?" GS replied, "Congratulations on passing the Lumen exam." "Thank you," Leo said. "What brings you here?" GS explained, "Well, there have been constant family meetings for the past month. You know why, right? A verdict is being reached on the succession of the Phoenix building. Since your mother left the family, you're still my sister's son. The elders also highly valued the fact that you passed the notorious Western test." GS handed Leo a key. "This is the key to the subspace." Leo took the key in his hand and examined it carefully. "Open it," GS said. Leo opened it. There was a book inside. The book opened directly with a shining light. Leo closed one eye but continued to look at the book. "Drop your blood here," GS said. Leo bit his hand and let his blood drop onto the book. It shined with an even more dazzling light. "From now on, only you can read this book," GS said. "The process of mastering the secrets of the Zerdinger family won't be easy, but I have a feeling you'll grasp it quickly," he added, patting Leo's shoulder. "Congratulations on becoming a member of the Zerdinger family." Next, we see Leo in front of a building. "This is the place I promised to meet with Celia," he said. Suddenly, a girl bumped into him. She was carrying many books which fell to the ground. "Sorry, I was looking ahead," she said. She quickly picked up the books and left. Leo noticed her identity card had fallen and picked it up. It read, "Chloe Mueller, new student, Lumen Academy." Then a door opened behind Leo. Celia came out and said, "Why are you so late? Your uniform and major tax are broken. There are tons of things to buy." "Sorry," Leo said. "I had to meet Uncle GS." Celia asked excitedly, "So, how did it turn out?" Leo flicked his hand. A golden light shot from his hand, and fire burned all around. "Leo, is this what it feels like?" Celia was shocked. "No way," she thought. "Took me 3 weeks just to get started." "But Leo, what on earth are you?" The scene shifts to a big ship on the water. Leo and Celia were looking at it. Many students around them said, "Here comes the ship. Wow, it's huge." A man stepped forward. "Hello, freshmen. I am Professor Ein Elendu of Lumen, and I teach the first-year knighthood classes. From now on, we will move to Lumen. Everyone, get on the boat." Then we see Professor Ein Elendu's full title, Knight of the Frozen Sea, Professor of Lumen Academy. Everyone got on the ship, and the ship's gates were sealed. Professor Ein was drinking at the side of the ship. Leo and Celia looked around the deck. Some students said, "Hold on, the couple over there. Can we have a word?" Celia flew into rage. "What couple?" A student with orange hair introduced himself. "My name is Carl Thomas Ion, from the Kingdom of Moira." Then we see his full name, Carl Thomas, 15-year-old alchemist. He introduced his shop, from weapons to poisons. "Welcome to Carl's shop. Feel free to use my shop anytime you need something during your academy life." Leo thought, what an interesting guy. Leo said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Leo Plav, and I come from the Kingdom of Belarus." The orange-haired boy replied, "It's the Kingdom of Del Road, right? You must be amazing for passing the Western test." Leo asked, "Am I the only one who finds this situation strange?" "What?" the orange-haired boy asked. Leo said, "It's so peaceful. It's a bit suspicious." Celia smirked. "Freshmen who conquered the entrance exam get this kind of special treatment. It's only natural, don't you think?" Leo looked at the professor who was drinking and watching the spire. "We won't make students sweat before the entrance ceremony, would we?" Suddenly, the ground started trembling. "It seems like they might," Leo said. A huge octopus tentacle shot out of the sea and hit the ship near where the orange-haired boy was standing. He dodged in a hurry. "What is this?" Students panicked. "Professor Ein, please help." "Help? Your students are hero candidates of Lumen, and when in crisis, first try to overcome it on your own." the professor said calmly. The octopus shot out fully. Leo began cutting the tentacles that came toward him. "Stay calm, Celia," he said. Celia yelled, "Mind your own business." Leo explained, "It's a kraken's behavior. It can heat up and shoot water cannons." Water spewed toward Celia, drenching her. She was furious. The octopus grabbed a student with its legs. "Beddamn octopus," Leo shouted. "Celia, cut the tentacle that's holding the student," the orange-haired boy said. Celia's raw power as the best in the West is undeniable. But who on earth is Leo? A frozen tentacle fell beside him, freezing him with fear. He shouted embarrassedly, "Hey, be careful. That's dangerous." Then the same girl who had bumped into Leo earlier appeared. Leo thought, "She's definitely the one I met before." The girl used frozen magic, attacking the octopus with icicles. "If you're weak, why don't you just stay back?" she said to Leo. The orange-haired boy commented, "Seriously, strong people never think about the damage they cause around them." Another tentacle fell in front of him and slammed to the ground. Chelsea and Abad, a brother-sister duo, appeared too. Abad said, "The competition isn't over yet." Chelsea nodded. "I feel the same way." Janvi looked at Leo with a slight blush, smiling faintly. Professor Ein observed from the ship. "The lake leading to Lumen Academy is teeming with monsters." Someone exclaimed, "A kraken!" Professor Ein said, "What a perfect warm-up." He thought, as expected, the top performers stand out. We saw the top performers. Chan Shao of the East, Celia Zerdinger of the West, Abad Llewellyn, Chloe Mueller of the North, Warden Tyden of the South, Duran Moira of the Central Region. The professor thought, this year's batch of freshmen seems promising. He drank a glass in one swipe and added, "But the one who stands out the most, that unknown freshman." Leo fought the kraken. The professor thought, flawless swordsmanship, smooth movement. It's like he can predict the kraken's every move. He marked the observation, "We'll see each other soon in knighthood class." The ship reached Lumen Academy. All the students were exhausted. The orange-haired boy said, "I didn't expect to burn through all my potions this quickly." The professor walked down from the ship. "Crossing this lake will soon become second nature. It's a battle to get used to it now. Let's head straight to the entrance ceremony hall." Inside Lumen Academy, we saw the erect training ground. A student said, "See, I told you there wouldn't be many capable ones." Another replied, "I hope this year's group keeps things interesting." The announcement rang, "The entrance ceremony will begin now." The professor said, "Line up by region. Top freshmen, stand at the front of each row." When the announcement ended, the principal spoke. "Once again this year, we welcome aspiring heroes. I'll keep this brief. If you dream to become a hero, always bet on yourself. Push past your limits." He slammed his hand on a bench. "Those who can't are not needed at Lumen." The bench broke into pieces. The principal faced the other teachers, innocent-faced. "Was that too much?" he asked. The inspectors thought, "The longer I work here, the more the myth of the sword saint crumbles before my eyes." The announcement continued, "Next, we'll have the freshman representative." Everyone looked at the stage. The announcer called, "Leo Plav, come to the stage." Leo thought, is this a recommendation from a supervisor? Albie smiled at him. Leo stepped onto the stage and opened the black book. "Honored professors and senior students," he began. The audience thought, "I've never heard of him. Isn't the freshman representative usually one of the top students?" A student noticed his calm gaze. Gunleo closed the book. "This is Leo, the freshman representative," he said. The announcer said, "Very well, Leo. As the freshman representative, please share a few words about your aspirations." Leo thought, isn't this a subtle jab at those who weren't chosen? He said, "Greetings. I am Leo Plav, your freshman representative." This year's freshmen seemed calm and composed. The professors observed, noting how smooth everything seemed. Leo announced, "If you want this position, come and take it." Everyone was shocked. Then Leo asked, Any one of you? The sun was setting over Lumen Academy. A professor said to the students, "Well done today, everyone. Starting tomorrow, there will be temporary classes for 1 week. During this, you can attend any classes you like, regardless of your intended major. Afterward, you'll choose 3 subjects to specialize in. Get plenty of rest and don't be late for class." We see Leo Plav in room 302. The orange-haired boy knocked. "Leo, we're next-door neighbors. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Sleep well." "Okay. See you in the morning," Leo replied. Leo jumped onto his bed, closed his eyes, and thought, "What am I hoping to do at Lumen Academy? To find my hero records? They must be here somewhere." Students gathered in the lunchroom. The orange-haired boy said, "Leo, let's eat together." Leo agreed, though slightly annoyed. Someone called out, "Freshman representative." Leo asked, disinterestedly, "Who?" A yellow-haired boy approached. "Did you really mean what you said during yesterday's speech?" The top student of the central exam, Duran Moira, glared at him. Leo thought, "It seems my words from yesterday were quite proactive." For a newcomer to pick a fight, Duran was angry. "Don't tell me you don't know who I am. I'm the top student of the central region." Leo ignored him. Duran grew angrier. The orange-haired boy watched cautiously. Duran kicked both of their food plates, but Leo stood up, catching all the food midair, preventing it from falling. A message appeared on a screen. "Making a burger with the finest ingredients, Burger Cutler Double Burger." Leo said, "You shouldn't waste precious food carelessly." Duran became even angrier. "I'll take that smug look off your face right now." The professor landed his hand on both their shoulders. His voice was chilling. "Let's see. One of you is the top student of the central region, and the other is the freshman representative." Leo and Duran's fight moved so fast. The professor said, "Starting a fight on your first day at Lumen? I guess you've already made up your mind." Scene shifts to temporary classes for the Department of Night Studies. The professor stood in front of the students. One asked, "Professor, is it time for class to start?" Celia thought, "Where's Leo? Why isn't he here?" A hand grabbed the door. Leo and Duran entered. Celia asked, "Leo, what happened? Did you get into a fight?" Leo replied, "Well," the professor said, "now that everyone is here, let's begin the temporary class. Welcome, freshmen. I am Lengu, your instructor for the first-year knighthood course." Duran looked at Leo. The orange-haired boy thought, "Oh, they're already starting a full-on mental battle." Today, the professor said, "We'll discuss the 3 powers deriving from aura: magic power, spiritual power, and aura. Aura is the hardest." He asked, "Can anyone tell me why?" Celia answered, "Aura loses the fluidity of mana during its transformation process." "Correct," the professor said. "Unlike magic and spiritual power, which utilize mana in its raw form, aura undergoes a refining process to synthesize with the physical body." He held up his hand. "Now, can anyone explain how we use aura stored in our bodies?" The professor's body was covered with aura. Celia thought, "Isn't it just something you unleash when you exert force?" Leo thought, "We harness aura by burning mana." "Exactly," the professor said. "Does anyone know the most critical factor in burning aura?" "It's physical strength," someone replied. "Impressive," the professor said. "Leo Plav, have you studied the signs of aura?" "No, I haven't," Leo said. The professor thought, "Someone who hasn't even formally studied aura already understands its principles." "All right, enough theory. Let's move on to some hands-on practice," the professor said. He demonstrated an aura technique, focusing aura into the legs to amplify speed and agility. Its potential applications were vast and limitless. Time passed. Some students struggled. Some hadn't even started. Celia said, "Call me Nona, and I'll teach you how." Leo said, "That's enough. The principle of aura manipulation isn't that complicated." The professor noticed Duran biting his thumb. He smirked. The orange-haired boy stood beside Celia. "Oh, it was wild," he said. Celia, shocked, asked, What? The professor said. Duran, Leo, step forward. Bureau, what's fueling your anger? I'm not angry, Duran said. Stand on the track, the professor instructed. Duran, top student of the Central Region, and Leo Plav, freshman representative. Let the one-on-one race for the position of class representative begin. For this match, you may use aura without any restriction. Duran was shocked. The orange-haired boy became the commentator. From a heroic lineage of the Golden Moira Principality, the master of lightning aura, Duran Moira versus the dark horse from the outskirts, a mysterious figure who rose above the top student to claim the title of freshman representative, Leo Plav. When I saw him speaking to Celia Zerdinger earlier, the boy thought he looked like he couldn't even pull off an aura stab. I didn't like him from the beginning. Becoming the central regent of students isn't a feat just anyone can achieve. Meanwhile, this so-called freshman representative hasn't done anything to justify his position, he added. The professor said, regardless of the outcome, the essence of chivalry is this: the first to cross the line wins. Ready, go, the professor said. Celia thought there's no way Leo can win. And yet that kid always finds a way to defy the odds. Duran took the lead. Duran said to Leo, I'm going first, kid. Then we see students around them saying, wow. As expected, Duran is incredible. All students said, what the heck? That's just pathetic. Another said, exactly. Making him the representative was such a scam. Blood Chalice kept cheering Leo up, saying, Leo, cheer up. Then we see the orange-haired boy thinking, Duran is already halfway through. El Dio was falling behind. But Leo suddenly got out of the ring and ran towards the wall. Celia thought, wait a minute, where's the moron going? Then we see a red glow beneath Leo's feet. He jumped toward the sky and looked at Duran from above. He stamped the ground beneath his foot and charged toward Duran with a red glow. Leo charged toward Duran and said, I'll go first, slowpoke. Duran, shocked, said, what? Then Leo appeared in front of him. Veda red slash. Duran was shocked. Leo looked back at him, smiling. All the students said, what did I just witness? Another said, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Duran is probably the fastest among all the first years, but Leo still won. And I clearly heard earlier that he hadn't even mastered the aura stab. Celia thought that's no ordinary step. That's the Phoenix step. The orange-haired boy said, Leo Van. Celia said, wow, Leo, you're amazing. And she thought Duran utilized his specialty, lightning aura, to increase his acceleration. As expected, it reached unimaginable speeds. Yet Leo Pialovi outmatched him in raw speed, outshining him in adaptability. By concentrating his flame aura to the absolute limit and channeling it to the tip of his shoes, he created an innovative and impossible aura technique. What an incredible application of Leo. Leo said to Duran, it was a good match, Duran. If it had been a long-range competition, the outcome would have been different. Duran said angrily to Leo, get lost. Then the teacher thought, among this generation's disciples, a hero I dreamed of cultivating might finally be emerging. Jealousy said to Leo, Leo, that was amazing. I want to train with you. The orange-haired boy said to Celia, but why has he always been cold and so daringly like that? Call me like that too, Senior Celia. Celia said, isn't that obvious? The orange-haired boy said, well, anyways, since the class is over, let's head to the cafe, everyone. It's on me. Leo said, I'm sorry, but you guys can go ahead without me. Then Leo walked away. The orange-haired boy said to Leo, where are you off to? Leo said, I've got a summoning class. The orange-haired boy said, someone in the night department has a summoning class? Celia said, seriously, I can't figure him out at all. Then we see Leo walking toward his summoning class, thinking, there is something that still puzzles me. Why was forming a pact with the Fairy King chosen as a reward? In the hero's world, rewards are usually tied to the power of the realm ruler. But the reward I received was a summoning ability, while Professor LB is of completely unrelated beast summoning. Normally, I should gain a magic ability instead. To form a pact with one, I need to travel to fairyland. But for now, it's pretty useless. Then a voice from behind Leo said, "Why aren't you heading to your summoning class?" Leo cautiously looked back. It was the top student from the east. Then she introduced herself. "Hello, young Master Leo." When he saw her name, she said, "I'm Xia, top rational from the east." Leo said, "Hello, Xia." Then she said to Leo, "You can just call me Xia." Then she said to Leo, "I thought you're in the night department, young Master Leo. I had no idea you were interested in summoning." Leo said, "Well, I'm currently aiming to practice spirit techniques." Xia said to Leo, "I suppose we'll be seeing each other often." She asked Leo, "What kind of spirit did you sign?" Then she showed her spirit and said to Leo, "Please show me your spirit, young Master Leo." Leo said, "I haven't signed a contract yet." Xia said, "Then let me know if you need help later. I can give you some pointers on summoning spirits." Leo said, "I'll keep that in mind. By the way, how old are you?" Xia said, "I'm 17, and you're 15, right?" He must have been talking with Miss Celia, Leo thought. Then Leo thought, 17? That's still so young. She looks even younger than Celia does. Then Xia started staring at him. She said to Leo, "You're thinking something rude about me, aren't you?" Leo said, "I'm not." Then Xia said, "By the way, young Master Leo, your match with Duran was truly impressive." Leo said, "Is what?" Xia said, "Yes." And Xia said to Leo, "Please accept my challenge someday." Leo said, "I will." Then the scene shifted to a temporary class in the Department of Summoning. We saw many students gathered at the summoning class. Leo and Xia were there. Leo said to Xia, "Is that all?" Xia said to Leo, "I guess the summoning department isn't very popular." Leo said, "Well, it makes sense. But to think the class would be held here of all places." Then we saw a black wing covering above the students. Then students shouted, "Black Wyvern!" They asked, "Where did that thing come from?" Then the Wyvern looked down at the students. The students said, "Go away!" Then we saw a teacher above the Wyvern, and she said, "You seem to like them, don't you, you little rascal?" Then the teacher got off the Wyvern and said to the students, "Hello, first-year fledglings. My name is Yura Marnin. I am the professor for summoning studies this year." Then we saw her full introduction. Yura Marnin, summoning studies professor for the first-year students at Lumen Academy. All the students thought, if only I could be her son. Then we saw Leo thinking about his friend. He thought his friend would say, "She's got a beauty entirely different from Luna and Lucina's. Oh my! I can't stop the flood of inspiration coming to me." Leo thought if Duelno were here, it could be complete chaos. Then Yura said to all the students, "Okay, kids, does this mean everyone here has the talent to become a summoner?" All students shouted, "Yes." The teacher said, "I like the confidence. Let's head to the practice site." Then the teacher said, "Carlo." Then another professor was introduced to us. He was with his summon, an eagle. Yura introduced him, "Carlo, first-year summoning studies, teaching assistant." Then the teacher said, "You'll pair up in groups of 2 and ride the griffins to get there." Then each pair of students got a griffin to ride. Then a student said to the teacher, "But professor, I'm new to griffins." But the teacher said angrily, "Are you saying you're not ready for class? If that's the case, just head back." Then the teacher got on her summon, pleased, and the beast roared and flew up into the sky. Then the teacher's assistant said to everyone, "Okay, everyone, now follow the professor." All the students were very amused after seeing that. The griffins were very calm. Some students were struggling. Then Xia said to Leo, "May I take the reins of the griffin, young Master Leo?" Then Leo said, "Sure." Then everyone was now flying with their griffins. Students said amazedly, "I can't believe I'm riding a griffin. This is exactly what I expected from Lumen Academy. Hey, let's switch. I want to control it too." "Just a little longer," Xia said to Leo. I was scared at first, but it's gentler than I expected. Lillian said, don't let your guard down. Griffins are tricky to handle for beginners. Then Shia said, he's so nice. But suddenly the professor blew the whistle, and suddenly all the griffins went berserk. Their nails grew out. All students were shouting, why won't it listen? Why is it acting like this all of a sudden? Professor, save me. The professor said, how can you call yourself a Lumen student if you can't even control a griffin? Get it under control. Then we saw Shia struggling with controlling the griffin. Leo said to Shia, griffins have a lot of pride. If you try to overpower them, they'll just rebel. Leo grabbed Shia's waist and said to her, Shia. She got shy and said to Leo with a trembling voice and a red face, why, young Master Leo, what just happened? Then Leo grabbed the reins with her hand and said, let's go. And Leo easily controlled the berserk griffin. The teacher saw that and thought, not bad. Then she said to her assistant, isn't he from the Knights department? Carlo said, yes, that's what I've heard, Professor. She said, does he have a griffin at home? The assistant said, no, he's not from a noble family that could own a griffin. Then the professor said, so it's just pure talent. The gemstone we were looking for might be hidden here. Then the scene shifted to Summoned Beast Island, the practice site for the Summoning Studies Department. Leo was roaming here and there, and he suddenly saw a feather and an orange fruit. He thought, a feather? Then Shia said to Leo, what's wrong, young Master Leo? Leo said, nothing. Then Leo fed the fruit to his griffin. Then the professor said, don't linger. Gather around. We are going to have a practice test. A student asked, what? On the first day. It's just a temporary class, why? The professor said, compared to the other two majors, we have so much catching up to do. Does anyone know this? Summoning isn't just about mana sensitivity. You need spirit affinity to form pacts with spirits, and taming skills to control summons. That's why there are few summoner heroes compared to others. But summoners who rise to the rank of hero often achieve greater feats than their counterparts. Isn't that why you're here? To become such heroes? All students shouted enthusiastically, yes. Then a student with curly hair and gold eyes stepped forward and said, so what's the practice test then? We saw her introduction. Eliza Hergil, summoner from the northern region, from the renowned hero family Sergin House. The professor said, this island is called Summoned Beast Island. As the name suggests, it's filled with summoned beasts. Since summoned beasts are like weapons for commoners, we'll test your taming abilities. That's your task. Tame a summoned beast from the forest and bring it back. If you succeed in forming a contract, the beast will be yours. All students got excited after hearing the professor's words. Leo shouted, wow, as expected from Lumen. Then Eliza said to Leo, oh my, student representative, rumor has it you defeated Duran. So can I expect impressive results from you in summoning class? And Leo replied, I'm just doing my best. Eliza looked at Leo fiercely. Then the professor, seeing this, thought, it seems those two will be the central figures of this year's summoning class. Leo was roaming around in the forest. Students, after seeing Leo, shouted, the student representative, why is he heading deeper into the forest? Leave him be. If he fails to tame a beast, he'll lose 40 points and have to return to the Knights department. Then we see Leo getting deeper into the forest with that feather in his hand. Then Leo used his phoenix flame and started burning the feather. After seeing the flame, he said, just as I expected. Then a bright light burst behind Leo. Then the scene shifted to a frying pan with an omelet and some meat frying on it. Then we saw two people talking. One said, Leo's doing well, isn't he? Another said, it's only his first day, Lena. Are you already worried? Then we saw they both were Leo's parents. Lena said, well. Then we saw Leo again. He looked behind and saw another side, his mother's fire. Because it's a big deal, Leo said, a symbol of this flame. It's one of the 3 great mythical beasts, Phoenix. Then we heard someone talking behind the flame. Is that the child of that scent? It's undeniably Lena's fire essence. Leo said, "Do you know my mother?" The voice behind the flames said, "Ah, of course. Seems I was entirely mistaken. If Lena had a child, they'd be exactly like you. Do I know your mother? I owe Lena a debt I could never repay." Then we saw a red phoenix puffing out of the flames. Introduction. Phoenix, Farina, one of the three great mythical beasts. The phoenix said, "My name is Farina, son of Lena." Leo said, "Greetings, Phoenix Farina. My name is Leo Plav. What's your connection to my mother? You said she saved your life." The phoenix said, "Lena was my oath bond, the savior of Ellen Lumdar's life." Leo, shocked, thought, hero Ellen Lumdar. The phoenix said, "Back then, Ellen was on a dungeon conquest mission in Sarui. He lost his comrades and was barely clinging to life. At that moment, it was your mother who saved him. But in doing so, Lena lost her name. If not for that sacrifice, she too would have ascended as a hero." Leo thought, "Mother. She told me she never regretted it, not for a second." The phoenix said, "That's the kind of knight she was." Leo said, "But what brings you to Lumen, Farina?" The phoenix replied, "That's something I'm not ready to share. What about you? Aren't you from the knights department? Why are you in summoning?" Leo said, "I'm taking summoning classes." The phoenix exclaimed, "Fascinating. This must be fate, Leo Plav. At last I can repay the debt I owe your mother. Now, stretch your hand, Leo." Leo stretched his hand out, and a golden egg appeared in his palm. "Accept this, my child. When your summoner's talent awakens, I hope we can form a contract. Apologies to the intended bond bearer." But Leo said, "Can we form it now?" The phoenix explained, "It's far too soon, Leo. This could cost you your life." The phoenix thought, "Oh no, is it already too late? Bold enough to take on the impossible, just like Lena. Please, give it your all." Then we saw Leo trying to form a contract. Leo appeared in a vast black space. Flames slammed in front of him. The flame completely engulfed him. Leo thought, "I can't even breathe because of this heat. Is this the phoenix's flame, burning itself alive to unleash such intense heat? Does it endure this pain every single day, regenerating its charred body and living through that suffering? Then I'll share it with you." Then Leo appeared in front of the phoenix again. The air started to shimmer as the egg began to hatch. The egg flew into the sky and fire gathered around it. The phoenix said, "Did it work?" Leo said, "It worked." The phoenix said happily, "You're a genius, Leo Plav. You'll become the strongest summoner history has ever seen." Then a golden light burst from the sky, and the phoenix said to Leo, "Congratulations on forming a successful contract. This child's name is Fiora." Then we saw a little female phoenix in Leo's arms. Fiora, Phoenix, one of the three great mythical beasts. Leo thought, "Wait, is this really a phoenix? It looks more like a chick." Then the little phoenix peeped cutely. Leo thought, "It really is much cuter than I imagined." Then the scene shifted to the professor talking with students who successfully contracted pets. The professor said, "Wonderful. How adorable." Then the professor said to Carlo, "How much time is left?" Carlo replied, 5 minutes. Professor said, "Are these 4 the only ones remaining?" Then she hummed. A giant bear appeared in Shia's arms. Shia said to the professor, "Professor, we're not out of time yet, are we?" Then the professor said, "You're an aspiring knight, and you tamed a neckwag cub. Impressive." Then Shia looked up, and another student landed on the ground with his flying pet. The professor said, "A shadow crow? Even seasoned spirit magic masters struggle to tame such an ethereal beast." The student said, "I couldn't form a contract, that's all." The professor said, "That's more than enough, well done." Then we saw Eliza come with her tamed beast, a huge snake. She said, "Since my family leads the mythical beasts, I took this chance to form a contract." The professor said, "A Gorgon snake, how refreshing." The assistant professor said, "Ties up perfectly. The last student is on their way." Then we saw Leo coming, with his little phoenix sitting on his head. All students laughed. "That's Leo. What's that? Did he actually bring a chick? Looks like he hit his limit with summoning and gave up too soon." The professor realized what she was seeing. She thought, what the heck? That crazy brat. That's the phoenix. Then the scene shifted to Lumen Academy. Leo arranged his tie and knocked at the professor's door. The professor said, "Come in." Leo said, "I heard you were looking for me." The professor said, "Have a seat." She said to Leo, "Leo, you know, this is the first time in my life I've ever seen a baby phoenix. I didn't even know a phoenix lived on the island of Myrtle Beach. Moreover, a first-year student at Lumen has formed a contract with one. This is the first in the Academy's history." Leo said, "Professor." The professor said, "I think I know who you truly are, Leo Plav." Then Leo gulped. Then the professor hugged him and said, "You are a genius in summoning magic, an unprecedented genius. I want to brag about your achievements, but I think it's better to keep the fact that you contracted with the Phoenix secret for now. If it gets out, things will get chaotic. On the last day of the temporary classes, you must choose summoning magic as your primary major. You have the potential to be a summoning hero who will be remembered for centuries." Then the scene shifted, morning time at Lumen Magic Building. We saw Chloe walking toward her class. Then someone said to her, "We're going to rip your mouth, Chloe." The orange-haired boy said to Chloe, "You look really tired." Chloe said, "I stayed up late reading magic books yesterday." Leo said to Chloe, "Here, take this." Leo handed her her ID card. Chloe remembered she lost it when she bumped into Leo. She said, "So it was you back then. Thanks, freshman representative." Then she asked, "By the way, Leo, you're taking magic theory classes? Isn't the temporary class over?" Leo said, "Not yet. I want to try various things." Chloe said, "Impressive. I'm aiming to be a pure magician, so I only plan to take magic courses." Then the orange-haired boy said, "Leo, the Ice Empress aiming for the top in magic theory is Chloe Mueller." Leo looked at him. Then the orange-haired boy said, "It's so cold here. I'll move to the back. Focus on the glasses." But then, a huge ice wall formed on the ground beside him. He was scared out of his wits. Chloe said, "Come sit with me in the front, Carl." Then Chloe dragged the orange-haired boy, saying, "If you're eager, Elan, I'll help you." Leo sighed. Then a girl said to Leo, "Leo Appa." Leo looked back and saw Chelsea and Abad. Then a professor walked in, saying, "Welcome, everyone attending the Magic Theoretic Laws. I will be teaching you magic this year. I'm Len Horace." Then we saw the introduction of the teacher, Len Horace, Lumen Academy first-year magic theory professor. Then he said, "Before starting today's temporary class," the professor snapped his fingers, and all the clue sheets flew up to every student's table. Then he said, "We'll begin with the magic theory test." A student asked, "What? A test on the first day of the temporary class?" The teacher said, "Yes. Students below the standard will not be allowed in my class moving forward. As Lumen students, this much should be basic. Commence the competitive task paper. Assistant Emma, submit your completed test to me, everyone." Then we saw her introduction, Anna, first-year magic theory assistant professor. Leo thought, is the current trend in magic Neo-Shiva? And thought, what kind of formula is this? Nasi? Then all students started writing, and time passed quickly. A student exclaimed, "It was easier than I thought, but what's the answer to the last question?" And Leo thought, I only solved one problem. I should have studied modern magic formulas. Then Leo got out of the class, saying, "I guess I have to study magic on my own." Then the professor said, after the time ran out, "In the past few centuries, magic formulas have advanced rapidly. Previously, you had to fully understand a formula to use it, but now you can use them just by memorizing activation conditions." The professor snapped his fingers, and the test papers flew to everyone. "But this development," he said, "has caused magicians to regress." Then the professor raised one of his hands. A magic formula lit up on his palm. Then the professor said, "This is the essence of the magic formula I created, a formula I designed from scratch. I want all of you to become magicians who can create your own formulas. That's why I gave you this task." The test consisted of 49 one-point memory-based questions and one 51-point final question. It was to test the very essence of magic. I hope you all become magicians capable of solving the last question. Then Chelsea, after seeing her paper, thought, no wonder. That's the only one I couldn't solve. She thought, did Leo Appa give up? I wanted to take magic class together. Such a pity. Then Assistant Annie whispered something into the professor's ear. The professor's eyes lit up. She said, "Professor." A student solved question number 15. The professor started laughing. "Who is it? In my entire teaching history, the first perfect score has been achieved. Who was it? Stand up." "It's not a perfect score, Professor," said Annie. "Is that so? Then they must have missed a few questions while solving the last one. Well, it's still not bad. Go ahead." Then Assistant Annie said, "No, that's not it. Except for the last question, everything else was left blank." The professor's eyes widened in shock. She told the professor the student's name and said, "It's Leo Plav." The professor said, "Leo Plav?" Carl and Chloe looked at each other and said, "Where is he? Is he not here?" Then Chelsea said, "Leo already left after completing the test." Professor said, "What?" Then elsewhere, we saw Celia laughing and saying, "So you solved just one question and left? Arrogant in summoning magic, a failure in magic theory. Do you realize something is seriously off, right? If you're going to be a knight, focus on sportsmanship." Leo said, "How about training with me instead?" Celia said, "No thanks." Then the professor appeared behind Leo and said, "Oh, you were going to be a knight?" Leo looked back, and the professor continued, "Leo Plav, who mocked my class." The professor looked at Leo angrily and said, "Why didn't you solve the other questions? Did you think they were too easy to be worth solving?" Leo said, "Professor, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I thought I had failed the test." The professor said, "What?" Leo said, "Except for the last question, everything was too hard for me to solve." Professor said, "What are you talking about?" Leo said, "I've been studying magic on my own with old books at home, so I know nothing about recent formulas." Then the professor thought, could it be? Then the professor picked up Leo. 2 ears and 1 tail appeared behind Leo. The professor, with shining eyes, said, "Follow me immediately," and Leo was grabbed by the professor and dragged away. Celia said, "Isn't that Lumen's magic theory, Professor? He really seems like a weird one." Then Annie arrived in a hurry. She said, "Have you seen Professor Len by any chance?" Celia said, "Is everything all right?" Celia replied, "He was just here." He suddenly dragged Leo away. Annie thought, these guys. Seriously, what is he up to this time? Then we saw the professor teaching Leo enthusiastically, giving him some questions to solve. The professor thought, if he didn't solve the last problem by sheer luck, then he must already have his own magical system built in his mind. "Come on, show me. Let me see if you're the real deal." Leo said, "I've solved everything." The teacher said, "Oh? Did you just solve these problems mentally?" Leo said, "Yes." The professor exclaimed, "Finally!" Then we saw Albie walking in the hallway, and Professor Len came up to him with a smile. Albie's face darkened. Professor Len grabbed him by the leg and said, "Sir, thank you." Then Albie said to Len, "You've been like this more than once before, but this is a bit too much." Professor Len said, "Leo Plav, who was recommended as the class representative by the seniors, a magic prodigy." Albie asked, "Isn't he in the Knights department?" Professor said, "No, Leo must become a major. It'd be a waste of his talent to just swing around metal." Then Annie rushed there too, and the professor continued, "Sending that key to knighthood is an insult to Mag. An insult." Then he grabbed the professor while following Albie and said to Annie, "Take him." Leo said to Annie, "Thank you, Anna." Anna and Riley said, Let's hurry up to class. She thought, I'm gonna kill this one day. Then Leo walked from behind, and Albi showed him. Albi thought mages have always been, and still are, crazy. And he walked away. Then the scene shifted to 1 week later, after the temporary class period ended. Leo was lying on the roof of the academy, reading a book. Is Kyle, the hero of the beginning, really a fraud? He thought. Then suddenly he saw everyone running toward the principal. All the teachers said to the principal, "This doesn't make sense, headmaster. Check this out." All were fighting. One teacher said, "Run, Leo. Join our major." Both professors behind said, "Leo must join my department." And another professor in front shouted, "No, he must come to the Knights department." The principal said, "This is unprecedented since the founding of the Hero Academy." The principal laughed lightly and said, "It reminds me of that fictional hero." A professor looked at him questioningly. The principal said, "The fifth great hero, also known as the hero of the beginning, Kyle, the great hero who was the only all-class hero in history." Then we saw Celia and Chelsea training, and Carl saying to Leo, "Why don't they take a break even on weekends?" Leo said, "Chelsea asked me for training." Then Carl asked Leo, "But why are they just running? What about the weapons?" Then Leo said, "There's something more important than weapons." And Celia said, "Stamina." Then Chelsea said, "The most important thing for a battle mage is stamina. That's why we're running." Carl got out of the way. Chelsea said, "It's nice to run like this on the weekend. After a long time, I want to run together with Leo." Two Leos said, "Really?" Celia spat out her water. Then Chelsea said, "What's wrong with you?" Leo said, "I was going to run together anyway. I need to do it properly." Celia said, "I clearly said I wouldn't do it together." Carl said, "By the way, what kind of relationship do you two have to be so close? At first, I thought you were dating." Celia said, "Oh, this guy is my cousin. He's my aunt's son." Chelsea said, "Are you from the Zardinger family?" Celia said, "Not exactly. Anyway, sort of family metal." Leo stood up and said, "So, shall we get started?" Chelsea exclaimed, "Let's go." Carl said, "Then I'll take a trip to Lemuria Academy." Then we saw Leo dragging Celia. Celia said, "Carl, take me with you." Carl said, "Why are these non-noble seers around me?" Then the scene shifted to class assignment. Students were gathering, and Leo stepped into the class. Carl said, "Leo here." Leo said, "What new?" "I was in class 5. Carl said, "Is there anything I don't know?" Leo said, "Chelsea is in the same class too." Chelsea was completely tired. She said, "Leo, hello." Then Carl said to Leo, "What did you do over the weekend for her to end up like this?" Leo said, "Just the basics." Chelsea said, "I'll never do it again." Then we saw two students chatting, saying, "Wow, so this is the infamous whaling class 5. How many of you do you think will be left by the end of the semester?" Another said, "Too bad. The unluckiest junior class." A professor walked behind them and said, "Well, from my perspective, you guys are the unluckiest ones." Both students looked back in panic and saw a teacher. The teacher said, "Right?" Then the professor said, "Chair Glenweaver. Introducing Professor Harley Edmond, Lumen Class 1 to 5 homeroom teacher, nickname, the Wailing Wall." All students shouted, "Yes." The teacher said, "Nice seeing you losers." Then the teacher sat in front of the two students and said, "Welcome to the class of students with the lowest scores. You've probably heard rumors about me, the Wailing Wall. Anyone care to guess why I volunteered to be the homeroom teacher of this class?" Carl raised his hand and said, "Maybe because you want to help us improve our grades?" Professor said, "Carl Thomas. How fitting for the class bottom. Do any of you underachievers here even know what Lumen students are supposed to do?" Chelsea said, "To conquer the world of heroes, starting with mission practice." The teacher said, "Exactly, that's it. But judging by those faces, most of you look like you're ready to die out there. People like that drag their comrades down." Better to expel them now and save the trouble later. The teacher said, "That's why I'm in charge of Class 5. That's why they call me the Wailing Wall." All students were silent. Then the teacher noticed Leo. He thought, that kid will survive. Then the teacher said, "Get changed into your workout clothes and gather at the training grounds. It's time for combat training." Then everyone gathered at the grounds. The professor was ready with his umbrella and chair and said, "You're all new to Lumen, so let's start by fixing your rotten mentality. What do you think will save you in a life-or-death fight?" A girl with pink hair said, "Wouldn't it be comrades who firmly protect our sides?" Then we saw her name. Nella Carvin, Knight's Department, Special Ability, Healing Aura. The teacher said, "No, it's your own strength. When you sharpen your ability to a razor's edge, that's when you can protect others. So, are any of you confident you have what it takes to defend your comrade?" Then a hand was raised, and a girl said, "I am Professor Harlingen." Professor said, "Shall we see the scale of a dark knight? Create a fireball." Then we saw the girl who raised her hand. She was Ilina Leden, dual class, Dark Knight. She said, "Ilina," and created a fireball in her hand. The professor said, "That's it? A fireball like that wouldn't scar a passing ant." Then the professor said, "Try pouring more magic power into it." Then she formed 2 huge fireballs around her. And how's that? Doubling its size and power, not bad. Impressive. 30 shares had. Now, hit this guy with that impressive fireball of yours. And the teacher summoned a little elf with his wind aura. Then the little elf jumped. The little elf jumped onto the girl and tapped her nose. And laughed. That made the girl angry. She threw both the fireballs toward the little elf. But the elf dodged them easily. Professor said, "What's the point of doubling its size if you can't even land a hit? Do you get it now? The problem isn't power. It's control. Push yourself. Break through your limits. Have you forgotten already?" The students were tired. Then the teacher said, "This class won't end until someone catches the sylph. Unleash everything you've got. Heirs of Lumen." Leo thought, he's harsh, but he's not wrong. Guess I'll give it a shot. Then the teacher said, "Let's see, Leo Palovi. Are you just another loudmouth like the fictional hero, Kyle?" Then all the students tried to catch the little elf, but the elf was too slippery. No one could catch it. But then, a red streak of light came flying with incredible speed, and we saw it was Carl. Then the teacher's voice rang out, "Or are you destined to be the first of the old class?" Then we saw Chelsea and Carl. Chelsea said, "Damn it. Why is this thing so fast?" Carl said, "How am I supposed to catch it?" Then he used his full speed to rush at the little elf, and his hand almost grabbed it, but she slipped away. Then Leo smirked. With his aura, he tracked the movement of the little elf. But then suddenly, Duran came in and caught the elf. Then another teacher clapped and said, "Looks like our Class 1 might need to show Class 5 how it's done." Then we saw another teacher, said Jen, Lumen Class 1 to 1 homeroom teacher. Special note, runner-up in graduation vote. Then the teacher of Class 5 said, "Oh really? Do you want to take over my class?" Then, he looked at the teacher of Class 1 with a nonchalant expression. Then we came to know that he was the first place in the special note. The Class 1 teacher's face got dark. Then Carl said, "The pillars of Lumen are about to clash." Leo asked, "Pillars?" Carl said, "They've been teaching here for over 20 years. Even legends like Professor Ein, Yura, and Len were their students." Then a doubting-haired girl said to Carl, "Really? How'd you find that out?" Carl said, "I'm always quick with information, haha." Then the teacher of Class 1 laughed and said, "Harlan, I don't know what game you're playing by taking charge of the worst class, but I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. I propose a class competition between Class 1 and Class 5. The event will be Lumen's historical ball game. How about Batera?" The teacher of Class 5 stood up and said, "As expected of you, genius. The best lessons come through experience." Then the teacher of Class 1 said, "Class 1 will crush them thoroughly." Then Class 5's teacher said, "Oh well, you're learning the match, so it's your problem." The teacher of Class 1's face darkened. He thought, how could I lose to someone like him in the graduation vote every time? Then students behind him whispered, Professor seems somehow pitiful. Then the teacher of Class 5 said, Class 5, this is your chance to practice using your ability. You'll face Class 1 in a game of Batera. All students asked, Batera? Then the teacher said, if you lose, you're all expelled. After hearing this, all students were shocked. They said, are you serious? It's our first class today. Besides, Class 1 has 3 top students. The teacher said, that's why you need to try even harder. Push beyond your limits. But what are you so worried about? You already have the freshman representative in your class. Choose 6 representatives to compete in Batera. Leo. Leo thought this is obviously a test. But Professor Harlan's goal doesn't come from hating me. Since entering Lumen Academy, quite a few students have already lost their spirit within a week. Professor Harlan probably wants me to lead the Class 5 students who are acting like losers. The Batera match might be the breakthrough, a way to raise Class 5's morale. Then we saw the students of Class 1, Duran and Celia, and Class 5, Leo, Carl, and Chelsea. Leo asked, why are you all so scared? Chelsea said, Leo, you might not have heard about Batera. It's Lumen's traditional combat sport game. Leo said, but isn't it just a ball game? Carl said, the problem is that it's a super dangerous ball game. Celia smirked at Chelsea's words. Got you looking so down, haha. You already admitted defeat. Chelsea got angry and said, who's scared? Do you think I'd lose to a Zardinger? Then Leo hugged them both and said, don't worry, our class won't lose. Then Celia said, you too, Leo. I'll show you the result of my special training. Then we saw Chloe. She said, I won't lose this time, Leo. Piano V. Then the teacher of Class 1 said, participants from each class, please come to the field. Leo said, who wants to join me? Chelsea stepped forward and said, I need to put them in their place. Then the red-haired girl joined in and said, if losing means expulsion, then we have to win, even if it drives us crazy. We'll show Professor Harlan what we're made of. Then the pink-haired girl and another boy joined. Then Leo said to Carl, Carl, you know you're taking the last spot, right? Carl said. Then Leo said to the professor of Class 1, Class 1 is ready. The professor said, okay then. Then he threw the ball between the students and all students looked at the game. The professor said, let the game begin. Then Leo and Duran reached toward the ball. Duran grabbed the ball from Leo. All right, Class 1 gets the first move. Then he said, let me explain the rules briefly. The girl beside him explained, Bastra's rules are simple. You just have to imbue the ball with aura and get it into the goal using any part of your body. The first team to score 11 points wins. Ranveer saw the name of the student, Tide Marita, summoning department. Then we saw Duran coming to score the point. He threw the ball toward Leo. Leo dodged the ball and it bounced to Carl's side. Carl was completely shocked. Duran scored 1 point. Students around them cheered. Duran, you can do it. The students in Leo's team said, I think Professor Harlan is planning to expel us all. Leo said, how do I get the right to attack? Then the students said, there are 3 ways: when the ball is out during the opponent's possession, or when we catch the ball. Then we saw the pink-haired girl shouting to Leo, dodge! The ball came flying at high speed and hit the red-haired girl. And we saw Celia saying, what are you whispering about? Aren't you focusing on the game? Then the yellow-haired boy, directly attacking or blocking an opponent player is prohibited. Just like now, when a teammate is hit by the ball, they become unable to continue. You can only attack through the ball. Leo picked up the ball and said, thanks for explaining. Now it's our turn. Then we saw the game status. Julian London is unable to continue. We saw the professors of Class 5 and Class 1 standing aside. The professor of Class 1 thought, Batera is a highly destructive sport. Teams with players who wield the powerful fire attribute have an overwhelming advantage. And the fire of the Zardinger family is the most powerful fire among mages. Then the professor of Class 1 said, even knowing that our class has Celia Zardinger. I don't know what you're plotting, but it's going to be difficult for your class to win this Batera match I'm talking about. Then the professor of Class 5 said to the Class 1 professor, "Do you remember the Zardinger child's first disciple?" He said, "Of course, how could I forget? The Empress of the Batera." Then the professor of Class 5 said, "The child of the Empress is in Class 5. The Class 1 professor was shocked. Then we saw the students of Class 5 saying, "We're done. How did we even manage to get into Lumen only for it to end so miserably?" Then we saw Celia saying, "It seems you've made up your mind." Then we saw Leo Phoenix fire flaring around him. He said, "Here it comes. Be careful." Then he grabbed the ball and shot it with very high speed. But Chloe managed to create an ice wall to stop Leo's ball. And she said to Leo, "As long as I'm here, scoring is impossible." Leo said, "Yeah." Then he got beside Chloe and said, "Possible." Then we saw Leo punching the ball inside the ice wall. The professor of Class 1 thought, his combat sense is impressive. The professor of Class 5 smirked. All students of Class 5 cheered, "Leo, Class 5, you can do it." The professor of Class 1 said, "It's just getting started." Celia threw the ball back. Carl reacted instantly and erected an earth wall to stop it. Then Celia launched the ball again. The students of both teams were getting eliminated. Chloe was glowing, using her ice abilities, and Duran used his lightning abilities. Duran threw the ball toward Carl with high speed, but Carl caught the ball. He was injured and said, "Anyway, my mana has long been exhausted. Please, Leo." Then Carl was eliminated. Leo said to Carl, "Good job, Carl." The score was 10-10, match point. But the opponents had 3 top students. Leo was the only one left on the field. Students of Class 5 said, "We only have Leo. It's disadvantageous." Then Chloe said, "I lost in the Magic Fury exam, but this time I won't lose." Then Chloe summoned her clones. And Duran and Celia used their full power and said to Leo, "Come on, Leo." Then Leo disappeared from his spot. All 3 thought so fast. Leo rapidly got behind them. Celia thought he's planning to score a goal himself, not just attack. Chloe thought, illusion magic? How shallow. Where's the real one? The real one, the real one. Then she said, "This magic." Then she saw multiple Leos with the same aura attributes. She was shocked and said with bewilderment, "Star magic. How can a human use that magic?" Then the whistle blew. Class 5 won the match. Everyone shouted, "Leo! Leo!" Class 5 students said, "I'm so glad I avoided expulsion. I thought I was going home like this." "Expulsion? What are you talking about?" The teacher of Class 5 said, "Motivation, I suppose." The students of Class 1 looked gloomy. Then the teacher of Class 1 walked toward his students and said, "Are you upset because you lost?" Then Chloe said, "Professor, after the match is over, regardless of the outcome, it is customary to greet the opponents." The teacher said, "From start to finish, you all helped each other with one heart for Class 1's victory." To the students who cheered on their friends, and the students who gave their all in the field, hold your heads high and be proud. All students were motivated. Then the professor of Class 5 said, "Hey losers, why don't you come over here and finish cleaning up?" The face of the teacher of Class 1 darkened, and he said, "That jerk." Then the teacher of Class 1 said, "Both classes were great. Class 1 showed their talents and abilities without reservation, and Class 5, who didn't yield to the odds and kept trying until the end. They broke through their limits and achieved a comeback victory. I hope you all continue to promote harmony and healthy competition in the right direction. Everyone, shake hands." Then everyone shook hands. Celia said, "You held out for quite a while. I thought you'd drop out sooner." Chelsea said, "You too. You're persistent. I thought you were a squad." Then Carl said to Leo, "Haha, Prince, this time we won." But Duran looked at him with a dark face. Then we saw Chloe with tearful eyes. Leo said, "Chloe, you were amazing earlier." Leo held out his hand and said, With a bit more real-world experience, you'll become an amazing talent. Chloe said, "Are you making fun of me right now?" Leo looked at her questioningly. Then Chloe thought, "I'll definitely beat you next time." And they both shook hands. Then we see 1 month later. Carl said to Leo, "By the way, which club are you guys going to join?" Leo said, "I'm thinking of starting a club." Carl exclaimed, "Starting a club?" Chelsea said, "If it's a club that Leo is starting, I want to join too." Karen said, "What kind of club?" Leo said, "A Hero Research Society." Both exclaimed, "Hero Research Society?" Leo said, "I want to research Kyle, the forgotten hero and the hero of the beginning." Carl said, "Kyle isn't forgotten. He's a fictional character." Carl said, "I guess no one will join your club." Chelsea thought, "Then if I join, it'll be just me and Leo." And thinking that, Chelsea said, "Me, I want to join." Then we saw a commotion going on around the students. Students said, "Over here." Carl said, "Right, it's today." Chelsea asked, "What's today?" Then they both got out of the class. Carl said, "It's the day when the fifth-year students return after conquering the hero dungeon." Then we saw many people coming back wearing ragged clothes. They were known as the scattered fragments of heroes. Records across the world occasionally go bizarre and create dungeons. That's what we call a hero dungeon. For the senior students of Lumen, conquering these hero dungeons and retrieving the hero records fragments takes as little as 2 weeks or as long as over a month. Leo thought, "My mom must have gone through this phase too." Then Chelsea said, "These are the strongest students in Lumen." Carl coughed. "The enormous muscular man at the front is Senior Zamua. Add the Southern Lady Max to him, and toward the end is that pale-skinned person in the hoodie, Senior Old." Then Karen said, "But that person isn't here." Leo asked, "That person?" Then Carl said, "The man at the top of Lumen, the student council president, Riss." Then Celia dragged Leo. Carl looked back and said, "Oh right, Leo, you?" And then he saw. "Where did he go?" Leo asked Celia, "Celia, what's wrong?" Celia said, "I need you to come with me." Leo asked, "Where?" Celia said, "Lemuria City. The student council president wants to see you." Leo asked, "The student council president? Why is he looking for me?" Celia said, "You really have no interest in school matters, do you? You'll see when you get there." Celia then took Leo to a restaurant-like area. Celia said, "Why did he want to meet here of all places?" Leo said, "Why? It smells nice here." Then Celia's eyes lit up. "Brother," she said, and hugged the student president. The student president said, "Nice to meet you, Leo Plav. I've heard a lot about you. You're aiming for the old class." Then we saw the introduction of Student Council President Riss Zardinger, Night Department, Lumen Student Council President, 5th year. Celia was clinging to her brother like a small cat. Then they started eating. The Student Council President said, "So, how is it? Does it suit your taste?" Leo said, "Yes." Riss asked Celia, "What's wrong, Celia?" Celia said, "I never had food like this before." Then took a bite and said, "It's delicious." "Ha ha," said Riss. "This is the restaurant I wanted to take you to when you joined Lumen." Riss said, "By the way, you are the son of that aunt." Leo asked, "Have you met my mother before?" Riss said, "I met her a few times when I was here, and during her school days she was quite famous." Leo asked, "My mother?" Riss said, "Yes, she left behind many legendary stories. For example, when the dorm chieftain's desserts were terrible, she led the students to storm the principal's office." Celia said, "She was the main character of that famous incident." Riss nodded, and seeing Celia and her brother talking, Leo thought, as expected, she deserves to be called Lumen's strongest. It's only a matter of time before she ascends to the hero seat. Then Riss said, "Shall we go for dessert then?" Celia said, "Sure." Riss said, "I'll handle the bill, so head out first." Then Riss noticed something in his coat and took it out. He looked. It was shining, and said, "Why all of a sudden?" Then the scene shifted. Students said, "Professor Harlan, I have a question." Professor said, "Let's see what kind of silly question you have this time." Then the red-haired girl said, "Why hasn't our class 8 been assigned a class leader yet? I heard all the other classes already have one." Another boy beside her said, "Right." The professor said, "Ah, class president? Oh, I forgot about that." He said to Leo, "Leo, you do it." Then the red-haired girl said, "What is that supposed to mean?" The boy beside her said, "Professor, shouldn't we decide fairly by voting or something?" Then the professor slammed many books on the desk and said, "Class president, take these and organize them." Then the red-haired girl sat in her seat quietly. Then an announcement rang. "We will soon be conducting a joint class on hero studies. All first-year students, please prepare to move to the auditorium once again." Leo said, "Shall we prepare to move, Professor?" Then the professor snapped his fingers and said, "That's the spirit. That's why you're the class president." Then we saw Chloe and Carl. Carl said, "Hi, Chloe. You're looking really tired." Chloe said, "If you have any spare fatigue recovery potions, can I buy them all?" Then Carl gave 2 bottles of recovery potion to her. "These 2 are all I have right now," Carl said. Then Leo said, "You're pushing yourself too hard, especially this early in the semester." Then Chloe drank the healing potion and said, "I'm fine." Then Carl said, "That's intense. She's ranking first in the magic theory exam." Then Chelsea, behind him, said, "Chloe must be feeling anxious. The moment Leo gets familiar with the latest magic runes, he might surpass her in magic theory exam too." Carl said, "What's wrong with being second?" Then Chelsea said, "You idiot. She's a wizard from the magic tower. For battle-type wizards like me, it doesn't matter if I fall short in the academy. But for the magic tower, research and study are everything. It's a matter of pride." Carl said, "Are you evil, officer?" Carl said, "Of course not. I use magic to make a living." Then Carl said, "Livelihood magic is my pride and joy." Then Chelsea said to Carl, "Die." Leo looked at them questioningly. Then we saw the principal cleaning the plants with his handkerchief. Then he saw the damaged heroes page reacting. Then the scene shifted to the principal. Riss took the hero fragment to the principal. Then the principal asked, "Is it true that the heroes page reacted?" Then Riss said, "Yes. It's just a fragment that's so damaged it's embarrassing to even call it a relic. It shouldn't have reacted at all, but it definitely did. There were no relics around it either." Then the principal said, "Was there any reaction after that?" Riss said, "None." The principal thought deeply and said, "We'll need to investigate this further," and said to Riss, "You've had good work." Then the principal called his assistant, Elena. The principal's assistant said, "Yes, headmaster?" The principal said, "Take this to the Grand Hall of Beginnings. The first-year combined class will have a lesson soon." She said, "Understood." The principal thought, "I see. It's rare for a fragment of the record to react. If the one recorded in the hero record appears, it will react." Then the scene shifted to Lumen Academy's Grand Hall. First-year studies combined class. Then we were introduced to Artine Enier, homeroom teacher of class 1 to 8, first-year hero studies professor. She said, "Everyone, please be quiet." All students were chatting. Then she got angry and said, "Everyone, if you don't want to die, shut your mouths, you little punks. Want to get hit?" Everyone was shocked. Where did the little cute teacher go? Getting so angry? Then she said, "Should I kill you first? These brats never listen." Then suddenly she snapped out of her rage and said, "Finally, it's quiet. Thank you." Students thought, "My professor is always terrifying no matter when I see her." Leo thought, "A spirit summoner? Rare even in my previous life." Then the teacher said, "Now let's begin the first-year hero studies combined class." After the hero record of the family of heroes could be established, because of this, to open a hero's world, you need an object deeply connected to our history, tied to the hero. Descendants of heroes have easier access to the hero world. This is also why Lumen Academy, which holds the hero's record, and the hero families maintain interaction. Though it's a political topic, it's like a key and a treasure chest. Leo thought, interesting. Then the professor said, now you see why hero study is important, students. Then the professor said, hero studies is an essential field where you learn the lore and stories to conquer a hero's world. When you become upperclassmen, you choose a hero to inherit power from and challenge their page. Then the principal's assistant took the fragment of the hero record toward the teacher. Then the teacher said, everyone, this is a fragment of a hero recorded by Lumen's fifth-year rating team. All students got excited. Then the teacher opened the box. But then she said, now then, before experiencing the hero record fragment, let's start by presenting what you'd like to achieve as heroes. Celia said, I want to become a knight surpassing my family's predecessor. Teacher said, wow, that's a great goal. Chloe said, I want to compile a grimoire with only my original spells. Then Karen said, I want to assist heroes. Then the teacher said, seems like someone who wants to support the back of heroes. Wonderful. Then Leo stood up and said, my goal, the complete annihilation of Erebus. The teacher was shocked. Everyone was shocked. The teacher said, truly remarkable goal. Next. Then some students behind Leo said, isn't that too far-fetched? The class president sure has bold ambition. Then the professor of class 1 said, what do you think? The professor of class 5 said, he's not someone to spout nonsense so chillingly. Even though Erebus was sealed in multiple fragments 4,000 years ago, there have been several revivals. Even a single fragment revival brought massive catastrophes, and now he dreams of completely annihilating Erebus. Then the professor said, today's lesson will involve analyzing a hero record page recovered by dungeon raiders, guessing which hero page it belongs to as a group, and planning a strategy to conquer the hero's world. By the way, the class is being observed by your homeroom professors to prepare for any emergency, so please avoid fooling around. The students said, finally. Another said, this is my first time touching a hero record. Another said, I'm nervous. The professor said, well then, class president Leo stepped forward. Celia, Leo, Abad, Shia, 2 hero records were recovered this time. Of course, only one is being used for teaching purposes. The other is a very small fragment of paper brought here to show what it looks like. Leo stepped forward and picked up the fragment. A golden light covered Leo, and a sentence popped up on the screen. Initiating Hero Record World. Chapter. Then a magic circle lit up beneath everyone's feet. Then the professor of class 1 said, run away! But it was too late. Everyone, Abad, Celia, Shia, Leo, and the professor were transported to a world. World of chapter. And guys, suddenly, everyone gets teleported into that world. The moment they arrive, one girl screams in fear after seeing the dead bodies of monsters lying all around. Harlan steps forward and says, get yourselves ready. This is a hero dungeon. Then, the class 5 teacher points ahead and says, Harlan, look over there. That's the fortress wall. Leo looks at it and starts thinking, back during the Age of Catastrophe, this was the last line of defense. The last city, the walls of Guard Salon. If this really is the right time, then, he murmurs, my, or rather Kyle's, unfinished wish was truly foolish. And suddenly, a girl appears behind him, repeating his exact words. Yes, my unfinished wish really was foolish. But we will definitely save this world. Leo silently stares at her and whispers, Lucinous. The girl slowly begins to fade away, smiling gently at Leo before disappearing completely. In the next instant, everyone is teleported back to the auditorium. Shia looks around and asks the professor, what just happened right now? Harlan quickly cancels the class and tells everyone to leave the auditorium. As the students walk away, Leo holds the hero record paper in his hand and thinks, these are my records. Harlan watches him quietly from a distance. Then the scene shifts to the classroom. The red-haired girl asks Leo, did you really see the King of Wisdom? Chelsea adds, wow, that's incredible. So those were the records of the hero Lucinous. The red-haired girl sighs and says, "If only I had known. I should have been the class president. I missed such an amazing chance." Carl looks at her and teases, "Yeah, yeah," and immediately gets punched by her as she shouts, "Looks like today's your last day alive." Just then, Harlan bursts through the door and yells, "I'm here to scold the noisiest class in the academy. I'll give you two options. Either do self-study, or get out of the academy." Saying this, he storms out, leaving the whole class silent in shock. Leo sits there thinking, why are my hero records scattered like this? They're in such a mess. I can't even tell whose world that was. Then he remembers Lusnus's words, "We will save this world." Leo starts wondering, it's like someone deliberately ruined my hero records. But hero records are items that allow others to learn a hero's powers. Someone must have destroyed them intentionally. Maybe someone who doesn't want another hero to be born. And then it hits him. It must be that dark entity, the one I swore to destroy. Leo decides, I'll have to investigate this myself. A month later, the scene shifts to the magic department. A professor stands before the students and says, "Your midterm practical assignment is to develop your original magic." The students are confused, so he explains, original magic represents your unique magical identity. In today's world, where activation techniques are common, no one bothers to create true original magic anymore. But it can be your ultimate secret technique, something that could even save your life. He continues, for example, elves use star magic. But that's just a weaker copy of the true original magic. There was once someone who could use real star magic, the founder of Nebula Luna. Chloe glances at Leo, remembering how he had used star magic in their previous fight. Leo notices a dark aura coming from a book on Chloe's desk. A grimoire. Chloe quickly hides it in her bag, pretending nothing happened. Leo thinks to himself, that was definitely a grimoire. The teacher ends the class, telling everyone to start developing their own unique magic. As everyone leaves, Leo stops Chloe and says, "Wait, Chloe, would you like to have lunch together?" He thinks, she hid that grimoire from me earlier. Chloe pulls her hand away and replies, "I don't have time for that, and I'll definitely defeat you in this practical exam." Then Carl pats Leo on the shoulder and laughs. "You're seriously challenging the Academy's top student, the Ice Queen, in magic studies?" Chloe says, "Last time you beat me because of technique. But when it comes to magic itself, no one can defeat me. This time I'll definitely win." Leo smiles and replies, "If I back down now, it would be disrespectful to you. I accept your challenge." He extends his hand and says, "Let's both start preparing." Chloe shakes his hand, and Carl watches them with sparkling eyes, thinking, so that's how people naturally hold hands. Then Leo heads to the Tower of Heroes, climbing the stairs while thinking, the secret library of Lumen Academy should be somewhere around here. If I can get inside, maybe I'll find clues about my lost records. A few senior girls see him going up and whisper, "Isn't he a first year? What's he doing here? He's kinda cute." One of them, named Torua, a fifth-year student, greets him. "Hello, Leo Plav. What business does a first year have in the Tower of Heroes?" Leo replies, "I came to meet the student council president." She smiles and says, "If you join the magic department, you'll get a real chance to shine." Leo says, "But I already attend magic department classes." She laughs and walks away, saying, "Then let me make it official. Before the semester ends, your major will be in the magic department." After that, Leo continues upward. He tries to use the elevator but finds it not working, pressing the buttons repeatedly. A senior student walks up and says, "You have to press those buttons with mana for them to work." Then he smiles and adds, "Nice to finally meet you, Leo Plav. You're the first-year class representative I've heard rumors about." That student's name was Lai Jamua, a fifth-year knight from the Lumen Academy. And then, Leo nods his head and greets him with a hello. The senior student smiles and asks, "What are you doing here in the Tower of Heroes?" Leo replies, "I had some business with the student council president." The senior chuckles. "Oh? A freshman who isn't even a little afraid and dares to walk into the student council president's office alone? You've got guts. Honestly, you should have joined the night department. I'm not even joking. Leo laughs softly and brushes off the comment, thinking, I'm already exhausted, and the real topic hasn't even started yet. He walks up to the president's office door and knocks. President Rees, it's Leo Plav. May I come in? Rees calls him inside and immediately asks, Leo, what's the matter? Leo steps forward and says, President, I want permission to enter the secret library of Lumen Academy. Rees' expression turns serious. Leo, I know you're not the type to joke around, but there are only two ways an ordinary student can get into the secret library. The first, by conquering a hero dungeon. Leo immediately asks, and the second way? Rees smirks and says, I'll tell you once you join the student council. The scene then shifts to the night department's practical exam. Carl grins and says, Finally, the first practical exam of the night department. Come on, you can't watch a match without popcorn. Chelsea laughs. Looks like Carl's back to his business mode again. The red-haired girl adds, He's always like this, even if he wasn't at Lumen Academy. Meanwhile, Leo is looking around, wondering, Where's Chloe? Did she not come? Carl's voice echoes, Hey, it's starting. The night department's teacher announces, The first sparring match will be between Class 1's Howl Snipe and Class 5's Leo Plav. Carl walks up to Professor Kragan from Class 1 and says, Professor, would you like some popcorn and drinks from my shop? Kragan frowns. You think I'll actually buy that? Go ask Professor Harlan instead. Carl then looks at Celia, who gives him a cute cat-like expression and goes to Kragan. Professor, won't you buy us some popcorn? It looks so delicious. The entire class starts cheering for Carl's popcorn, and even Professor Kragan gives in, sighing, Fine, bring it over. The students cheer as Carl's business booms again. Then, the focus shifts back to Leo and Howl, standing face to face. Leo says, You're pretty lucky. Howl smirks. Seems like you're not worried about me at all. You'll regret that. Howl is from a prestigious hero family, the Sliff lineage, known for their incredible combat skills. Carl narrates from the side, In the night department's midterm practical exam, anyone who wins 5 matches passes the test. Some students in the audience whisper, I wonder how skilled Leo really is. Yeah, but he's studying 3 majors at once. He's got to be weaker than others. Don't forget, Howl ranks 3rd in Class 1, right behind Celia and Duran. Then, Howl summons his green spear and glares at Leo, thinking, So this is that arrogant guy who's always around Celia. Professor Kragan announces, The one who renders their opponent unable to continue fighting wins. Treat this as a real battle. Just as the match begins, Leo senses something. A wave of dark energy coming from the academy itself. The scene cuts to the academy interior, showing Chloe, sitting alone, scribbling notes into her book. Frustrated, she tears out a few pages and mutters, No, I can't do it. There's no way I can create a unique magic with my own ability. She slams her fist on the desk, anger boiling. I can't lose to Leo in this practical exam. Her eyes then fall upon that same dark book, the grimoire. She whispers, With this, I can win. This time, I'll definitely win. Back in the arena, Leo is still feeling that strange dark energy when suddenly, Howl attacks with his spear. Leo easily dodges, but Howl follows up with another spell, Snake Spear. A serpent-like aura shoots from the spear's tip, lunging toward Leo. Leo raises just one hand and blocks it effortlessly. Howl's eyes widen. What the? How is he this strong? Leo grabs the spear and yanks it forward, pulling Howl along, and delivers a powerful punch straight to his face. Howl crashes to the ground, dazed. Leo says calmly, Now tell me, who's careless? Furious, Howl releases his green aura. Stop showing off. The real duel starts now. He chants, Poison Mist, and the arena fills with a toxic haze. Howl smirks. He can't even use aura properly. He won't last long with brute strength alone. But Leo, unfazed, mutters, "Poison aura. Interesting. That's quite unique." Then Leo unleashes his own flame aura. Hal scoffs. "That aura's nothing compared to Celia's level. It won't even push me back." Leo smirks. "Looks like you're the one getting careless now." Their auras clash violently. Flame versus poison, lighting up the arena. The crowd goes wild, cheering for both sides, while Duran watches silently. Celia, on the other hand, stares in shock, thinking, when did Leo's flame power become this strong? Seeing Leo's flames rise, Howl freezes. What is this? His aura? It's as strong as Celia's. A crazy guy who attends every class? And still this powerful. Howl grits his teeth. This move, I made it to defeat Celia. I never thought I'd have to use it against you, Leo Plav. He thrusts his hand forward, summoning a massive green serpent. Snake prison, he shouts. The huge snake wraps itself tightly around Leo, constricting him from all sides. Howl looks toward Celia, smirking. How's that, Celia? This spell was designed specifically to counter your flame aura. But Celia doesn't reply. She simply points behind him. Howl turns, and his eyes widen in shock. The green serpent is melting under the sheer heat of Leo's aura. No way. That's impossible. Before Howl can react, Leo sheathes his sword, then draws it again in a single powerful swing, sending Howl's spear flying out of his hands. Leo smiles and says calmly, "Never be careless until my flame dies out." The professor steps forward and announces, "Winner Leo Plav." Chelsea claps excitedly. "I knew it. I knew Leo would win." Carl laughs. "Yeah, same here. I had no doubts." As Howl walks away, he mutters to himself, "I didn't think his real combat skills were this good. No wonder he's always around Celia." Just then, Celia walks up and says softly, "You did well, Howl." Howl blushes and scratches his head. "Why, yeah. Thanks." Then the professor announces the next sparring match. Next up, Class 5's Ileana versus Class 5's Chun Xia. Ileana looks shocked. Xia is known as one of the top 3 candidates in the summoning department. Xia smiles politely. "My name's Xia. Please take care of me." Ileana nods. "Same here." The professor signals, "Begin." Xia starts forming her water spell, while Ileana charges forward with her sword. Watching from above, Leo sighs. Ileana's about to be in trouble. As Ileana swings her blade, Xia unleashes her spell. A powerful wave of water that knocks Ileana back, slamming her to the ground. "Winner Chun Xia," the professor announces. Ileana sits up, brushing herself off. "Well, at least I didn't give up." From above, Leo comments, "Yeah, their fight wasn't really balanced. But if Ileana had stayed calmer, she might have done better." The professor calls out again. Next match, Class 1's Celia Zardinger versus Class 1's Duran Moria. Celia smiles confidently. "This is going to be fun, Duran." Duran doesn't reply. He just stares at her silently. Up in the stands, Carl munches popcorn, offering some to Leo. "Here, take some. This fight's gonna be wild." Leo smirks. "Yeah, this one's going to be interesting." As the battle begins, lightning and fire explode across the arena. The students cheer loudly. "Look at that. Fire and lightning. This is insane." Celia grins. "Let's see who the top student of the night department really is." Duran rushes forward, sword crackling with electricity. Celia counters easily, her movements sharp and precise. Up in the stands, students whisper. As expected, the top student's combat power is insane. Carl leans over to Leo. "So, who do you think's gonna win?" Leo replies, "Right now, it looks like Celia's losing." Carl's jaw drops. Leo stares at Celia and adds, "But her eyes. She's hiding something. A trump card." Suddenly, Duran uses his lightning aura and dashes in, scratching Celia's cheek with his blade. The two clash again and again, sparks flying everywhere. Then Celia releases a massive surge of flame aura. filling the entire training ground. The students gasp. Whoa, she's getting serious. Leo chuckles. You figured it out, Celia. Carl asks. Figured what out? Leo explains. The first-year training ground is small. Celia realized she can't match Duran's speed, so she shrunk the battlefield using her flames. Now Duran's movement is slowed. She's always been strong, but now she's unstoppable. Duran wipes his sweat. It's too hot. Suddenly, Celia appears behind him in a flash. He barely dodges, swinging his sword, but Celia catches it barehanded, smiles and says, Got you. Then, she headbutts Duran so hard he collapses, unconscious. Winner Celia Zardinger. The professor announces. Celia smirks. You should really work on your strength, Duran, and offers him a hand. He takes it, pulling himself up. The other students murmur. Her victory pose was perfect. Quick, take a picture. Leo grins. Looks like all that training finally paid off. Carl nods. Yeah, she was amazing. Then, from behind them, Professor Harlan stands up. So Celia really won, huh? He looks at Leo and says, I heard your entire explanation. Leo turns. Wait, how long have you been sitting there? And just like that, the night department's practical exams come to an end. Celia, 4 wins, 1 loss. Duran, 4 wins, 1 loss. Chun Xia, 4 wins, 1 loss. And Leo Plav, 5 wins. Perfect record. A week later, the linguistics written exams begin. Professor Harlan collects the papers, saying, You've all worked hard. Keep it up. Don't let an exam defeat you, or you'll end up leaving the academy. He leaves, shutting the door behind him. Ileana groans. That crazy guy. He's always talking about expelling students. 2 students walk up to Chelsea. Hey, can we see your answer sheet? Chelsea smirks. Which one of you wants to see it first? Meanwhile, Leo's sitting at the back desk. Head down. Already asleep. And then, a girl asks Leo about his exam. Leo says it wasn't too bad. And the girl laughs, teasing him. Our president, who tops in everything, even he looks that serious? That must have been a really hard test. Leo smiles and says, Do I really look that way to you? She giggles and replies, If anything hurts, just tell me. I'll heal you with my healing magic. Just then, Cal walks up to her and says jokingly, Hey, my shoulders and back are killing me. Help me too. Before she can answer, Stelcy appears from behind, laughing, and smacks Kyle on the head. If I heal you, won't that hurt even more? She teases. Then she turns to Leo and asks, Leo, how's your summoning practice going for the upcoming exam? According to the schedule, you're never at the summoning grounds. Leo replies, I'm practicing just fine. Somewhere no one can see me. Chelsea laughs. That's so like you. So tell me, what rank do you think you'll get this time? Leo says confidently, Of course I'll be. And then, the scene shifts to the day of the practice exam. A student named Run Ba-Tez welcomes everyone to the summoning practice exam, known as the creature race. He introduces himself. I'm a 3rd-year student from the summoning department, Run Ba-Tez. Hearing this, Celia whispers, Wait, is this seriously some kind of test? Her brother, Riss, explains, The summoning creature race is an old and famous tradition here. It's one of the most popular and important topics in the entrance exams. Meanwhile, we see Kyle still being Kyle, selling popcorn and drinks in the crowd. Someone nearby complains, Ugh, this crowd is so loud. It's really annoying. Then Elizabeth looks at Leo and says, You're pretty skilled. During the night department exams, did you practice your summoning as much as this? Leo stretches his arms casually and replies, Yeah, why? Elizabeth says, You say you practiced, but I've never seen you once at the summoning grounds. Hearing this, other students start murmuring, Yeah, step aside if you're not taking this seriously. A student tries to calm everyone down, but another says, Don't defend Leo just because he's in your class. He's been disrespectful to the entire summoning department. Shia comments, The atmosphere's so tense. The exam hasn't even started yet. A boy named Sane, from the summoning department, mocks her. Since you got good grades in the night department, I guess you don't care about this exam, huh? Then another student interrupts the noise and says coldly, if you want to argue about who's ridden their summoned creature the most, do it somewhere else, not in front of me. That student's name is Varden Tyden, a top-ranking entrance student from the southern continent. Sane gets angry. What did you just say? Varden replies, talking about how many times you've ridden your summon isn't an accomplishment. It's just annoying. Sane snaps, oh, now you feel guilty because you didn't even show up for the taming training, right? Varden smirks. I skipped it because it was a waste of time. I'm not dumb enough to struggle with griffins. Enraged, Sane goes to punch him, but Leo steps in, stopping him. Leo says firmly, if you fight before the exam, you'll get punished and disqualified. Sane clenches his fist, then reluctantly steps back. Another student sighs, man, the summoning department's vibe is awful. Leo asks, why? The student explains, most summoning students are multi-majors, more skilled than average. But you and Shia chose single major summoning. And when we invited you for group training, you two never showed up. Leo thinks to himself, I don't know why that bothers them so much. What difference does it make? Meanwhile, a mysterious, cloaked figure watches Leo from afar. He mutters, so it finally begins, and disappears into a dark portal. Sane glares furiously, thinking, I'll see you in training, and I'll crush you there. Run Ba-Tez begins explaining the rules. First-year students can only use summoning skills during the test. Dual-class students can't use aura or magic either. Once the test begins, you must tame the griffin in front of you, fly to the silent lake, and return safely. Let's see who earns first place in this semester's midterm exams. Excitement fills the air as everyone gets ready. Professor Yumi says, rookies, don't panic. Just do what I taught you during practice. If you fall behind, no one will come to help, so stay focused. Hearing that, the students grow even more nervous. Then Yumi signals the start of the match. Immediately, all the students start attacking Leo and Varden together. The announcer shouts, what's happening? It's like everyone planned to attack those two from the start. Leo deflects the attacks while a classmate calls out, class representative, are you okay? Leo replies, don't worry about me. Just go ahead. The student nods and runs off. Spectators watching say, this isn't fair. The summoning department students are just ganging up on them. Leo thinks, I knew they'd try something like this, but I didn't expect them to go this far. The announcer continues, Varden just dispelled all the elemental attacks aimed at him. Now he's riding his griffin toward Leo. Varden says, this looks tough. Need a hand? Leo smirks, no thanks. I've got this. He charges forward. Chelsea watches from the stands, worried. What's happening, Leo? Professor Yumi thinks, the distance between the first-year students keeps growing. They just ganged up on one student. Leo specializes in spirits. Summoning might be a challenge for him. But then, Yumi's eyes widen in shock. Leo raises his hand and says, spirits, break my chains, and open the path for me. Two spirits appear, one blazing red like fire, and one green like nature. Yumi gasps, that's spirit language? And he's using it perfectly? How is that possible? She smiles faintly, relieved. Looks like I'll have to bring him into the summoning department for real. Meanwhile, the students who attacked Leo whisper among themselves. He got what he deserved. What kind of representative? The so-called best student of the South. Everyone in the crowd starts laughing. Those two are completely useless. They'll definitely finish dead last. Hearing that, Sane Leo smirks and says, so what do you think, Eliza? That was good, right? Eliza folds her arms and says coldly, I don't like this at all. Even without you, I could have easily beaten Leo and Varden by myself. She then adds with a wicked smile, Just imagine how everyone will look at the summoning department now, watching those two face humiliation. It's going to be so satisfying. Sane thinks angrily. Just because she comes from a noble family, she acts like she's above everyone else. Whatever. I'll at least secure second place. After all, aside from Eliza, I'm the best at controlling griffins. But suddenly, someone yells, "Sane Leo, look behind you." He turns and sees Shia, flying past him on her griffin, overtaking him with ease. He's shocked. How is she that fast? She's not even using soul energy to boost her summons power. Panicking, he orders his teammates, "Everyone, eliminate her." All of them summon their spirits and launch attacks at Shia, but she dodges them effortlessly, then dives at one girl and knocks her straight off her griffin. Shia smirks. "I haven't even started using aura yet." Then she flies up beside Sane and says calmly, "You're starting to see me as your enemy, huh? That won't end well for you." Sane replies, "Yeah, and you're at a disadvantage in aerial combat, you should know that." Shia smiles, "I know, but I'm not your only enemy." She points behind him. "There's someone else who's really mad at you, and he's right behind." Before Sane can react, boom, a fiery blast explodes from behind him. He turns in shock. That's Varden." Varden laughs. "Thanks for the griffin, scrap metal. Here, let me give you a little gift in return." He channels his spirit, forming a massive fireball. Sane yells to his teammates, "Everyone, get away now!" But before they can react, an explosion erupts among the griffins. The scene cuts to the exam announcer, speaking urgently. "Next, we have Leo Plow, a first-year and dual class student. Unfortunately, it seems he's not doing too well today." Leo stands before his griffin and notices something strange in its wing. His eyes widen with anger. So that's what this so-called aspiring hero did. He grabs the reins tightly and starts pulling hard. The announcer gasps, "Leo is attempting a reckless taming. You should never forcefully tame a mount." Celia shouts, "Why is he forcing his griffin like that?" Rhys replies, "No, he must have a plan." Leo pulls harder, saying, "I know how you feel, but now it's time to listen to me." His tone grows sharp, and the griffin trembles in fear, finally submitting. Leo gently removes the object from its wing and mounts it once more. The announcer continues, "Leo's griffin was actually injured, but even so, what can he do now? He'll probably still end up last." Leo whispers to his griffin, "I know this hurts. I know it's hard, but we'll push through together." He raises his hand, summoning his phoenix. Flames burst forth, surrounding the griffin in a brilliant glow. Celia stares in awe. "What is that flame?" Rhys mutters, "That's not a normal aura flame. Wait, could it be the flame of Zerdinger?" Meanwhile, other students gasp, "Our griffins are exhausted. We can't go any faster." Another replies, "Hey, that's good news. At least we won't be last." But suddenly, they see Leo blazing past them all, his griffin soaring like a comet wrapped in fire. Leo smiles faintly. "Now I can see everything clearly. Let's go even faster." But then, he spots something terrifying ahead. A student riding an enormous dragon. Leo's eyes widen. What is that? A Fafnir? What's a Fafnir doing here?" And guys, then the scene cuts to a few minutes earlier. Eliza walks up to Verdun, but Verdun smirks and says, "I'm not going to let you take first place." He snaps his fingers, and suddenly, a massive fire blast erupts toward Eliza. Eliza barely dodges it, leaping aside as an explosion lights up the air. She thinks that blast. It used both wind and fire spirits at the same time. That's not something an average person can pull off with their spirit. "I never imagined," she mutters, "that you'd even have a license for magic, Verdun." Then, with fierce determination, she adds, "No matter how strong your attacks get, I can still dodge them easily." Verdun glares at her and unleashes a flurry of fire blasts. Eliza evades them all one after another with incredible agility. Then Verdun raises his hand again, preparing an ice attack. "Let's see how you dodge this one," he taunts, launching dozens of icy spikes at her. Eliza commands her griffin sharply, and her summon opens its beak, breathing out a massive wave of fire that melts and shatters all the icicles instantly. Verdon's eyes widen. Fortifying summons? Just then, the announcer's voice booms. What an exciting battle! Eliza has nullified Verdon's attack by using fortifying summons. At that moment, Shia flies between them, using the chaos to her advantage. The referee announces, as I said earlier, Shia noticed her opponents were fighting each other, and she's used that moment to overtake them both. Shia races ahead, but Eliza, furious, throws out a purple rope-like spell that wraps around Shia's neck and pulls her back. "I won't let you win, Shia," Eliza yells. But just as she pulls, a burst of fire erupts right in front of Shia. At the very last second, Shia leaps off her griffin, dodging the explosion by inches. She breaks free from the rope, lands back onto her griffin midair, and mutters, "Summon class students aren't a joke." Then suddenly, a loud, beastly growl echoes through the sky. Everyone turns to see a massive black wyvern, and riding atop it is Saint Leo himself. He shouts, "I'm going to kill you all." Shia quickly flies up beside him and yells, "Saint Leo, in the summoning race, you're not allowed to use anything other than a wyvern. That's against the rules." Saint snaps, "Shut up. You think I care about your stupid rules? All of you talented brats can just disappear." Shia gasps, "That idiot actually made a contract with a black wyvern." Leah adds, "That's not a normal black wyvern. It looks more like an irregular wyvern." And just then, behind them, Leo appears, flying on his own griffin, now completely covered in flaming aura. A student shouts, "Leo, how did you reach us so fast?" Saint Leo smirks, "Doesn't matter. I'll kill you whenever I want." But Leo glares back and says firmly, "Hey!" The single word makes everyone, Leah, Verdon, Shia, and even Saint, turn to look at him. Leo continues, "Where did you find that lizard?" Saint laughs, "Oh, are you jealous now? This is all thanks to my power. I made a contract with it using my summoning skill." "You're just jealous of me and my summon, aren't you?" Leo thinks silently. He still believes that thing is a summon? That's not a wyvern, it's a Fafnir, a monster once used by magic users during the Tartar Wars, and they were wiped out in the Age of Despair. How did this guy form a contract with one? Saint Leo then commands, "Attack them all!" The wyvern roars and dives. Leo, Verdon, and Eliza dodge just in time, but Shia isn't so lucky. The blast hits her directly. She tries to shield herself with a water spell, but it's too late. The attack strikes, sending both her and her griffin plummeting. Before she can hit the ground, Leo dives after her, catching her in midair. He looks down at her unconscious body and thinks, "She's out cold. I have to get her somewhere safe first." As he descends toward the ground, Saint Leo grins wickedly. "So that's how it feels to look down on others from above," he laughs. "Not bad at all." Then, the announcer's voice cuts in over the speakers. One contestant has left the course area and is now off track. Additionally, contestant Saint Leo has summoned a black wyvern and attacked other competitors. Back at the control center, Yumi kicks her desk angrily. "That crazy idiot! This is no time for reckless casting." She immediately orders, "All teachers from the summoning class, head to the scene right now. The race is on hold." Moments later, the Class 1 professor and the magic department professor rush in. "What happened?" they ask. Yumi explains quickly, "Saint Leo has made a contract with a high-tier demonic beast." Both professors freeze in shock. She continues, "That beast could drive him insane at any moment." One of the teachers asks, "Can he actually control such a creature on his own?" Before Yumi can answer, a voice comes from behind. Harlan steps forward. "You're wondering if someone else is controlling him, aren't you?" he says calmly. Yumi nods. "I don't know, but it's definitely possible." Harlan replies, "Then we'll take care of it. I'll handle Saint Leo and that demonic beast myself." The other professors should focus on protecting the students. He calls out to Zen, ordering him to come along. The two of them head off toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, we return to Leo's wyvern landing on the ground. He gently lays Shia down. Soon after, Verdun and Eliza arrive behind him. Verdun looks up nervously and says, "He's coming." And sure enough, Sane Leo descends from the sky, riding his black wyvern. "So, you decided not to run?" Sane sneers. "You should have just hidden somewhere instead of gathering in one place." Verdun steps forward, shouting, "I didn't run. And what you're riding, that's not a summon or a black wyvern." Sane snaps, "I'm a summoning student. You think you know more than me?" Leo cuts in coldly, "That thing is a demonic beast, a Fafnir." Sane freezes in confusion, and so do Eliza and Verdun. Then a memory flashes in Leo's mind, a scene from his past. He stands surrounded by a group of Fafnirs. "I've come to wipe out disgusting creatures like you," he says. One of the Fafnirs glares at him, exhaling a terrifying green mist from its mouth. Then the flashback fades, bringing us back to the present. Sane Leo bursts out laughing, unhinged. Eliza looks at him and says, "He's lost it. He's completely insane." Sane shouts, "You lunatic! You think I'm trash? Huh? You think you're better than me?" Then he screams, "Die!" and commands his black wyvern to attack again. Verdun yells, "He's gone mad!" and summons a massive stone golem in defense. He says grimly, "Our goal now is to destroy that disgusting creature." Eliza glances at him and mutters, "Verdun just wants to look cool working solo. Fine, I'll join in too." She cracks her whip and says, "We need to knock that maniac off the demonic beast first." Verdun replies, "The golem won't last long, so be ready before it's destroyed." Eliza smirks, "You never change, Verdun. Still all talk." Leo watches the two and gives a faint smile. Sane sneers, "Golems are tough, sure, but they've never lasted long in front of my summon. What'll you do now?" Eliza summons her purple whip again and lashes it toward Sane Leo. Sane growls, "How dare you attack me?" And then Valden snaps his fingers. A dark flame suddenly bursts above the black wyvern's head and explodes violently. Valden signals to Leo and says, "Now." Hearing this, San Lu's eyes widen in shock. San Lu yells, "What the hell have these lunatics done?" But before he can react, Leo appears right in front of him and lands a powerful kick straight to his face, knocking him down and taking control of the black wyvern. San Lu trembles with rage and shouts, "So, you want to take this boy away from a demonic beast? Levin, this is as far as you'll go." Just then, Elisa shouts at Valden, "Don't go too far on your own." She yells, "Leo Plov." Leo smirks and says, "What happened? Are you scared now, young hero candidate?" San Lu growls, "You're a demon beast handler, Tetros. Where is your real body? You can't be too far from here." The person controlling Leo's body replies, "You found out my true identity. Even in a situation like this, you remain calm. You really are a true hero." He grins darkly, "That's why you have to die here." He launches a powerful wind attack toward Leo. Leo dodges, but the wyvern tilts and he slips off its back, falling rapidly. Before he hits the ground, Leo summons his little phoenix midair. "Now's your time to shine, Fiora," he yells. Leo narrates, "I was good at everything, but I never mastered anything. Aaron and Doyne beat me in aura. Luna surpassed me in magic, and Lysanus defeated me in summoning. That's why I chose the combination of powers." Then, Leo sends his flames toward little Phoenix. The Phoenix absorbs it, merging with Leo's aura, magic, and soul energy, transforming into a massive phoenix. Leo smiles, "Now you really look like a phoenix." San Lu looks startled. That demonic beast is resisting the phoenix's energy. Then he demands, "You made a contract with the phoenix? Who are you?" Leo replies calmly, "Tell me where you got that Fafnir from, and I'll tell you who I am." San Lu snarls, "You know about the beast from the Edge of Despair? Then you can't be allowed to live. He prepares his attack. Leo whispers to Fiora. He's charging up an attack. Get ready. Sanlu begins forming a massive spell. Leo focuses. Zerdinger's secret sword technique, combined with Phoenix Breath. He fuses the two abilities and unleashes a massive slash from his sword's tip, colliding head-on with Sanlu's attack. The explosion creates a blinding light. Sanlu grins. This is your end. But suddenly, his wyvern roars in pain. Leo notices. A direct hit on the main body? His soul energy is fading. Leo channels all his strength, intensifying his attack, overpowering Sanlu's spell. The phoenix's flames consume the wyvern completely, and within seconds, it bursts apart into radiant fragments, vanishing into light. Leo breathes heavily. You did great, Fiora. Now let's head back. But the massive phoenix suddenly shrinks down again into little phoenix form. Leo panics, realizing he's still in the sky. Oh no! If I fall from here, it's over. He starts plummeting. Then the scene shifts to a strange man sitting on a dead tree's roots, muttering to himself. So, he's the only hero candidate left alive. I should finish him now. But suddenly, a bright light flashes nearby, and a crushing pressure fills the air. He gasps. Who's there? Katjen and Harlan appear. They shout. He's the demonic beast handler of Tetros. The man frowns. Tage. Disappointing. He activates a dark portal behind him and steps into it. He says, a pity. Looks like I'll have to wait until next time. As he vanishes, dozens of eyes and mouths emerge from his aura before disappearing completely. Katjen sighs. We lost him. Harlan says grimly. Seems like all of them have started moving again. He picks up the remaining fragments and adds, Lumen Academy is no longer safe. The scene cuts back. Leo and his phoenix are falling through the sky. Leo shouts, Fiora, return to the summoning realm now. The phoenix vanishes in a burst of flame. Suddenly, someone grabs Leo by the shirt mid-fall. Leo, are you all right? It's Professor Yura, riding her black wyvern. Leo gasps, Professor Yura. She smirks. Good thing I wasn't too late. She lands safely with Leo on the ground. Then we see that same cloaked figure again, his entire body wrapped in dark fabric. He walks among monstrous creatures, attaching strange red threads to them. He mutters, how humiliating to get exposed by a mere hero candidate. He recalls, that boy wasn't ordinary. A phoenix had formed a contract with him. Another voice answers, oh? And he also knew the true identity of a Fafnir. The cloaked man's eyes widen. Now this is getting interesting. The scene transitions to Lumen Academy. Leo walks through the halls, thinking to himself, the summoning practice midterm exam was cancelled. Sanlu is dead. And the new students finally understand how dangerous this academy really is. He continues, many are still curious about Sanlu's Fafnir contract. And under Professor Yura's orders, the four of us told everyone that it was just a black wyvern. Then, Leo enters the magic classroom. Today is the day of the magic practice exam. Carl and Chelsea glance at Chloe. Chloe, did you stay up all night? You look exhausted, Carl says. Chloe silently walks to her desk without replying. Leo notices her but doesn't say anything. The professor looks around. All right. Seems like everyone's here. Now listen carefully. You all should have finished creating your original magic based on your personality. He smiles. And it would be a waste for me alone to see your creations. So I've invited 3 special guests. Your seniors, who graduated 3 years ago from the magic major. He introduces them. Rilda Pidney, Idman Sleck, and Scene Hogs. These 3 will be your judges today. They greet the class. Hello, juniors. Carl whispers to Leo. Looks like we're getting good grades today, huh? Leo mutters. I doubt it'll be that easy. The professor calls. Next, Elena Layden. Elena steps forward confidently. I'm Elena Layden from Class 5. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Carl is surprised. Whoa, She's amazing. Elena raises her hand and casts a light spell. A bright explosion of light fills the room. My main attribute is light, she explains. The professor nods in surprise. That's quite a rare attribute. Elena continues, I can also combine light with fire, creating a powerful thermal ray spell. The teachers are impressed. They note, it's similar to a basic laser-type spell, but more refined. They write down her grades. The results. One judge gives her C-, another C, and the last one C-. Then more students perform, one by one receiving C, C-, or at best B+. Carl earns a B+, while Chelsea gets an A, and both cheer excitedly. The judges exchange glances, murmuring, not bad, but something's missing. One of the professors said this year's students are supposed to be special, but so far we haven't seen anything that extraordinary. Another adds, let's see the remaining students. Maybe the real talent is yet to come. Then, Abad Levelian steps forward. The girls in class whisper, he's so cool. He's definitely getting an A+. Abad walks to the board and begins writing his magic formula. He says confidently, I'll show you all Tempest. When it's complete, it'll be ranked among the top-class spells. Then the screen flashes and we're taken into his past. The scene opens in the Levelian family's estate, where Abad is imprisoned inside a cube-shaped cage. Abad starts circulating his aura around himself, creating a massive tornado. The tornado grows so large that it extends beyond the cage itself. Then, a small creature approaches out of curiosity and accidentally walks into the tornado. Seeing this, Abad immediately panics and stops the tornado to save it. He rushes to the creature and asks softly, Are you okay? The scene shifts back to the present time, where Abad is explaining about a type of magic that can drastically enhance the power of wind. The judges observe his demonstration and comment, It looks simple, but the system behind it is extremely complex to use. Impressed, they all give Abad an A+ grade. Chelsea thinks to herself, that's my brother. Then Professor Lin, visibly excited, says, All right, let's move on to the next student. The next student was Leo Plov. Leo begins, The high sorcery I'll be presenting today is called No Attribute Sorcery. The judges look confused and ask, What's that? We've never heard of it before. Leo explains, You all know that basic magic, the usual spells, require elemental attributes, right? They nod. Of course, it's a fundamental condition for any spell. Leo smiles slightly and says, Well, my sorcery system doesn't require any spellcasting process at all. The judges stare at him doubtfully. One mutters, That's impossible. Another adds, So, you're saying you've created an entirely new casting system? Leo replies confidently, Yes. Hearing that, Professor Lin's eyes light up with excitement. He thinks this boy definitely belongs in the magic department. However, one of the judges says disappointedly, Leo, this is ridiculous. We didn't come here to hear made-up stories. But Professor Lin interrupts, I'd like to see it myself. Leo, write your spell. Let's see what you've got. Hesitantly, the other judges agree to watch. Leo starts writing his spell on the board. One of the judges observes, He's not just casting a single spell. He's building an entirely different casting system. Leo nods and says, Yes, the same as Luna, the poet of stars. Another judge scoffs. Oh, you think you can stand on Luna's level? You believe you can reach the poet of stars realm? Leo calmly replies, Of course not. I would never compare myself to Luna. The judge snaps, Say the great Luna. Kids these days are so rude. Leo corrects himself. Yes, the great Luna was indeed a legendary mage. But you don't need to be a genius like her to create a new spellcasting system. The judges exchange glances. One of them mutters again, The great Luna. At that very moment, Leo finishes writing his spell structure on the board. A professor frowns. Are you sure you're not just scribbling nonsense? But the middle judge leans forward, stunned, and says, What he's showing here. This structure could allow us to use any magic, without any penalty. Chelsea whispers, "Wow, I can't even understand these spells." Kyle sighs, "I gave up trying a long time ago." Then a judge asks, "Leo Plav, what was your purpose behind creating this magic system?" Leo answers, "I wanted to be able to use any kind of magic that exists, freely." The judge thinks to himself, this junior is absolutely insane. Then he realizes, now I understand why this year's batch of students is considered special. He asks, "So what do you call this system?" Leo smiles and replies, "BIBL." Hearing that name, one of the judges widens her eyes in shock. Bibble, only one person in history ever used that magic system. It was a system created by the fictional hero Kyle. The judges, now intrigued, start giving their scores. The one who recognized it thinks maybe Leo really will prove that Kyle actually existed. They hand over their scoring sheets to Professor Allen. Professor Allen reads them out loud and says, "Leo Plav, grade, a plus." Leo thinks to himself, back when I was Kyle, I could never complete this system. But this time, then he notices Chloe standing up in the audience. She looks directly at him. Leo asks softly, "Chloe, are you all right?" The professor calls out the final participant's name, Chloe Mueller. The judges nod and say, "We've heard that you're the top student in the magic class. What have you prepared for us today?" Chloe replies, "I've prepared a high sorcery spell called the Imperceptible Flame." The judges exchange glances. Imperceptible flame? But Chloe, your attribute is ice, isn't it? Chelsea thinks she's actually created a high sorcery spell opposite to her own attribute. But this looks completely normal. The judges also think we expected something on the same level as the previous two students, but this looks pretty basic. One of the judges says, "If this is all you have to show us, I'll give you your score now." But Chloe suddenly speaks up, "Wait, let me show you the true value of this magic." She begins her spell. Summoning a large amount of water, she pours it directly over her flame. Abad and Leo watch in disbelief. The flame didn't extinguish at all. The judges whisper among themselves, "Did she add permanence to the flame?" Chloe smiles and says, "You're right. This flame will never disappear unless I cancel it myself." One of the judges thinks all spells follow one fundamental rule. They vanish when their mana runs out. But Chloe Mueller has broken that rule. How? Chloe then reveals the true name of her high sorcery, Eternal Flame. Leo stares in shock. That's impossible. The professor stands up and announces, "Chloe Mueller, grade A+." Chloe glances toward Leo, while Leo silently thinks she created an undying flame, something even Luna couldn't achieve. Only one person in history ever did this, Erebus. The scene shifts to after class. Leo recalls his conversation with Celia about Chloe. When he asks about her, Celia says, "She's probably sleeping. She told me she couldn't sleep at all during the test, so she went to bed early today." Celia then asks, "Did something happen with Chloe?" Leo replies, "Why?" Celia explains, "She's been acting strange lately, really sensitive. She even got into fights with several students in class. I also heard she's been clashing with some delinquents lately." Leo sits quietly, thinking about it. Suddenly, his summon, Little Phoenix, appears beside him. Leo smiles. "Hey, how are you doing?" Phoenix asks, "Did you summon me, Leo Plav?" Then, Phoenix's mother appears behind her and says, "Leo, why did you call me through my daughter?" Leo asks, "I'm really curious. Why is Miss Freena living here at Lumen Academy?" He thinks to himself, a phoenix is the complete opposite of a demonic beast. There must be a reason she's still here. Freena explains, 5 years ago, Lumen Academy was attacked. 2 students and 3 staff members were killed, but the culprit was never found. In the end, Headmaster Kalina assigned me to investigate the school, and I've been searching for clues ever since. Leo asks, "Have you heard about the demonic beast that appeared during the summoning exam?" She nods. "Yes, I've heard about it. A student even died because of that incident." Leo says, "Do you think Tartarus was behind it?" She replies cautiously, I do suspect them, but I can't say for sure. Then Leo says seriously, please tell Headmaster Kalina. Sulin wasn't the only student Tartarus reached. Frina looks shocked upon hearing that. Then the scene shifts again, to the joint practice exam for heroic and combat studies. Professor Harlan stands before the class and says, now that everyone's here, your class representative will explain the rules for this exam. Leo steps forward and begins explaining. This heroic and combat studies joint practice exam is a team-based test, where we'll be forming groups to raid a world known as the Chedmore Incident. All the students are stunned. Eliana gasps, wait, the Chedmore Incident? Leo begins explaining about the Chedmore Incident. He says, 30 years ago, a group of 5-year students from Lumen Academy went missing in that world. They were attacked by Tartarus. He continues, back then, Professor Elby, who was just a second-year student and a sorcerer of magic eye, was sent with a rescue team into that dungeon. Thankfully, they managed to save all the missing students from dying. Our goal in this expedition, Leo adds, is to rescue the injured and completely eliminate the beasts inside that dungeon. And will assist second-year Professor Elby in any way necessary. Professor Harlan then says seriously, this isn't some average midterm exam. In this test, you'll learn how to stay alert and cautious at all times. So, keep your minds sharp, and remember, any student found doing nothing by the end of the exam will be instantly expelled from the academy. Hearing that, all the students freeze in fear. Harlan then smiles gently and says, believe in yourselves. By the end of this, you'll all become much stronger. Hearing this, Eliana's eyes fill with tears. She says softly, Professor, you're such a kind person. Harlan smirks and replies, get lost. The scene cuts to the cute professor who's now organizing the expedition teams. Chelsea says, so, we won't be choosing our own teams? Kyle replies, looks like we'll have to work with completely random people. Then everyone starts picking balls from a large tub. Each ball has a number representing their team. When Leo picks his, it shows Team 11. He sighs and thinks, of course, the last team. Professor Elby then announces, all teams are now set. Everyone, stand on your designated summoning portal. Chelsea says proudly, I'm with Princess Jerdinger. That's quite reassuring. Celia adds, you should all show the world the strength of the Lorden Empire. Then Professor Elby activates the hero record, opening the portal to the Chedmore Incident. The floor under every student begins to glow, and one by one, they're teleported into that world. Meanwhile, back in the exam hall, a large screen appears, allowing everyone outside to see everything happening inside the dungeon. One professor comments, they've just entered that world, and they're already moving fast. Another adds, children from hero bloodlines really are something else. Setjen says proudly, with Celia there, our high rank is guaranteed. Harlan replies, I'm not sure, but Chelsea Lavillian's actions look even better to me. Setjen frowns and glares at him in irritation. Then, another man walks in. Someone whispers, the first team's speed is impressive. No wonder they're the rising stars of the 5th year. Harlan and Setjen both turn. It's the headmaster. Setjen asks, Headmaster, what brings you here? The headmaster smiles. I just wanted to see how much the first-year students have grown. Then he turns to Professor Elby and says, forgive me for bringing up your unpleasant memories from that year. Elby replies calmly, I swore never to forget that incident. So thank you, Headmaster, for reminding me again. Then, the scene cuts to Team 1, who have already completed their raid. The headmaster observes, Princess Jerdinger and the girl from the Lavillian family are truly powerful. They cooperate extremely well. Maybe because they're from the same country. Next, Team 3 finishes their raid, the team with Duran and Abad. The headmaster nods approvingly. They place the strongest members at the front and let the weaker ones handle support. A smart formation. Then, Team 4 also completes their raid, the team with Shia and the pink-haired girl. The headmaster thinks, Nella's healing aura is truly special, and Shia's movements are completely abnormal, almost superhuman. Next up, Team 7, which includes Eliza, Geldon, and Eliana, also complete their raid. The headmaster smiles. This year's students are remarkable, but the most extraordinary one is still yet to come. He then calls forward Team 11, Leo and Chloe. As he looks at Leo, the headmaster's expression softens. Leo Plav, he thinks, this boy reminds me of the past. The professor asks, are you both ready? Leo and Chloe nod. Professor Elby activates the Hero World portal. But just then, Leo notices something strange within the portal, a dark aura leaking out. He frowns and mutters, wait, something's wrong. Before he can react, the teleportation begins. In an instant, the two vanish, but this time only Leo and Chloe are transported. Their teammates look around, confused. What just happened? Nothing's working. Suddenly, red flames erupt all around the summoning platform. The professors panic. Where are Leo and Chloe? One shouts. Setjen stands up from his seat. What happened? The headmaster demands. Professor Elby, report. Elby replies gravely. We need to shut down the exam now. The headmaster looks into Elby's book and freezes. The record shows the words, Chedmore incident, 4 casualties. He mutters, This is the same one, isn't it? Elby nods. Yes, this is a hero dungeon. It's manifested itself again. The headmaster whispers, a hero dungeon manifestation. Meanwhile, deep within the portal, Leo and Chloe are teleported, directly inside that hero dungeon. Leo looks at it and mutters, so, it's starting. Everything looks normal at first, but when a quest alarm appears here, it means only one thing. He glances around and realizes, this is a manifestation of a hero dungeon. Chloe looks confused. Wait, this can't be real. I've never heard of a hero record page going out of control like this. Leo immediately tries contacting the professors. Professor, I can't see my team members. What should I do? He keeps trying to connect, but no one responds. Chloe nervously bites her nail. No way. I know they'll stop the exam after seeing this. They'll pull us out of this world soon. Leo shakes his head. If they were going to pause the exam, they'd have done it by now. But even if they do, we still can't get out of here. That only happens when the world itself has turned into a hero dungeon. Looks like it's just the two of us now. Chloe's eyes widen. You're joking, right? You think we can clear this dungeon alone? Even full 10-member teams struggle to finish it. Do you even know how many people died here 30 years ago? Leo nods calmly. Yeah. But if we want to get out of here alive, there's no other choice. We have to clear it. Chloe drops to the ground in fear. Because of Tartarus and the Chedmore incident, so many candidates like us died. This whole forest, it's one big trap. Leo kneels beside her and says gently, Chloe, you're the strongest first-year student in the academy, aren't you? If we work together, we can clear this dungeon. He extends his hand toward her. Chloe looks at him, thinking, how can he stay this calm? Even now, and here I was, thinking I finally managed to catch up to him. Gathering her courage, she stands and says, all right then, what's the plan? Leo explains, there are only 2 ways to clear the Chedmore incident. First, rescue the first-year students trapped inside. Second, keep every single one of them safe until we reach the end of the dungeon. To fulfill both conditions, we'll need a proper strategy. Chloe sighs, but how can we plan anything? We can't even contact the outside world. Leo kneels and starts drawing on the dirt. Then remember this. We're the only Lumen Academy students in this entire forest. Chloe looks at the drawings and says, and the ones who died? Leo nods. You're right. They might still be alive. Then Leo bends forward, crouching down. Chloe blinks. What are you doing? Leo replies, sit on my back. She flinches. What? Why would I do that? Leo says, we can't let the surviving students face Tartarus before we get to them. And you're a mage. Your speed is way too slow. Chloe frowns in frustration but reluctantly climbs onto his back. As Leo moves swiftly through the forest, the scene cuts. Somewhere deep inside, a monster watches from the shadows. It's observing them through a glowing screen. A dark grin spreads across its face. So, it begins again. This was Chuberny, the demon of Tartarus. He stares at Leo and Chloe through his screen. A rescue team, huh? No matter. Our targets are only the hero candidates, the ones who might become a danger to us in the future. He's about to turn away when suddenly he stops and snaps his head toward them. Chloe is casting her ice magic, while Leo channels his bubble magic. Chuberny's eyes narrow. An all-class mage? He draws his weapon, roaring, "Kyle!" The scene cuts back to Leo and Chloe. Leo mutters, "It's getting darker. The closer we get to the center, the thicker the darkness becomes." He takes a deep breath. "Looks like I'll have to use Aaron's skill." Focusing his energy, Leo manipulates his aura precisely. His eyes start glowing with a red-blue aura, activating supersensitivity, allowing him to sense movements from afar. He scans the path ahead. "Get ready, Chloe. There's a group of orcs ahead." "Got it," she replies. Moments later, 2 orcs notice them. Leo signals Chloe to attack. Chloe casts her spell. Dozens of ice spears shoot forward, piercing through the monster's skulls. But then she spots another orc trying to blow a horn. She thinks, if he sounds that horn, every orc nearby will know we're here. Before she can act, Leo flashes forward, slicing both the horn and the orc clean in half with a single sword strike. Chloe stares, speechless. Why is there such a massive power gap between me and him? Will I ever be able to catch up to Leo? Soon, Leo locates the trapped first-year students. They're cornered, surrounded by beasts. Chloe asks, "Are those demons?" Leo replies, "You cover me. I'll deal with them." Chloe casts a levitation spell. Leo steps on it and she launches him forward at high speed. He lands right in front of the group. A girl among the trapped students shouts, "Everyone, get ready!" But before she can finish, a demon lunges at her. In an instant, Leo appears and slices it apart. Another demon freezes in shock. The students stare at Leo, confused. "Are you here to help us?" one asks. Leo nods. "Yeah." Before he can say more, a demon behind him begins chanting, summoning monstrous tentacles with open maws. "Goro's leeches," Leo mutters. He coats his sword in flaming aura and swings once, incinerating all the leeches instantly. The students gasp. "That's incredible." Then, the girl among them steps forward, chanting her own spell. "Arc Ray." Dozens of explosions blast through the demons. They scream, then crumble into ashes. Chloe watches her, stunned. That's star magic. Could she be the victim who died here 30 years ago? The girl turns to Leo. "Thank you for saving us. We panicked when those demons attacked us. But I'm so glad a rescue team arrived." Chloe interrupts softly. "I'm sorry, but I need to talk to my partner alone for a moment." The girl nods and steps aside. Chloe looks at Leo and says quietly, "That girl, her name is Celia Jaren." Leo's eyes widen. "Wait, you mean?" Chloe nods. "Yes, she's Professor Elby's younger sister. She's the one who died in this forest 30 years ago." Leo freezes in shock as Chloe continues. "And now you understand, don't you? Celia Jaren's entire party was never rescued from the Chedmore incident. Chloe says that among all the parties, they were only supposed to encounter Eliana's party. And the demon hunting them, Chuberny, was a knight-ranked demon from the Tartarus army. It was Eliana's party that he attacked first. Tartarus himself had started the Chadmore incident in order to kill the magic genius Eliana Zirian. That's why their names were engraved in history. Chloe adds that with their current abilities, saving that party is impossible. They must find another one soon. But Leo turns toward her and says, "So you're saying we should just leave them to die?" Chloe, frustrated, replies, "Leo, do you think I want that? But this is the hero world. In reality, they all died 30 years ago." Her voice trembles, sadness mixing into her words. Leo looks down, then firmly says, "Yes, they died. But that doesn't mean we should give up on them so easily." That pushes Chloe over the edge. "Fine. I admit it, you're an amazing genius, Leo. But this isn't the time to act like a reckless fool. Stop pretending to be some kind of hero." Her voice cracks as tears fall down her face. Leo looks at her softly and says, "Then you shouldn't say words like reckless when talking about a hero, Chloe." She looks up through her tears, confused. Leo continues, "We're all hero candidates. We're not just acting like heroes. We're in the process of becoming them." Chloe stares at him for a moment, then quietly nods. "All right," she whispers. Leo looks around and says, "History has already started to change." "What do you mean?" Chloe asks. Leo gestures around them. "Look, Chloe. The forest was already dark when we met Eliana's group. By now, they should have already been killed by Chuberny." Chloe frowns. "I still think this is too reckless. But, fine, I'll let you decide, Leo." He nods confidently. "Then we'll escape this forest together with Eliana's party." Chloe watches his back as he walks ahead, thinking, "You've gone so far ahead again, leaving me behind, just like always." She grips her dark grimoire tightly and whispers, "But not this time." The scene shifts to another group, Eliana's party. A student named Tide tells the others, "Only 2 people came for the rescue. One's a first-year magic major." A girl named Dina adds, "You're right, they look our age." The other one's a night major, also first year. Another student, Balek, narrows his eyes. "What if this is another trap by Tartarus?" But Eliana steps forward and says, "Don't be ridiculous. If they were here to kill us, they wouldn't be fighting demons with us." Then she blushes slightly and adds, "Besides, that boy is really cute. Actually, no, he's cool." The others stare at her in disbelief. Dina laughs. "Of all of us, you're saying that?" Eliana smiles back playfully. "So what if I am?" Dina smirks. "I thought Professor Elby was more your type." Before Eliana can respond, Leo walks into view. "Listen carefully," he says firmly. "We're going to move out of the forest as quickly as possible." Tide objects. "Is that really necessary? We've already got reinforcements. We can take our time, kill monsters along the way." Leo cuts him off. "We can't afford that. A night-ranked demon is hunting us." Dina, Balek, and Tide all freeze in shock. Night-ranked demons were so powerful, they could wipe out an entire platoon. Leo continues, "That's exactly why we can't face it head-on. Our goal isn't to win. It's to survive and get back alive." Eliana looks at him quietly and thinks he sounds just like my brother. Somehow, Leo looks around. "Everyone ready?" They all nod. Together, they start making their way out of the forest. Eliana glances at Chloe and notices her serious expression. "That look," she thinks. The scene shifts again to the Lumen Academy library, where Setsun is commanding the professors. "Find every record of heroes that turned into hero dungeons," he orders. "We don't have much time." Professor Kalina turns to Elby and says, "We still can't enter that dungeon. That's a good sign, isn't it?" Elby nods gravely. "Yes. If we can't enter, it means one of the contestants inside is still alive. We can't interfere until they either leave or die." He adds, "It's been over 3 hours since Leo and Chloe entered. By now, it should already be night." Kalina sighs. "You faced Chuberny 30 years ago, didn't you?" Elby nods. "Yes, it was around midnight when it appeared." Kalina places a hand on his shoulder. "Then we'll have to rely on that version of you, the one from your past." Just then, Kalina's assistant rushes in. "Headmaster, we found the person who sold the demon beast summoning catalyst to San Lu." A golden aura bursts across the room, coming from Elby, who's trembling with fury. "Calm yourself, Professor," the headmaster warns. Elby clenches his fists. "I just need some air." He turns and leaves. The assistant watches him go and murmurs. As expected, the professor who became a hero of this era truly despises demons. The headmaster sighs. Understandable. His sister's body was never even found 30 years ago. Then he asks, "Tell me, who sold the catalyst to San Lu?" The assistant replies, "It was a black market dealer from Lumen City. He was quite popular among the first years." She hands the headmaster a book. He opens it and reads. His expression hardens. "You're saying a spy from Tartarus infiltrated Lumen Academy?" The assistant shakes her head. "Not exactly a spy, but someone who leaked some of Tartarus's materials." The headmaster frowns. "Then what was their goal?" He flips another page and freezes. There, among the list of buyers, is a name. Chloe. She had purchased a black spellbook. The headmaster closes the book sharply. "Summon Professor Lon." Immediately, as his assistant leaves, the headmaster stares at his scarred hand. "Years of fighting on battlefields have sharpened my danger sense," he thinks. "And it's telling me the real threat is right under my nose." Meanwhile, in the hero world, Leo, Chloe, and Eliana continue making their way through the forest. Leo uses his super-sensitivity skill, cutting down monsters with swift precision. "I've been using this ability for too long," he thinks. The others are reaching their limit. He signals for everyone to stop and rest. As they sit down, the others glance at Leo, wondering why he doesn't look even remotely tired. He's on another level, they think. Chloe, sitting apart from the group, hides behind a tree, reading from the dark spellbook she bought. Then Eliana walks up to her, smiling. "Hey, can I ask you something?" Chloe looks up, slightly startled. "What? What's your relationship with Leo? Are you two lovers?" Chloe turns red. We're not anything like that." Eliana laughs. "Your reaction says otherwise." Chloe glares at her, thinking, this girl. She's a senior who joined the academy 30 years ago, yet she looks no different from my classmates. Finally, Chloe asks, "Why are you even asking that?" "Don't tell me. You're interested in Leo too." She says, "My heart is pounding so fast." Chloe replies, "So, did you fall in love with Leo at first sight?" She thinks, Eliana Jerome was a magic genius. Even 30 years later, she topped the discussion topics. Leo must be really something. Eliana says, "I'm not sure what I'm feeling. My heart is racing, but should I say it? It's exactly the same feeling I get when I look at my brother, especially when he gets stuck on something. In the end, he always manages to pull through." Hearing that, Chloe says, "Get stuck? A sorcerer getting stuck?" Eliana looks at her and asks, "Magic eye, what is that?" Chloe explains, "I mean LB Jerome." Eliana replies, "Yeah, he always challenges the impossible." Chloe thinks, impossible things, that's so much like Leo. She continues, "I used to be friends with Leo, but now I'm so jealous of him." Eliana tells Chloe, "We're similar. I used to be extremely jealous of my brother. He looked foolish a lot of the time, but somehow he could achieve anything. It bothered me so much. It's a secret, but the basic structure of my sorcery wasn't built by my brother. I'm good at using existing magic, but I'm not great at creating new magic. I actually failed Lumen Academy's entrance exam twice." Chloe, stunned, places a hand on her bag and says, "A target of admiration? And for me, that target is Leo." At that moment, Leo senses something and orders everyone to stand up. "We're changing the plan. Escape is no longer possible." Fear grips everyone. They rise, bracing to fight whatever comes next. Leo tells them, "Don't be afraid. You are all hero candidates, remember that." Then a huge monster appears and says, "I have found you." The monster's name is Chubaran, a demon from the Tartarus demon force. It is ranked at the knight rank. Angry, it hefts its weapon and growls, "I won't leave you. You are seeds of heroes, students who will become heroes." Then slams its weapon into the ground. Leo narrowly dodges, thinking about the orders Chubaran must have received during the Chedmore incident. A long broken repetition in the original, omitted here as it contains repeated fragments. Leo shouts, "Chloe, it's coming." Chloe casts her spell immediately. The monster launches another attack that hits Chloe's ice wall. Leo channels Phoenix Flame into his sword, leaps, and dashes behind Chuberin to deliver a heavy strike, and he lands it. Seeing that, Chloe thinks he made that attack land. But she watches in shock as the wound, the half-cut neck the attack inflicted, begins to regenerate. Within seconds the neck is whole again. She's stunned. It regenerated. "Keep your distance and be careful," Leo says. "It's a void, a curse that nullifies attacks." Tide looks at him and asks, "So what do we do?" Eliana says flatly that there seems to be no way to defeat this monster. Leo replies that the void curse isn't absolutely omnipotent. And because the demon itself is not the caster of the curse, there must be limitations. The demon lifts its axe and snarls. "Do you really think you'll live if you stand before me, hero candidates?" Leo answers, "I wanted to tell you the same thing. Are you afraid that we, hero candidates, will one day take your life?" He lunges back into attack with his whole team. Eliana uses her star magic to strike. Bright arcs of energy fly, and the demon sneers, calling star magic worthless and declaring that all of them deserve to die. Everyone throws their attacks, but then the demon executes a ground strike. Leo calls for a dodge, but it's too late. Many tentacles erupt from the ground and injure his team. Dina and Barek are badly wounded. Leo drags both of them to safety. Eliana asks, "Are you two okay?" Dina answers, "I can hold on a little longer." Leo says Barek will be fine. The organ is intact. He turns to Chloe and says they need one powerful blow. Chloe replies, "Okay, I need a little time." Leo begins using his elf magic to buy time. Chloe thinks, while Leo stalls, she must prepare something that can counter the void curse quickly. She opens the same dark book she had found earlier and considers using a spell from it. All the other students watch Leo fighting the demon alone. Despite being hurt in many places, he still manages to push the demon back. Tide watches and asks, "Will we ever be able to fight like that?" Dina says maybe. Eliana, watching, thinks, "That's definitely sorcery of stars. Who is that?" The demon notices the book and looks over at Chloe. She's using a spell from that dark grim work. Chloe arrogantly declares, "You worthless demon. I'll kill you." Leo shouts, "Dodge, Chloe, or you'll be caught in it too." And he wonders what she's doing. Chloe says, "I won't take responsibility if you get caught in my attack," and launches her spell at the demon, yelling, "Die!" Leo thinks, it's a fire attack where an ice attack should be. The fire hits the demon directly. Chloe says, "This is my inexhaustible flame. Now you will forever remain in this eternal torment." Leo senses the flame changing back and shouts at Chloe, "Cancel your magic." Chloe replies, "A demon like this needs to feel more pain." Leo uses his supersensitivity to sprint toward Chloe and, with a slash, clears her arms of the book and pulls her to the ground. Chloe opens her eyes wide. "Tell me the truth," Leo demands. "Is that inextinguishable flame really your original sorcery?" Chloe admits, "No, I found it in that pale book." Leo says, "I knew it." Immediately, the demon is shaken by the flame and bursts out of it, stunned. Leo tells everyone to listen. The flame was black magic. Chloe gasps, "Black magic?" Leo confirms, "Yes, it was a sorcery machine." Chloe is horrified. "What have I done? I don't deserve to become a hero." "Don't lose hope," Leo says. He continues, he's never seen a demon with a void curse before, and that indicates they used the curse during the battle in Eliana's party. Didn't they all fight until their last moment 30 years ago? Terrified yet still fighting? It was impossible to win, and yet they fought, and Lumen Academy teaches something important. Chloe answers, "Surpass your limits." She nods toward Leo, finally understanding. She thinks to herself that she must admit the person ahead of her is incredibly cool, worthy of her jealousy. Eliana comes to Chloe's side and asks, "Are you okay?" She says, "I completely believe in you." And Leo thinks the void's curse. It was removed because of Chloe's spell. Now I have to end this fight. At that moment, Chloe starts chanting something and says, "I'll surpass my limits too." Because I'm Chloe Mueller. So that I'll never feel ashamed when I face the people who believed in me. Leo sees that, smiles softly, and shakes his head, thinking, why does the rune language of an untrained magic user give me so much courage? He makes up his mind and jumps toward the demon. The demon swings his axe down at Leo and shouts, "Die!" The attack is so powerful that the ground around them shatters. Leo barely manages to block it. Then the demon forms a fist and slams it against Leo's sword, sending him flying backward. The demon laughs. That's it. That's as far as you can go, Leo, candidate seed of the great hero. He steps up to Leo, but Leo notices some ice particles forming in front of him. He looks at the demon and says, "You're no match for us. You never were." The demon laughs. "What did you just say?" And just then we see Chloe above him, ready with a massive spell. Leo says, "That's it, Chubaron. This is as far as you go." Chloe thinks to herself, "Leo, because of you, I was able to complete my original sorcery." She releases her attack, shouting the name, "Ice World." Instantly, an enormous field of ice spreads out, freezing everything around, including the demon. Leo walks up slowly, touches the frozen surface with one finger, and the demon shatters into pieces. Then Leo notices the dark book nearby. He summons Phoenix Flames and burns it to ashes. He thinks the demon god. Then two messages appear before him. You have successfully rescued the first-year students. You have defeated Chubaron. Leo turns to Chloe and says, "Your unique magic was amazing, Chloe. Field magic is something even I can't use." Chloe says, "Leo, this time I want to tell the entire school what I did. And because of that, I might even get expelled." Leo replies, "That's impossible. There's no way a hero candidate like you could be expelled. I guarantee you'll become a true hero." Eliana comes to them and says, "You both were incredible." Dina adds from behind, "You two really looked like actual heroes." Leo smiles. "You worked hard too." Chloe walks over to Eliana and says, "Your staff helped me a lot in defeating that demon." Eliana says, "Lady Chloe should keep that staff." Dina says, "You saved our lives." Then Dina gives her sword to Leo as a thank you gift. Suddenly, a few people arrive, shouting, "There are survivors here." And we see Professor Albie from 30 years ago. He shouts, "Eliana." Eliana looks at him in shock and says, "So you finally came." Chloe looks at him and says, "Professor Albie? He doesn't look any different from the one 30 years later." Leo says, "But this is 30 years in the past." Albie looks at Eliana and asks, "Are you hurt?" Eliana answers, "The rescue team arrived just in time, so I wasn't injured. And yes, I met someone who looked exactly like you." Then a message appears. Stage completed. Albie's World. Prologue, Chad Muther Incident. Chloe looks at it and thinks, "Thank you, everyone, for staying alive." Eliana turns to say something, but when she looks back, Leo and Chloe have disappeared. She wonders, where did they go? Chloe, now in a fading light, says, "Looks like the hero's world is starting to collapse." Then a message appears before Leo. Strategy reward unlocked. Item, keep. It's a white flower. We shift back to the academy. Leo is lying on a patient bed, still lost in thought. Professor Albie enters and says, "You're awake, Leo." Leo replies, "Professor Albie." Albie smiles. "Thank you for saving their lives. Give my gratitude to Miss Mueller as well." He starts to leave, but then the headmaster walks in. Leo says, "Headmaster." The headmaster says, "No need to stand up, Leo. Relax." He asks, "How are you feeling now?" Leo says, "I feel completely fine now. No problems at all." The headmaster nods and asks, "Can you tell me exactly what happened there? Was this incident related to Chloe's book?" Chloe answers quietly, "Yes." Leo asks, "How did you know that, headmaster?" The headmaster replies, "Before coming here, I checked the records from the shop where you, Leo, purchased your summoning crystals. Chloe's name was also listed there. She had bought a grimoire from the same place. I knew it was a black grimoire, a tool of the demon gods. Leo thinks, a tool of the demon gods, fragments of Erebus crystallized shards from another world. When demons use them, they become powerful weapons, but for mortals they bring madness. Leo says, I'll explain everything from the start. Then he tells them how the team fought, how Chloe used her dark book, everything in detail. After hearing it, the headmaster says, if everything you said is true, then you mean to say the demon god's tool is affecting the hero world itself? Leo nods. The hero dungeon stabilized instantly when the demon god's tool was destroyed. That's why this possibility seems most likely. Chloe, surprised, says, Headmaster, could it be? The headmaster says, relax, you both need rest. He calls his assistant, Arain, and says, since you've just woken up, I'd like to ask a few questions. Then he brings out the rewards, a necklace, a sword, and a staff, the same ones Eliana's party had given. Chloe looks at them and says, I deserve expulsion. But that staff, that's Eliana's staff. The headmaster looks surprised. This reward is impossible. I want to know how it ended up with you. Leo, observing the reaction, thinks, looks like Chloe didn't receive any reward at all, just like during the entrance exam. Even in the Chad Muther incident, the same thing happened. Strategy rewards don't exist in the hero world anymore, and the original owner system is already broken. So why did I get a reward again, something called the Fairy Pact, and why only me? He says aloud, it was a strategy reward. The headmaster looks shocked. You're saying a strategy reward? From Albie's hero world? Leo nods. Yes, I think something went wrong inside the hero world, turning it into a dungeon. He thinks to himself, for now, that cover story will do. The headmaster nods slowly. It seems Miss Mueller had no idea about any of this. But why only you, Leo? Chloe says, it must be because Leo used the most strategy during the mission. I think the rewards are distributed based on contribution. The headmaster says, I see. Now it makes sense. I'll investigate this matter secretly and keep the existence of the demon god's tool confidential. Chloe asks, why? The headmaster answers, because enemies don't exist only outside this world. He looks at them both and says, you've been through something incredibly dangerous. You should rest. Chloe turns to Leo. Leo, I wanted to tell you something. But before she can finish, Celia and Chelsea rush in. Chelsea shouts, Leo. The headmaster smiles. Ah yes, hero candidates. There will be a party tomorrow. If you don't have anything formal to wear, you'd better head to Lumen City beforehand. Leo looks up and says softly, a party. The scene shifts to the party. Everyone was enjoying themselves. First to arrive were Carl and his friend. Carl said, looks like this party is our reward for what we went through during the midterm exams. His friend replied, yeah, Lumen Academy really feels way too easy for us. While Carl and his friend were enjoying their food, the announcer's voice echoed across the hall. A pair of heroines are entering. Everyone turned to look, and there they were. Eliana from Class 5 and Leland from Class 5, both wearing beautiful new dresses, looking absolutely stunning as they entered. Carl and his friend were so shocked that they almost spat out their food. Carl said, wow, they both look incredible. His friend smirked. Did you steal your mom's tuxedo or something? Then entered the Levelian siblings, Abad Levelian and Chelsea Levelian. Seeing Chelsea, Carl said, she looks just like a princess. Chelsea noticed him, stuck out her tongue, and teased him playfully. Eliana whispered, she's doing that in front of so many nobles from the Rodent Empire. She's really something. And finally, Celia Zerdringer and Leo Plav entered together. Celia said, it was supposed to be my turn to enter with you, Leo. Leo replied casually, does it really matter? Lena stood up from her chair and announced, he's the class representative of the first-year students, Leo Plav. Carl proudly said, he's the pride of our class. Then the cute teacher walked up to the stage and said, is everyone enjoying the party? Carl shouted, we're having so much fun. But as he looked at her, his excitement faded. He was surprised. All the students nervously nodded and said, "Yes, we're enjoying it." No one wanted to make her angry again. The teacher smiled. "Good. I'm glad to hear that. So keep enjoying yourselves." Then she continued, "Now, we'll announce the results of your midterm exams." The moment she said that, everyone except Leo looked disappointed. The teacher chuckled. "That's exactly the kind of reaction I expected from you all." Then she raised her hand in a peace sign and said, "We'll only announce the top 3 students from each major. The rest of you will get your results tomorrow from your homeroom teachers." Hearing that, everyone sighed in relief. She added, "Now, teachers from each department will come and announce their top 3 students." First came the night department teacher. "You all worked hard on the test," he said. "Now announce the top students in the night department names: Celia Zerdringer, Duran Moyer, Chain Xia." Celia thought to herself, "Why isn't Leo ranked here?" Then the magic department professor stepped up. He announced, "Abad Levelian, Chelsea Levelian, Imo Luchin." Chelsea looked shocked. "Leo, why aren't you here?" Carl added, "Not just Leo, even Chloe's name isn't here." Celia looked over at Chloe. Chloe gave a helpless little smile. The magic professor thought, because of the discovery of that magic tome, the higher-ups probably had no choice but to give Miss Mueller 0 marks in the magic department. He thought further, "Miss Mueller, your exam marks may not be good, but you truly are a mage." Then Setjen, the teacher from class 1, stood up and said loudly, "So what if Chloe's name isn't on the board? In my heart, she'll always be number 1 in the magic department." Harlan told him, "Sit down already?" And Chloe couldn't help but smile at that. Then teacher Yura came on stage to announce the top students from the summoning department. She said, "Warden's Tyden, Eliza Hedgen, Jordan Lawson." Celia thought again, "Leo's not even here either." Abad also frowned, thinking, "Why isn't Leo on any of these lists?" The cute teacher returned to the stage. "I hope everyone's still having fun," she said. "Now, finally, we'll announce this year's top sorcerer and student representative, the student who ranked first overall across all exams, and who will become the representative next year." Everyone, Celia, Abad, Hedgen, Wardens, turned to look at the stage in anticipation. Then came the announcement. Leo Plav. Carl and Chelsea both jumped in excitement. But then, a student raised his hand and said, "I object to that." It was Imo Luchin, the student who had placed 3rd in the magic department. He said, "Leo wasn't even in any of the top 3 rankings. How can he be the student representative?" Leo thought, "Well, since you've said it out loud." Everyone began murmuring, wondering the same thing. "Why Leo?" The teacher looked confused and started to panic. Suddenly, her expression darkened. Her angry mode kicked in. A massive aura appeared behind her, and she scolded the students. "You all are being disrespectful. I'll say this only once. Listen carefully." Then she turned toward the 2 professors and snapped, "Have you 2 even taught your students any manners at all?" Harlan leaned over and said quietly, "Looks like she's possessed by Granny Tina the potty mouth again. Always entertaining." Setjen nodded. "Yeah, you're right about that." The teacher continued, "First of all, dual class students are not considered in department rankings because they hold a unique status. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. For example, a swordsman's aura might be weaker than that of a pure knight, and their magic weaker than that of a pure mage. But when those abilities combine, they become much stronger than either alone." Second, Leo Plav achieved the highest score in the Joint Combat Studies exam. Imo stammered, "B but..." Other students also had high scores in that exam. The teacher glared at him and shouted, "You fool!" Leo took on a hero realm mission, something far more difficult. He defeated Chubaron all by himself. Everyone gasped and turned to look at Leo in shock. Eliana said in disbelief, "You defeated Chubaron? Alone?" Carl added, "You mean by yourself?" Leo didn't reply. He just straightened his back and stood silently with a neutral expression. Then the teacher suddenly realized what she'd just blurted out and panicked. She quickly said, That's why Leo Plav ranked first in the midterm exam." Setjen chuckled. "You already told them that, Mississippi?" Flustered, she said, "Anyway, everyone, enjoy the party." She announced the end of the event and hurried off the stage. The camera shifts to the professor's table. Professor Yura leaned toward Professor Lin and asked, "If the grades for dual studies were displayed again, what do you think would happen?" Professor Lin replied, "Then the entire school would be in shock. Everyone else's rank would drop by 1. Yura said, "That can't be. Even in the magic department?" Lin nodded. "Yes, he's top there too." Yura added, "He's also top in summoning." And from the side, a night department officer said, "And first in night studies as well." Yura stared, stunned. So he was actually aiming to top all the classes. The night officer said, "Yes, and it wasn't an impossible goal. He actually did it." The magic and summoning professors immediately started arguing over which department Leo belonged to. "He's ours, he's a born mage." "No, he's clearly a summoner." The night department officer sighed. "He looks more like a swordsman to me." Their assistants just shook their heads. These people are hopeless. The scene shifts again back to class 5. Carl was lying face down on a table, groaning. "Ugh, I think I drank too much." Chelsea said, "You were the first person I've ever seen drink 2 liters of orange juice." Harlan entered the room and said, "Quiet, everyone." He pinned a map on the board. "This announcement is about the upcoming school trip," he said. "I'm sure you all know where we're going, the Elven territory." Eliana says, "Yes, I know." And she adds, "I've heard we have to choose the place ourselves." Next to her, another student says, "That place has all kinds of fruits too." Then Harlan says, "We're going to Elsilvakai." All the students look disappointed hearing that. Carl opens his notebook and says, "Elsilvakai. It's a small country in the Elven territory where it's cold all year round." The students complain, "We really don't want to go there." Harlan scratches his ear and says, "Don't tell me that. Tell your class representative. He's the one who selected the place." Then Carl turns to Leo and says, "You chose this place?" Leo replies, "Yes." He adds, "Wouldn't it be better if we buy all our supplies from Lumen City first?" Eliana says, "Looks like I'll have to get some gloves." Chelsea happily says, "I'm going to bring a winter coat." Leo thinks, Elsilvakai. It may look like a small, ordinary country to humans, but it's actually a sanctuary of fairies, a hidden fairyland. He remembers his friend Silroad and wonders, "I hope he's doing well right now." After that, Leo meets Lien and tells her, "I'll buy all the food and clothes, you take care of the potions." Leo goes to a meat shop and then a clothing store, buys everything and starts to leave. But suddenly, he notices something strange. A sign in a corner that says, 13th Street, Karazu District. Leo thinks this place, and heads inside. He sees another signboard that says Lutech. He thinks this must be the place where San Lu and Chloe bought their magic supplies. He puts his bag down and enters the shop. The shop is completely in ruins. Leo thinks, looks like there's nothing special left here. The Lumen Academy investigation team probably already went through everything. Then he sees a teddy bear lying on the floor. Wait, a teddy bear? He thinks. Leo says to himself, they must have confiscated everything from here. But why would a teddy bear still be lying around? And when I came in, the door was locked. Then Leo realizes, no, it can't be. A conjugative decline curse. Suddenly, the teddy bear's head turns sharply, and from its eyes, it shoots an attack toward Leo. Leo thinks, a demon, and not just any demon, a very powerful one. An explosion hits, and Leo dodges the attack just in time. He realizes there's not just one but two kinds of curses here. A strange creature appears before him. Its eerie voice echoes, so sensitive, brat. Looks like you noticed me. Leo's eyes widen. This is the demon beast queen Sile Tuna, one of the 3 commanders we failed to capture 5,000 years ago. Then the demon transforms into the shape of a woman. Leo notes, this isn't her real body. It's just a clone made of flesh. The demon smirks and says, a magic swordsman. Huh? That's quite a talent. But you should blame your sensitivity for what's about to happen to you. She attacks Leo. He dodges barely but gets slightly injured. Leo thinks, I can't fight her alone. I need to get out of here. The demon grins. Thanks for the meat, boy. She lunges forward again. But suddenly, a golden aura bursts behind Leo. Professor Elby arrives and casts his spell, Spear of Light. With a single strike, he destroys the demon's clone in one shot. The demon groans in pain. She says, the mage of the evil eye. This will make things even more interesting. A proper audience would be nice. Then a piece of meat on the floor twitches and attacks Leo. But Elby scoffs, trash, and summons a shield around himself and Leo, blocking the attack completely. Enraged, the demon screams, you disrespectful fairy eyes. She charges at him, yelling, I'll rip those eyes out one day. Elby replies coldly, I'm not interested in talking to garbage like you. Then he says, die, and unleashes a massive beam of light, vaporizing the demon entirely. Leo thinks Elby Zyron, sorcerer of the magic eye, that title suits him perfectly. According to rumors, he joined Lumen Academy just to gain access to the border permits for the demon territory. He really is the hero of this era. Then Elby turns to Leo and asks, how did this happen? Leo explains, it came after me while I was investigating this place. That teddy bear was cursed with a conjugative spell. Elby says, Lumen's investigation team will take full responsibility for this. Then, before leaving, Elby tells Leo, if you ever need help next time, call for me. And thank you for that thing. He walks away. Leo thinks Elby Zyron. The House of Zyron is one of the 3 great manors of Lumen Academy. Maybe because of him, I'll finally get a chance to see the Academy's secret library. Then he meets the same girl again. She says, I've finished buying everything. She sees the wound on Leo's hand and begins to heal it. She asks, what happened? Leo says, it's nothing. Leo thinks, well, this confirms that Celia Tuna was behind the Demon Beast Handler book incident. But what's her real goal in all this? Then the scene shifts a week later. All the students stand in line in front of a teleportation portal. Leo asks Eliana, you've packed everything, right? She replies, yes. Then Celia walks up and says, why is your class going to Elsilvakai in the Elven land? Leo replies, it's kind of like a summer vacation. The weather's getting really hot here. Celia says, I don't enjoy cold places. Anyway, have fun on your journey. Then she teleports away with her class through the portal. Leo says, Class 5 should get ready too. Chelsea says, I'm so excited. This is going to be fun. Carl complains, I hate the cold. Leo smiles faintly and says, all right then, let's go to the elves' domain of Elsilvakai. And then we see CRN Academy, an Elven Hero Military Academy. A boy and a girl taunt another elf. Why that sad face? You're a half-blooded elf. From a nameless lineage. The half-elf lowers his head in silence. Then a strong voice interrupts. You shouldn't bully other students like that. You should behave properly, like students of CRN Academy. It's a girl, Lunaya L. Lunda, from the prestigious house of Lunda, the freshman representative. She adds sharply, I don't care that a half-blood elf entered our academy. What's your problem with it? The boy sneers. His very presence here is a humiliation for us. Lunaya's expression darkens. Really? Then how about I strip you both naked and make you run around the academy like that? The 2 bullies freeze in shock. They whisper, how can a daughter of a prestigious family talk like that? She yells angrily, you have no shame, bullying another elf like that? Fine then, fight me if you've got a problem. And then she screams, F*** off. The boys panic and run away, saying, she's crazy. Lunaya turns to the half-elf girl and says, why are you wearing such thin clothes in this cold? The girl replies, someone stole my clothes. Her name is Lusa and Iris. a half-elf who ranked third among the freshmen. Lunaya hands her a scarf and, sneezing, says, "Don't worry, I won't let them off the hook." Then, trying to look tough, she adds, "I'm not even cold. Everything's fine." One of the elves says, "You seem to be in a really good mood today. What happened?" Lunaya smiles and says, "My contracted pet finally hatched." Hearing that, the other student congratulates her. "Congratulations!" Lunaya beams with happiness and walks away cheerfully. She goes straight to her father and says excitedly, "My contracted pet has been born, right?" Her father, sitting at his desk, looks up and says calmly, "Lunaya, in the academy, call me Professor." His name was Ellen Lunda, the patriarch of House Lunda. He nods and says, "Yes, Farina's child has hatched." Lunaya exclaims joyfully, "I knew it! So when can I meet it?" But her father sighs and replies, "There's a problem. Your contracted pet has already formed a contract with someone else." Lunaya's smile fades instantly. "What?" Ellen adds, "I'll investigate the matter further for more details." Lunaya slams her hand angrily on the table. "Who was it? Who stole my contracted pet?" Then the scene shifts to Valkia, the capital city of Elsilvakai. Carl is shivering in the cold. "I'm going to die here. It's freezing." Leo replies, "It's not that bad. It's just a little cold." Harlan says sternly, "Stop making noise and line up, everyone." He continues, "This is Valkia, the capital of Elsilvakai." Then he asks, "Does anyone here know the history of this place?" Chelsea raises her hand. Valkia City was discovered and named after fairy king Valkia Ersar. He was a student of the great Luna, the point of the stars. Leo thinks to himself, to be more precise, he was the disciple of Luna and Orin. "That arrogant boy." Leo chuckles. "I can't believe he became such a great person." Fairy Knight Henry says, "Yes, you're right. To be exact, the descendants of the Fairy Knight still hold the head position here." Just then, someone arrives. Harlan notices 4 figures approaching. Carl whispers, "Do thieves even exist in the Elven domain?" Harlan replies, "Bad people exist everywhere." Then he says aloud, "How are you, Professor Herod?" A white-haired elf steps forward. Seeing him, Eliana and all the female students' eyes sparkle with admiration. The elf walks up to Harlan and says, "I've been waiting for you." His name was Lune Ersa, a council chairman of Elsilvakai and the head of House Ersa. Harlan smiles and says, "You haven't changed a bit." Eliana looks at Lune and whispers dreamily, "I think I just found the one I want to marry." Leo glances at her and says teasingly, "Didn't you say age doesn't matter?" Eliana blushes and says, "What?" Then walks up to him. "Class representative, don't tell me you're jealous." Leo replies calmly, "Not at all. But you do know that elves age very slowly and live much longer, right? So tell me, how old do you think he is?" Lune, noticing the students behind Harlan, smiles and says, "Your students are quite lively. The ones you brought last time were much more disciplined." Harlan chuckles. "They're still first years, a little immature." Then Eliana boldly steps forward and says, "Excuse me, could you tell me your age?" Lune smiles gently and says, "My name is Lune Ersa, and as of today, I'm 97 years old." Harlan laughs. "You're still in your prime then." Carl walks up and asks, "Are you going to be our trip guide?" Lune replies, "I'm the head of House Ersa and a council chairman of Elsilvakai." Hearing that, Carl immediately apologizes. I'm sorry, sir." Harlan says, "I'll talk to you later, Carl Thompson." Then we see the group entering an old hotel where Leo and his friends are staying. The building looks like a complete ruin, rats running across the floor. Carl complains, "Are we seriously staying here?" Celia says, "I can't stay in a place like this." Leo turns to Eliana and says, "Looks like you'll have to sleep somewhere else." Eliana smirks, "I knew it, class rep. You must have a plan." Leo says, "I figured something like this would happen, so I already set up a place outside." He points to a tent nearby. "Would you like to sleep there?" Carl shouts, "Hey, What are you guys doing? Hurry up and unpack your bags. Everyone starts cleaning the place, choosing their rooms, and setting up their belongings. Carl, climbing the stairs, grins at his friend and says, "You know the best part of school trips? Sneaking into the girls' rooms." As he reaches the top, he spots Chelsea brushing her hair. Without a word, Chelsea uses a wind circle spell and blasts both boys down the stairs. Leo, watching from below, laughs softly. Looks like everyone's already starting to enjoy the trip. I guess I should take a look around the area. Suddenly, a golden-haired elf appears and calls out, "Lord Leo Plow." Leo turns and asks, "Who are you?" The elf bows respectfully. "The head of our house wishes to meet you, Lord Leo Plow." Leo follows her to Lune's mansion. Lune greets him warmly. "Come in, Leo. Sorry for summoning you so late. I've been a bit busy. Would you mind waiting for 5 minutes?" Leo replies politely, "Not at all. This place is amazing. Do you mind if I look around?" Lune smiles. "Go ahead, enjoy yourself." Leo looks around and notices many ancient artifacts. He spots a sword and murmurs, "Iroquent." Lune turns to him. "How do you know about Iroquent?" "Only the heads of House Ersa know that name." Leo thinks, oops. Then he says quickly, "I read about it in an ancient book in Lumen Academy's Grand Library." Lune nods. "I see. Looks like Lumen Academy truly holds every kind of knowledge." Leo thinks this sword even has stellar mana in it, but it's not the real one, not the original arrogant. Then we see a flashback. A man says, "Luna, take this. A self-defense dagger, just for you." Luna laughs and shows it to Kyle. "Look, Kyle, what do you think of it?" Kyle, unimpressed, says, "It looks like something stolen from a goblin." Luna gets angry and Kyle remembers, in the present day, that dagger was actually Luna's own sword, which she later gave to her student, Barkia. Before Luna's final journey, the one where she fought Tartarus, Barkia lost that dagger. Lune explains to Leo, "Iroquent is a reward our ancestor received long ago after conquering Lady Barkia's world. Unfortunately, only the world conqueror himself can use it." Leo thinks, so that's why it feels like a lump of steel. Lune gestures for Leo to sit. "I heard from Harlan that you're one of the top students, and this year's student representative." Leo nods. "Yes." Lune says, "I know this might sound a bit rude, but could I ask you for a favor?" Leo says, "Of course." Lune continues, "Would you meet my granddaughter? She's a first-year student at Sirun Academy. An excellent student, graduated with top marks." He hands Leo a key and says, "You'll find her in the Eastern Hall." Leo takes the key and walks down the hall, muttering, "This world feels so different." He reaches the door and knocks. The key glows faintly. It's a key to another world. Leo looks at it, amazed. So even that world was just like this one. Peaceful, yet full of battles and journeys. He opens the door and steps inside. The room is messy, walls covered with photos of famous heroes. Leo thinks she's a total fangirl. I knew there'd be people who collect stuff like this. He looks at her school uniform and says, "Wait, is that the Sirun Academy uniform?" Just then, a voice says, "Grandpa." But when she looks at him, she freezes. "Why you, a human? You just barged into a girl's room like that." Her name was Iron Ersa. She hides herself under a blanket, blushing furiously. Leo waves awkwardly and says, Hi. My name's Leo Plow." "Leo, I came here to meet you at your grandfather's request." Then he looks around and says, "Wow, you have so many books about Kyle. Let's see how elves depict Kyle the hero in their books." As he flips through the pages, he adds, "You've really taken good care of all these things." The girl, pulling her face out from under the blanket, says, "Do you also like the hero Kyle?" Leo replies, "You mean that fight when Tabarka, the commander of Tartarus, was defeated, the one where Kyle fought alongside his friends?" The girl nods and asks, "Do you know how Commander Jurgis' forces were defeated?" Leo answers, "At Villic." He continues, "That's the place where Luna first used her magic." Hearing that, the girl smiles brightly and says, "Yes, These are the true records of the great hero Kyle that no one else knows. To Arian's eyes, Leo almost seemed to be glowing. She apologizes for not introducing herself earlier and says, "I talk too much, don't I?" Leo smiles and replies, "Not at all. The great hero would be happy knowing someone is enjoying his stories." Arian says, "This is just my opinion, but there weren't just 4 great heroes. I think there was a 5th one too." Leo nods. Kyle, "Yeah, I believe he existed. That's why, when I return, I'm planning to start a research club to study Kyle's legacy." Elena says excitedly, "Wow, that sounds amazing." But when she hears the name of the school, her expression saddens. Leo thinks to himself, she seems very shy and reserved. He then asks, "Why don't you go to school, Arian?" Arian explains, "I just don't think Swearin Academy is a place where I belong. Everyone there works so hard and seriously tries to become heroes. But me, the kind of hero I want to be, no one believes me when they see my light-hearted nature." Leo looks at her carefully and thinks, but from the way her uniform looks, neat, carefully kept, maybe she actually does want to go back. Leo says, "I'm not the only human who came to Barkey. My whole class came here on a trip. I think my classmates would love to meet you after hearing your story." Arian looks shocked. Leo continues, "You do know, right? There are hero training schools in the human world too, just like Swearin Academy. If you're curious about the students of Lumen Academy, come with me." As Leo steps out of her room, he sees Lumen standing there, eyes shining, hands clasped together. Leo, surprised, says, "You startled me, sir." Lumen asks, "Were you really talking with Arian all this time?" Leo nods. "Yes." Tears fill Lumen's eyes. It's been months since Arian had such a long conversation with anyone. Looks like she's finally opened up to you. "As her grandfather's friend, I want to repay you." He adds, "I'll gift you a magical item." Leo smiles. "It's not polite to refuse a gift. I'll accept it then." Lumen takes him to the Arza family treasury and tells him to choose whatever he likes. Looking around at all the gold and treasures, Leo says, "I'll take this one." Lumen looks at the item and says, "That's a jewel infused with fairy power. It was handed down from our former hero over 1,000 years ago. The fairy sealed inside is delicate and beautiful, but beyond that, it has no real use." Leo replies, "That's fine. I'll take it." Lumen nods. "As long as you like it." Leo thinks to himself, "I'm sure this isn't just a carving." The jewel looked like a small crystal egg, and inside was something resembling a fairy's image. Leo whispers, This is a real fairy." Later that evening, the scene shifts to the dorm where Class 5 students are staying. Harlan begins explaining their upcoming schedule. "Starting tomorrow, you'll wake up at 6 a.m. for personal training in the fairy forest. In the afternoon, we'll do mission practice." Eliana raises her hand, "But we've already done plenty of personal training back at school, and this is supposed to be a field trip." Harlan answers, "During field trips, we focus on the areas where you're still weak. Did you really think we came here just to have fun?" According to the records, this schedule was created by our class rep. Chelsea and Carl glance at him. Chelsea says, "Wait, you made this schedule?" Carl snaps, "Why'd you do that, you jerk?" Leo says, "The fairy forest is full of monsters, perfect for combat training." He smiles, and his grin seems to say, "Let's train until we drop." The first one to actually drop, though, is a dog. Eliana sighs, "I'm sure our class rep had noble intentions." Harlan laughs, "Enjoy this time. It's your last bit of free time." That night, Leo sits in his room, examining the treasure again. He mutters, "This is sealed with the Fairy King's magic. No wonder Lumen thought it was just a statue." After the Age of Calamity, all Fairy King contractors vanished, and no elf has been able to use this magic since. He frowns slightly, "But to me it feels so familiar. This is Silrid's magic." He begins casting a spell on the egg. Finally, it's time to use the Fairy King's pledge that I received before entering the dungeon. He takes out a ring and focuses its light onto the egg. It begins to glow. Suddenly, a fairy emerges from within. The fairy says, "Looks like Father finally unsealed me. And who are you?" "A random human, standing before me as I open my eyes." He glares at Leo arrogantly. Leo looks at him and asks, "And who might you be?" The fairy shouts, "How dare you speak to me like that? I am the firstborn son of the greatest fairy king, Silrid. All hail the fairy king." Then he proudly declares, "You stand before the silver fairy, Karen." Leo flicks him sharply on the forehead. Karen yells, "Why'd you do that?" Leo calmly says, "Pay attention when I'm talking to you. Even your father used to speak politely to me. So what makes you think you're above that?" Karen growls, "How dare you insult the fairy king Silrid?" Leo flicks him again and again until Karen finally gives in. A little later, the scene shows a completely changed Karen, now polite and humble. He says, "That can't be true. Are you really Father's pledged one, the one he spoke of?" Leo nods. "Seems like it. Your seal is broken now. What's your issue, anyway?" Karen sighs, thinking about it. Forming a contract with a human might not be such a bad thing. Leo says, "For the gentle fairy king Silrid to seal you away, you must have caused serious trouble, huh, Prince Karen?" Karen coughs awkwardly. "How did you know that? You really are the pledged one." Leo replies, "Whatever it is, just go to the fairyland and tell Silrid I summoned you." Karen shakes his head. "I can't. I can only return to the fairyland once I regain all my 6 wings." Leo sighs. "Silrid, it must be fate that your son ended up meeting me." He flicks Karen on the head once more. The next day, we see Harlan and the class training in the forest. Everyone looks around in awe. Celia falls to her knees and says, "They won. Using just wind magic in this weather?" Leo stretches out his hand toward Chelsea. "Looks like you need some serious training, huh?" A little while later, we see Iliano speaking to Leo during class. "Rep, are you telling me I can't use my swordsmanship and magic together well?" Iliano says, "That's why we're all doing solo training." At that moment, Leo glances at Chiron and his friend. Karen's friend says, "I don't have the ability to use summons." Chiron angrily replies, "Alchemy is something I'm very confident in." Then Chelsea steps forward. "You said this during the entrance exam too, didn't you, Leo, that you don't quite understand wind magic? Let's see what you've got." Hearing that, Leo agrees. Chelsea thinks to herself, "Leo's performances have always been excellent. I still don't know what he's hiding." I decide to attack directly so he won't have time to prepare. Chelsea casts a spell, Windbreak, and launches it at Leo. Leo thinks Wind Blade, Windbreak, and releases his fire in that direction. The two attacks collide and start clashing. Eliana watches and says, "Chelsea's specialty is." How did Leo beat her at that? She wonders. Chelsea then casts another spell, Wind Chain. Many wind chains fly toward Leo. Leo says to Chelsea, "I told you when we first met, wind magic shouldn't be used like that." Then Leo uses his Gojo Satoru reversal red called Wind Bolt and attacks Chelsea. We see Leo push Chelsea back. Chelsea wonders, "Was that wind magic?" Chiron from behind says, "I never thought Chelsea would lose to wind magic." Eliana adds, "I don't know what's wrong with the class rep." At that moment, the class professor, Harlan, says, "Chelsea is a pure major. Her abilities are not inferior to Leo's, but there's a big gap between them in how they understand wind magic. The further you advance in grade and the more skills you learn, the more important it becomes to understand your skills. To do that, we must polish our basics in training." Eliana mumbles, "Yeah." Then we see Leo setting off to do his herb gathering mission. He remembers how exhausted his whole class was before and how they said they would do the training later. So Leo goes alone. Then Leo's summon, an elf, tells him it's gathered a lot of herbs. Leo praises it. "Well done." The elf replies, "I'm not just an elf." Leo says, "There must be a lot of herbs. I should start investigating the fairy forest." The elf says, "At last. My wing search journey has begun. While Leo is investigating the fairy forest, he suddenly stops. The elf asks, "What's wrong?" Leo asks the elf, "How many years ago were you expelled from the fairyland?" The elf answers, "Maybe 100 years ago." Leo puts his hand on a nearby barrier and says, "Look, this is illusion magic." The elf says, "This looks like the fairy king's magic, but it doesn't feel like my father's magic." Leo thinks out loud. It seems this magic is from the land, from the time of Selrod's father and the fairy king's rule in the Calamity era. But this barrier's magic has only been active for about 100 years. Judging by the timing, the power source of this barrier must be Karen's wings. He used his son's wings in some ancient magical formula. I've heard there's something very important inside this barrier. At that moment, a skeleton comes out, giving off a terrible stench. The skeleton snarls, "What are humans doing in elf territory?" Leo replies, "Humans are fine, but what is an undead like you doing here?" The monster answers, "This place was under Tartarus control long ago." The elf snaps back, "No, this is fairy territory. Stop talking nonsense." The monster sneers, "Fairy? You're just a weak, pathetic fairy." Chiron gets angry hearing that. He yells, "What did you just say?" and charges to attack, punching through the monster and cutting across its abdomen. He snarls, "How do you like that, weak demon?" Seeing this, Leo says, "Are you really a fairy? How could you recklessly jump into the fight just because a monster taunted you?" Chiron, stretching, replies, "As long as this works, it's fn." Then Chiron notices something behind the monster. The demon says, "You're a low-level fairy, but whenever it releases a green aura like that, the aura smells awful and the creature fully heals." The demon draws his sword. Chiron goes to attack again. Leo shouts, "Chiron, don't go there." But the demon stabs his sword into the ground and a red aura erupts around him, moving toward Chiron. Chiron barely escapes and runs away. Leo grabs him. Leo explains, "This is a Tartarus monster that has existed since ancient times. It's called a Death Knight." The monster introduces itself. "My name is Karger, a knight who serves the Lich King." It charges at Leo with its sword. Leo slashes and the creature vanishes for a moment, then returns behind Leo and says, "I will be the cause of your death." Leo thinks, that was a spectral form, and looks back. The monster had launched a large slash toward Leo. Leo quickly raises a protective barrier and saves himself. The demon emerges and says, "Did you use an aura shield in such a short time? Not bad." Then it charges Leo again. Leo blocks the sword with his own. The demon taunts, "All of that is useless, human." Chiron tells Leo, "I'll help you." He tries to attack the Death Knight, but it has no effect. Chiron says, exhausted, "I think I've run out of energy. If only I still had my wing." Then Leo calls out a pact. "By the name of the Pact barrier, I summon you, respond," and summons his phoenix. The demon is shocked to see another contracted creature besides Karen's. Leo's phoenix attacks the Death Knight. Chiron, watching the phoenix strike, remarks, striking its head, "That's not so bad." The Death Knight replies, "A phoenix and a fairy, I won't let you live," and plunges its sword fully into the ground, crying, "My death army, consume all living beings." It uses an attack called Death Ground, and many skeletons burst from the earth. Leo thinks, this is a curse that keeps summoning endless undead. Chiron sees Leo's aura dim and asks, "Are you giving up?" Leo laughs, "As if I ever would." Leo realizes the mana he's using is Kyle's mana. It's been a long time since he used it. He uses Earth Wave, causing the ground around him to shift, and charges the group of undead. He then uses another attack, Kyle-style Vortex, and slashes through the monsters with his sword. The Death Knight shouts at him, "Where are you running? If you call yourself a knight, fight me face to face." Leo answers, "No, it was you who summoned all those useless creatures first." And now you tell me this. Leo uses his fire aura and starts to flee. The Death Knight orders all its soldiers, "Catch him," and they pursue. Leo tells Chiron and his phoenix, "Don't fight, fall back," and moves to a safe spot. He mutters to himself, "A Death Knight showing up in a fairy forest. Is there something here that Tartarus is after?" Then he notices a skeleton off to the side and thinks it's an undead that got separated from its group and finished off easily. But before he can, another person appears and ends it instead. That same person puts a sword to Leo's throat and snarls, "Are you the human who summoned these things?" Leo replies, "No, I'm a student of Lumen Academy. I have nothing to do with those undead." The stranger looks at his uniform and says, "Ah, a student from CERN Academy." The student then lunges at Leo to attack, shouting, "Your excuse is worthless. You'll die by my hand, necromancer," and strikes. Leo dodges and slashes the attacker across the back of the neck with the flat of his sword, sending him down in pain. At that moment, Runia L steps out from behind the trees. "Forgive my rudeness," she says, introducing herself. "I'm a first year at Simran Academy. Don't think all Simran students are like that." Leo accepts her apology and asks why Simran students are here. Runia explains, holding out her hand, "I've been staying in Barkia for a long time for filtered training." Leo answers, "I'm here on a school trip," and, turning to go, says, "All right, I should get going. I need to report this to my professor." Runia places her hand over her chest and says, "Barkia's forest is watching over you." Leo thinks to himself, "Runia El Rundua. I've heard that name before." We see Runia angrily finishing off the elf, scolding it. "A worthless student like you got beaten up badly. You should be ashamed, you insane fool." Scene shift. Leo is telling Professor Harlan and Lumen about the Death Knight. Lumen says, "In recent centuries, Death Knights have started appearing in many parts of the forest, but the forest's contamination isn't that severe yet." Harlan replies, "Leo is not someone who lies." A nearby elf's voice chimes in, "False reputations, things people don't know, are all the same kind of lie." He reports that a first-year student, who's barely learned to walk, claims to have encountered a Death Knight named Herdaeum, the homeroom teacher at Simran Academy's First class, from the Vintal family. Lumen relays this to Leo, introducing the professor. The professor scoffs. "He must have panicked at a skeletal knight. I can't believe a first year would escape a Death Knight." Harlan adds, "I believe his story. He may only be a first year, but he's a former class representative." Hearing this, another professor looks at Leo and says, "If what he says is true, Simran Academy students could show excellent development, but I doubt it's real." He turns to Leo. "If you're an old class representative, you'd be more confident in your magic. So I propose a joint class, Simran Academy's first class together with Lumen Academy's fifth class." Scene shift. At the exchange event, Chiron says to Chelsea, "Wow, are they really making such a big exchange event? That's so cool." Chelsea replies, "This is honestly like a party, like they didn't hold back." Eliana tells Lenny, "Tomorrow we'll experience Simran Academy's teaching style." Leo watches Professors Harlan and Hardyum talking and thinks they're the sort who trust their own eyes. A voice behind him says, "We've met before, haven't we? It's Runia." She invites Leo to dance. They start dancing. Runia asks, "Do you know the Elven dance?" Leo answers, "I learned it many years ago." Runia teases, "You don't even know my name. What should I call you?" Leo replies, "Leo Plow, you can just call me Leo." Runia gets excited and grabs his collar. "So you were the thief who made a contract with my contractor. I'll kill you." Then Leo remembers that his summon once told him, "Raina helped me a lot. She even saved Alan London. I only want to apologize to that girl who had already made a pact with Fiora." Leo thinks, so that means Fiora was originally contracted with this girl. Raina, furious, yells at Leo, "You shameless thief." Leo just smiles and says, "Fiora's doing really well." Hearing that only makes Reina angrier. Later, both of them stand beside their respective professors. Reina's professor tells her to calm down and apologize, and she does, bowing slightly and saying sorry. Leo accepts her apology with a smile, thinking to himself, pretending like this is going to be tough. Professor Harlan steps in. Now that this misunderstanding is cleared up, let's enjoy the party. Reina's professor turns to her and warns, don't ever make a mistake like that again. You're the first year representative of CRN Academy. Reina nods with a dark, tense expression. Yes, I understand. Her professor continues, in tomorrow's joint class, we have to prove that CRN Academy is better than Lumen Academy. Then, with a smirk, he adds, no, we'll prove that our academy is the best among all hero academies. As he says this, a fiery aura bursts around the two of them. The professor coughs awkwardly, thinking, maybe I'm pushing her too hard, but Reina's anger is already erupting like a volcano. I'll never lose to that bastard, she yells. Tomorrow, I'll crush him completely. Scene shift, the next day, at the Lumen CRN joint class. Professor Harlan greets everyone, introducing himself as the teacher of CRN Academy's Class 1. Harlan welcomes him warmly and says, today, you'll all get to experience how classes work at Lumen Academy. He turns to Alina and Carl and tells everyone, the top students, the ones who survived the last exam, will now show us what they've learned. Hearing that, the three of them stare at him in shock. Chelsea, excited, sits next to Leo and whispers, so that's why they called our student department here. Leo thinks this is going to be boring. Then Eliana, Leo, and Leo's friends start demonstrating their original magic. The elf students watch in awe, hurriedly taking notes on everything they see. Professor Harlan observes thoughtfully. From another perspective, this could give us a new way to look at magic, but it's strange that the class representative hasn't performed yet. We cut to Reina, trembling with anger in her seat. When the three students finish their performance, Chelsea claps. That was amazing, she says, and they all return to their seats. Professor Harlan nods. Excellent. I can feel how well you Lumen Academy students have developed your abilities. He then picks up a piece of chalk, turns to the board, and says, but CRN Academy takes a different approach. We base our training on the foundation of magic on balance. We focus less on power and more on equilibrium. Leo thinks, balance, huh? That's ironic. They talk about balance, but they're always obsessed with magic. It's all for show. The elves are still as pretentious as ever. Harlan notices Leo yawning and thinks this is the guy they say encountered a death knight. And he behaves like this in class? Finishing his explanation, Harlan says, all right, enough theory. Let me show you the essence of CRN Academy. He raises his hands, gathers mana between them, and says, we are a race of magic. Between his palms, a bright star forms, then bursts into countless tiny stars that scatter across the room. The students from Lumen Academy cheer in amazement. Chelsea exclaims, that's star magic, an original elf spell. Harlan smiles. The formula I'm writing now was created by our great ancestor, Lady Luna. It's the foundation of all star magic. The spell I just showed you is one of the many paths that emerged from that formula. Beautiful, isn't it? Leo raises his hand. Harlan nods. Yes, class representative. You may ask your question. Leo hesitates, thinking I can't go too deep into star magic. Then he says, the way everyone interprets the star magic formula is wrong. The room goes silent. Harlan and Reina both look shocked. Harlan glares at him. What did you just say? Leo calmly replies, I said this spell won't activate. All the students gasp. Harlan quickly says, yes, this one is a broken spell. That's why it doesn't work. It's an ancient legacy we've restored as best we can. Leo thinks, so this spell really was lost. But it's possible this was the one Lady Luna herself created, the first spell of the star magic system. She wanted to pass it on. To me, to Kyle. Harland narrows his eyes. Leo, if you're so confident in your understanding of star magic, why don't you show us yourself? Harland tries to stop him, but it's too late. Leo walks up to the stage. He thinks the magic the elves use now is just a copy. I have the true essence, the one Luna gave me. In my past life, I died before I could pass this magic to another elf. Maybe it's fate that I complete it here. Harland puts a hand to his forehead, thinking, star magic is the pride of the elves. If Leo does something wrong, this could start a school-wide conflict. Leo focuses his mana on his fingertip and begins to write. The elves stare in astonishment. What kind of interpretation is this? One whispers. It looks like star magic, but I've never seen this formula before. Leo finishes the formula. Harland's eyes fill with tears. His hands tremble. This magic, what is it? He stammers. Have you ever used it before? A flashback appears, Luna speaking to Kyle. Look, Kyle, she says, smiling. I've finally completed this magic. I'm teaching it only to you. It's a magic that can make flowers bloom. Back in the present, golden light floods the entire room. Eliana gasps. Our class rep is seriously amazing. Reyna watches, stunned. Why is the professor reacting like that? Did he really just uncover the lost interpretation of the formula? Professor Harland drops to his knees. This is incredible. It can't be. He murmurs. A spell that formed the basis of so many complex magics, originally meant only to make flowers bloom? Leo explains calmly. It's not as simple as that. During the Age of Calamity, all flowers went extinct. The professor whispers. The founder of Nebula considered flowers precious beyond measure. We see another flashback. Leo, as Kyle, once asked Luna, "What kind of magic is this?" "It's useless in battle." Luna replied, "Do you know how truly beautiful flowers are? One day, I'll see a world filled with them again." Back in the present, Professor Harland clasps his hands together and says softly, "Yes, the founder spoke the truth, but who is the student? How could he possibly know all this?" Leo steps forward and answers, "My name is Leo Plow. I learned star magic directly from the ancient texts, and I am a naturally gifted mage of the all class." Harlan asked, "Do you have any elven ancestry, Leo?" Leo replied, "No, none that I know of." Harlan smiled faintly. "I see. My student was rude earlier. I apologize on her behalf. Let's end today's session here. It'd be better to review this whole place from an official standpoint later." Professor Harlan looked at him curiously, but Harlan continued, "Professor, I'm not usually this forward, but perhaps you could send Leo Plow to our school for a while?" Harlan blinked, stunned. "What?" Scene shift later in the Elven territory. Class 5 had stopped there for rest. Chelsea proudly held up a strange, purplish soup that looked both thick and ominous. "Tada! This is the Lavillian family's special soup," she declared. Eliana came up beside her with her own dish. "And this," she said with a grin, "is killer risotto." Carl and his friends froze. Their faces went pale. "This might actually be the most dangerous thing we've seen since joining Lumen Academy," one muttered. "Can we not eat it?" another whispered. A third said timidly, "I still have that elven bread from the last mission." Before he could finish, Eliana shoved a spoonful of her risotto into Carl's mouth. "Just try it," she insisted. The moment he swallowed, sweat shot down his face. "What are you doing?" Eliana exclaimed, half laughing. Meanwhile, we see Lumen and Harlan watching the students from a distance. Lumen smiled. "It looks lively down there." Then, turning to Leo, he said, "You've heard about the Grand Assembly of Elsa Vikai, haven't you?" They've made a decision regarding the Death Knight. All the nearby students immediately turned their attention toward them. Lumen continued. To put it simply, we've confirmed sightings of numerous undead, Death Knights included, in the northern forest. That's why we requested students from both Lumen and Sumurun Academy to investigate the abnormalities there. He added, but since it's too dangerous for first years, we asked Sumurun Academy to send upperclassmen to supervise the investigation. Leo frowned. So the entire assembly came here just to make that request? Lumen shook his head. No, I came here because of you, Leo. My granddaughter wants to meet you. She smiled shyly. Leo, are you doing well? I wanted to see you, so I came. Came. Leo nodded gently. Thank you for coming all this way. Chelsea, watching, squealed. Ah, that's adorable. She rushed over. What's your name? Why didn't you come to the exchange event? Eliana joined in. Wait, how do you know our class rep? Irene froze, completely panicked, then bolted up the stairs. Chelsea blinked. Did we say something wrong? Eliana sighed. She's just really shy. Lumen smiled faintly. Leo, I'll leave everything to you. Leo went out to the balcony corner and found Irene sitting there alone. He draped his coat around her shoulders. Here, you must be cold. She looked up. What about you? Won't you be cold? He smiled. Don't worry about me. After a pause, he asked, why did you leave Sumurun Academy? She hesitated. Because I'm not fit to be a hero. Leo sighed. You're saying that again. Irene continued softly. Life at Sumurun was overwhelming. Sometimes it felt like standing under the sun itself. Leo asked, who do you mean? Her eyes lit up. Miss Ruina. She's amazing. She can do anything. She's always confident. She's a real hero. I admired her so much. But I'm the complete opposite. She looked down. I wanted to follow in her footsteps. I worked my way up to advanced class 1, but during the dual evolution exam, I made a terrible mistake. I think she hates me now. Leo thought for a moment. Ruina doesn't seem like the type to hate anyone, especially not over something like that. I should ask her myself. He noticed how much Irene's gentle expression resembled Barkia's shadow from the old tales. Do you like Barkia's stories? He asked. Irene brightened. Yes, they're my favorite among all the ancestral legends. Leo smiled. Then you must know Barkia became a hero because he admired his mentor so deeply. That's why you shouldn't worry about how others see you. Just follow your own path. He stood and held out his hand. Come on. Our class is a lot of fun downstairs. She smiled, took his hand, and they went back together. The next day, the joint investigation briefing. Ruina approached Leo, still fuming. How did you manage to get Irene to come here? Leo replied calmly. I just told her she didn't need to be afraid of you. Ruina froze. Afraid of me? Why would she? Leo said, she told me you were terrifying during the dual evolution exam, and she thought you hated her. Ruina's eyes widened. What? I only acted that way because she was so skilled. I had to give it my full focus. Leo said gently, then you should talk to her. Professor Harlan gathered everyone. All right, students, now that you're all here, we'll begin team assignments. Each team will have 2 or 3 first years and 1 third-year representative. He began reading the list. The first team, Leo Plow, Ruina L. Lunda, and Ryuta Elgra, third-year representative of Sumurun Academy. Leo looked at Ruina, surprised. That can't just be coincidence. We cut to Ruina scowling. This is so annoying, she muttered, remembering what Professor Harlan had told her earlier. It would be good for you to grow closer to Leo. She glanced at Leo, irritated. Why did my team have to include a thief? Leo smirked. You're still hung up on that, huh? Rowena snapped, "Of course I am. I still can't accept that you're Fiora's contractor." Leo shrugged. "That's up to you." The teams split up for the forest survey. Leo, Rowena, and Ryuta deep inside the forest. Chelsea and Irene in the boxwood habitat. Eliana's group near the medicinal herb cult. Carl and Lien in the confirm record zone. Leo's friends' team near the forest entrance. Rowena asked, "Hey Leo, do you know where our senior went? Weren't we supposed to move as a team?" Leo crouched and examined the ground. He remembered what the third-year representative had said earlier. "I'll take a different route. We'll meet in the middle of the forest." Leo straightened and said quietly, "He must have some business to take care of." Leo notices a faint purple aura glowing beneath his hand. Rowena looks at him and says, "We've come so deep into the forest, but we haven't seen a single undead yet. Last time, there were so many of them here." Leo frowns, thinking to himself, "It seems he's done the same thing as before. Hidden himself with a spell." He kneels down, examining the ground closely. There's something different this time, an ominous energy spreading through the land. A curse, he realizes, the curse of the dead. Only someone who lived during the age of calamity would recognize something like this. And suddenly, a realization hits him. This is it. The most loyal servant of Erebus, the commander of Tartarus, he actually survived the age of calamity. The Death Knight Hellkaiser. But a Death Knight never works alone. That means his proxy must be nearby, Karger, the one who commands the undead. Leo's eyes narrow. Somewhere deeper inside Fairyland, there's something Hellkaiser is trying to protect, something even the great Silrid once guarded. Rowena snaps him out of his thoughts. "Leo, what are you doing? Did you sense something?" Before he can answer, Leo hears footsteps approaching through the bushes. "Someone's coming," he whispers. A moment later, the third-year representative steps out and greets them. "So, how's the investigation going, first-year representative Leo Plav?" he says, offering his hand with a smile. Leo shakes it cautiously and immediately notices the black ring on his finger. His mind races, just as I thought. The senior laughs lightly. "Unfortunate, isn't it? Seems you were mistaken. Not a single undead in sight, let alone a Death Knight." He smirks. First years tend to overthink things. Then, in a casual tone, he continues, "You know, high-level undead like Death Knights can't exist for long unless their summoner, a necromancer, keeps them alive." Rowena frowns. "Wait, so that means there's a demon somewhere in this forest?" He shakes his head slightly. "Not necessarily a demon, but the capital of El Sabakai isn't far, and there's something called the Constellation Magic Cast surrounding it." Rowena's eyes widen. "That's the barrier spell created by the great founder Lady Luna. Demons can't even step inside it." Leo interjects quietly. "There's no rule saying only demons use dark magic. Necromancers can, too. Even elves are capable of using it." The senior chuckles. "Interesting. You really don't know how proud the elves are, do you?" Then he straightens up. "Well, let's wrap this investigation up and meet back at the forest entrance." As he walks away, Leo watches him carefully. "He's looking for something," he mutters. Rowena nods slightly. "Yeah, he definitely knows more than he's letting on." Later that evening, back at the cottages, Cal stretches and says to Chelsea, "Did your team run into—" Chelsea crosses her arms. "That's weird. The chairman said the forest was full of them just days ago. So why are they all gone now?" "Now?" Cal yawns. "Whatever it is, I'm going to bed." Chelsea huffs. "Not so fast." But Leo doesn't stay to listen. He slips quietly out his window, heading toward the Cimmerian Academy dorms. He reaches the third-year representative's room. It's empty. Just as I thought, Leo whispers. He's gone out. And this map. He spots a parchment spread out on the desk. The entrance to fairyland. Before he can investigate further, Rowena appears at the door. Leo, what are you doing here? Startled, Leo covers her mouth with his hand. Quiet, he whispers. He's already left. She glares at him. You were acting weird enough earlier, and now this? What are you doing sneaking around someone's room? Leo explains quickly. That third year, he's hiding something. I think he's headed to the fairy forest. They both freeze as voices echo in the hallway. Didn't you say Ryuta was going to sleep? One student says. I heard voices from inside. Another whispers. Rowena whispers back. Why would he go out this late? Before they can be discovered, Leo suddenly scoops Rowena up bridal style and leaps out the window. Across the dorm courtyard, Irene looks out her own window, and her eyes go wide. Leo, carrying Rowena in his arms like a scene from a romance novel. She gasps. Is this a secret romantic meeting? Her imagination runs wild. She pictures Leo saying, Rowena, you're more beautiful than any flower. Please, let me join your firefighting team. And Rowena replying shyly, Oh, Prince Leo. Blushing furiously, Irene clasps her cheeks. This is just like a romance story. Meanwhile, in the forest, Leo finally sets Rowena down. How long are you going to keep following us? He says. Go back to your dorm. But before she can answer, a voice calls out behind them. Stop right there. It's Irene. Rowena stares in disbelief. Irene, what are you doing here? Leo sighs. You've been following us this whole time, haven't you? Irene crosses her arms. Romantic relationships between students are completely inappropriate. Boys and girls must stay separate after a certain age. Rowena freezes, her face turning bright red. Leo groans, rubbing his forehead. You've completely misunderstood. Rowena stammers, I didn't do it on purpose. Before they can argue further, the ground trembles. A decayed hand bursts out of the earth. Leo's expression hardens. Undeads. He draws his sword. Behind him, an old wooden sign creaks in the wind. Welcome to Fairy Forest. Leo looks around at the countless skeletons emerging from the shadows. These skeletons, they're all high-grade, skeleton knights. Rowena steps back, eyes wide. Where did all of these come from all of a sudden? Leo tightens his grip on his sword. Rowena, are you ready? Rowena nods, summoning her magic circle. I'm ready. She casts her spell, Firestorm, sending a blazing whirlwind straight into the undead ranks. Flames engulf the clearing, bones cracking and shattering under the blast. Rowena turns to Leo with a smirk. How was that? But before Leo can answer, one of the skeletons bursts through the fire, sword raised, lunging toward her. Rowena, move, Leo shouts. Just as the creature's blade is about to strike, a shield flashes between them. Clang! Irene stands there, bracing against the impact. Rowena gasps. That shield, that's the animus armor of Barikia. With a swift counter, Irene swings her sword. The skeleton's neck is cleaved clean off, and it crumbles into ash. Rowena exhales and smiles. I didn't expect anything less from you, Irene. Leo nods, impressed. With that shield, you really looked just like Barikia herself. Irene lowers her sword and glances at them. So, what exactly were you two doing out here this late? Rowena blushes slightly, while Leo waves his hand quickly. It's not what it looks like. There's nothing romantic between us. Rowena adds quickly, we were investigating a third-year student's room. Irene blinks. Really? Rowena points at Leo. Yes, and it's a good thing I got dragged into this. Maybe now I'll stop getting distracted by romance and focus on studying. Which, by the way, will make things easier for you since I won't be your rival anymore. Irene shakes her head. No, that's not true. Miss Rowena is the best student I know, and I want her to stay that way because she's going to be a hero. Rowena pauses, surprised. So that's what she thought of me. The scene shifts back to Cimmerian Academy during the Class 1 duel evolution exam. Irene, exhausted, struggles to keep up. Rowena watches her from across the arena, thinking, I knew it. Out of all the first years, she's the only one who could ever be my rival. Rowena channels her full power, gathering an intense surge of flame around her. Seeing that, Irene panics, her hands trembling, shield rattling. To her, it looks like Rowena is angry, like she's being targeted. The shield slips, and Irene's concentration breaks. Rowena remembers that moment vividly, the day Irene stopped coming to class. Now, standing before her again, Rowena says gently, Irene, I want you to come back to school, because you're my friend. Irene's eyes widen. Are really, Miss Rowena? You don't hate me? Rowena smiles. Of course not. We're friends and rivals, so you'd better keep competing with me. Irene blushes, her eyes sparkling. Friends and rivals. Then, half teasing, she adds, So, are you sure there's nothing going on between you two? Rowena yells, No, absolutely not. Leo sighs to himself. Kids these days really grow up fast. The scene cuts to a dark chamber, the Death Knight's lair. The towering armored figure speaks in a low, rumbling voice. It seems we have an unexpected guest. A cloaked figure steps forward. This should have been handled by you, Knight of the Order. Tell me, Death Knight Carger. The Death Knight slams his sword into the ground. Watch your tongue, brat. I serve the great Death King himself, and you dare speak to me like a servant. The figure removes his hood, revealing his face. It's Ryuta Elgra, the third-year class representative from Lumen Academy. Ryuta smirks and raises his hand, showing a black ring glowing faintly. Faintly. Seems you've forgotten your place. The great Death King chose me. Once this summoning circle is complete, I won't need Tartarus's help anymore. He turns coldly. Until then, I'll count on you. The Death Knight's laugh echoes like thunder. Very well, Master. Back in the forest, Irene speaks nervously. So, you're saying Senior Ryuta is the one behind the disturbances in the forest? Rowena quickly points at Leo. That's not me saying it. That's him. Don't take his theories too seriously. Irene shivers. Still, doesn't it feel colder than before? I know El Sabikai is usually chilly, but this is different. Rowena nods. You're right. The temperature's definitely dropping. Leo looks around warily. The curse, it's getting stronger. Both of you stop for a second. We need to prepare. He summons his companions, a fairy and a little phoenix. Wings of light spread through the dark forest. Rowena gasps. Fiora? How can something so beautiful even exist? She runs up to the phoenix, laughing. It's me, your big sister Rowena. Remember me? Irene approaches in awe. Lord Leo, what kind of summoned beast is this? Leo replies, She's a baby phoenix. Her name is Fiora. And this is Karen, a fairy prince. Irene smiles. That's amazing. To be the contractor of both a phoenix and a fairy. Leo nods seriously. Now's not the time to chat. We need to be ready. From here on, things will only get tougher. They move deeper into the forest, cutting through the monsters that appear before them. Then, from the mist, waves of undead skeletons rise. Rowena clenches her fists. There must be a necromancer nearby. Leo's blade ignites in flame as he swings, burning through them. There's no necromancer here, he says grimly. Rowena frowns. But I saw one of them change, from a normal corpse into a skeleton. That wasn't necromancy, Leo explains. That was the curse of death. Irene's eyes widen. The curse of death. It continuously summons undead to the area, turning the land itself into a realm of death. Leo nods. And the one who cast it was none other than the commander of Tartarus, Death King Hellkaiser. Rowena's voice trembles. Oh no! That means Tartarus is making a major move in El Sabakai. She glances at Leo. Shouldn't we report this to the professors? Before Leo can answer, a cold wind sweeps through. Snow begins to fall. Out of the storm, a dark shadow emerges. A deep, echoing voice greets them. Hello, hero candidates. Welcome to the land of death. It's the Death Knight himself. Without another word, he charges. This time you won't escape. Leo raises his sword, clashing against the monstrous blade. Sparks and ash scatter through the snow. Behind him, Irene and Rowena fend off waves of undead. The Death Knight roars. I'll make you regret ever setting foot in my forest. Leo shouts back, Rowena, Irene, handle the undead. I'll take care of him. Rowena nods and starts gathering a massive spell. Irene raises her shield, covering her flank. The Death Knight laughs darkly. So, you've decided to fight back this time? Foolish child. Did you really think I let you live before? He swings, the ground cracks under his strike. Leo steps forward, channeling his energy into his sword. Jardinger's secret sword technique, profanance. A giant fireball forms at his blade's tip. He slashes forward, launching it straight at the Death Knight. The knight's body flickers, turning ethereal just in time. The blast passes through, melting the ground. He stares at the flames. Phoenix fire? Leo charges again, eyes blazing. It's not just Phoenix fire. It's fused with Jardinger flame aura. The Death Knight looks down at his blade. It's starting to melt. He retreats, muttering, This boy, how can a mere first-year fight like this? Those eyes, what are they? Then, out of the darkness behind Leo, Rowena finishes her spell. A massive inferno surges in her hands. Blaze! Rowena raised her hands, her magic flaring wildly, and unleashed a massive blast toward the undead army. Burn! All of you perish! Her long silver hair whipped in the fiery wind as she smirked. That's what happens when you mess with me. Karen, Leo's summoned fairy, floated beside him, muttering nervously. Is she seriously an elf? Why is she so violent? Leo sighed and warned, Everyone, stay alert. It's not over yet. Let's move, follow their trail. As they pushed deeper into the forest, Rowena frowned. Wait! What's this? All around them, in the darkness, purple eyes began appearing. Dozens, hundreds, shimmering with a sickly violet aura. Irene stepped forward, her expression grim. That's the curse of death. Rowena clenched her fist. This is incredibly strong. I can feel it burning through the air. And then, a calm, cold voice echoed behind them. A figure stepped out from the mist. It was the third-year representative from Lumen Academy. He glared at Leo. First year, who gave you permission to investigate the forest at night? You're a student of Lumen Academy. Where's your discipline? You're a disgrace. Ruina's eyes widened. Senior Ryuta, what are you doing here? Ryuta adjusted his coat calmly. There's been a surge of undead activity in this forest. I came to investigate. Ruina nodded. The cause isn't natural. It's a curse, an ancient and powerful enchantment. Ryuta arched a brow. A curse? Are you saying a curse has been activated here? Ruina thought he can't even feel it. How could someone this strong not sense such an intense curse? Leo stepped forward. If any Lumen student so much as touches an artifact from Tartarus. He pointed to one of the nearby students, who had been clutching a dark object. Suddenly, a bright white light flared around the student's finger. Leo shouted. Then they unknowingly start channeling its dark power. He struck the glowing orb with his own spell, exploding it before it could consume the boy. Ruina and Irene gasped. The student's skin had gone pale, his veins black with corruption. He looked twisted, unnatural. Leo's voice turned cold. You surrendered yourself to Tartarus like a corpse. What did you hope to achieve with black magic and necromancy? The corrupted student smirked, his voice warped. Cooperate? You're such an annoying fool. First year. Right beneath your feet lie the dormant records of Lady Luna. Ruina and Irene froze. Lady Luna's records? The student extended his arm, dark energy pulsing from his ring. The fools of El Sabikai's council never even knew this place existed. Tell me, is it wrong for me to use Tartarus to reclaim my heritage? Irene shouted, That's an insult to our great heroes. You're twisting their legacy for your own greed. Ruina's eyes blazed with anger. Enough, Leo. Let's knock him out and drag him to the professors. Leo nodded. The third year's grin twisted. Then let's see if you're capable of that. That. He raised his hand and cast a massive spell. Rai Izernia. A roaring torrent of energy burst forward, slamming into Leo's shield. Leo braced himself, the blast sending shockwaves through the ground. He called out, Watch closely. This is how you fight Tartarus. The third year laughed. A human? Using original constellation magic? He tilted his head. What are you? He muttered under his breath, analyzing Leo's movements. He cast that spell so fast, canceled mine before it even landed. His combat sense, it's top tier. If the other two join in, this could become troublesome. He sneered. In that case, I'll stop holding back. The ring on his finger began to pulse, and a wave of dark energy exploded outward. Leo shouted, Everyone back! He countered immediately with his own attack. Are Derga! The two spells collided, detonating in a massive shockwave. Irene leapt in front of Ruina, raising her shield. Ruina coughed through the smoke. Did he just say Are Derga? Irene's eyes widened. It's hard to believe. That's a basic spell, but the power he's using, it's unbelievable. When the dust cleared, they saw Leo caught within the impact zone. Ruina gasped, We need to help him now. But before they could move, a towering shadow descended. The Death Knight had returned. This is where your journey ends, hero candidates. Ruina turned to Irene. Hold him off for me. Just buy me some time. Meanwhile, Leo stood before the third year, who smirked arrogantly. Any last words before you die? Leo glared at him. You seem a little too confident. He summoned Karen. His fairy spirit appeared, her wings glowing with blinding light. A surge of energy burst outward, disrupting the third year's magic and scattering his attacks in all directions. The shockwave threw him off balance. His legs snapped as he hit the ground hard. Leo stepped forward, his eyes glowing crimson, face dark with fury. The third-year student trembled. Wait. Stop. Just a second. Leo didn't hesitate. With one swift motion, his sword flashed, and the student's head flew from his shoulders. Karen's voice echoed beside him. You did the right thing. Now come on. Let's finish that skeleton knight next. But then, a chilling voice rang out. Rai Izerna. A bolt of dark lightning struck Karen, sending her flying. The ground shook, and before their horrified eyes, the third year's body began to move again. He reached down, calmly lifted his severed head, and pressed it back onto his neck. His voice was colder now, his smile inhuman. A half-blooded fairy, as your summoned beast? Impressive, Leo. His right eye turned completely black. And then, with a deranged grin, he whispered, I'm so glad that I get to be the one to kill you. The student smirked and said, the power of the Death King isn't bad at all, and if I combine it with the power of Lady Luna, the founder of Nebula, I'll easily crush all you talented students. Leo glanced at the student's blackened eye and thought, looks like the demons have already started devouring him from the inside. The student raised his hand and shouted, Die! Countless purple lightning bolts shot toward Leo, but Leo charged straight ahead, unfazed. You lost the moment you accepted the power of demons, he said, and with a single swing of his sword, severed the student's right arm. Standing before him, Leo continued coldly, those who rely on corrupt power always lack combat sense. So go on, regenerate. I'll keep cutting you down until your mana runs dry. The student gritted his teeth. I have to do something. Then, a voice echoed in his head. Seems like you're having a hard time. The one standing before you isn't your real target, is he? Don't waste time. Complete the summoning circle, and seek the power of the fairyland. The student's eyes widened. If I can obtain that power, I can defeat him. Meanwhile, Leo glanced at Rowena and Iron, fighting fiercely against the Death Knight. They're holding their own. I need to end this quickly. Then Leo noticed something strange. Why isn't his right hand regenerating? Suddenly, his spirit Karen shouted, Leo, behind you! Leo turned to see the severed arm glowing, completing a summoning circle on the ground. The student coughed up blood, laughing. Too late, Leo. Rowena and Iron looked on, shocked. A wave of dark aura burst out of the student, forcing Leo to step back. From the ground, a massive hand emerged, huge and skeletal. Karen gasped. What in the world is that? Leo's expression darkened. That's the Skeleton King, one of the strongest undead to ever exist. The student laughed maniacally as his arm regenerated. Ah, now I'm overflowing with power. So this is the Founder's power. Leo frowned. By completing the summoning circle, he's fully merged with black magic. The Skeleton King roared and lunged toward Leo, but Leo dashed in and struck the student directly. This filthy power could never belong to Luna. The student, sitting on the Skeleton King's shoulder, sneered. Oh really? In an instant, the Skeleton King's massive hand swung at Leo, launching him across the field. Leo managed to land safely, rolling to his feet. The student laughed. If this is the Death King's power, then I can control it too. Karen hovered beside Leo. We should retreat for now, this thing is far too strong. Leo shook his head. No. Look closely, the Skeleton King isn't a properly summoned entity. The summoning wasn't complete. The Skeleton King's sword came crashing down. Leo dodged just in time. He muttered. He must have formed a contract with the Hell Kaiser in haste. The summoning was barely completed. He won't be able to maintain control for long. Leo steadied himself. A basic rule of summoning. Every summoned being needs a constant flow of spiritual energy. He turned to Karen. We just have to hold it off until his mana runs out. Karen nodded. Then take my power. Support incoming. A surge of light flowed through Leo, boosting his strength. He shouted, Luminance Ray. A beam of radiant light shot forward, striking the skeleton king square in the chest. Its crimson eyes flared as it raised its sword toward Leo again. Leo thought, yeah, the gap between our classes is huge. I just need to buy us time. The third-year student laughed, raising his hand. Reincarnated. The spell shot toward Leo, but at the last moment, Rowena appeared in front, her phoenix shield blazing. Leo! Focus on the skeleton king, she shouted. I'll deal with this lunatic senior. Leo grinned. That means Iron is handling the Death Knight alone. Rowena glanced back sharply. Don't tell me you don't trust Iron. It's her choice to face him one-on-one. The scene cut to Iron, facing the Death Knight in a fierce duel. You're arrogant, the Death Knight growled. To face me alone. He unleashed a flurry of blows. Iron barely held her ground. Can I really do this? She thought. If I fail, everyone's lives will be in danger. She slashed at the Death Knight's abdomen, but he countered with a brutal punch to her stomach, sending her skidding across the dirt. I never thought I could become a hero, she gasped. The Death Knight shattered her shield. Compared to your teammates, you're nothing but a rookie. But Iron stood, trembling. Maybe, but I won't hold them back. They'll walk the same path the great heroes once did. The Death Knight laughed. Then I'll cut your head off and go aid the necromancer. You stand no chance. Iron's eyes burned with determination. Did you know all the great heroes had loyal disciples? My ancestor, Lord Barakai, followed in their footsteps and swore never to doubt them. Her sword began to glow with blinding light. The Death Knight's eyes widened. Those are fairy powers. Iron raised her sword. And I believe in them too. The Death Knight roared and charged, screaming, Die! Iron whispered, the life force that kills even death itself, evergreen. Her sword slashed through the Death Knight, who screamed as his body turned into black smoke. I, a Death Knight, defeated by someone like you? I can't accept this. He dissolved into mist and vanished. Iron dropped to one knee, breathing hard. I need to go help the others. She ran toward Leo and Rowena, just as the third-year student unleashed another massive spell. Still breathing, Leo? Then let's end this. Rowena raised her hand. Flame Turtle. A fiery shield beast appeared, blocking the blast, and rebounding it straight back at the student. You thought I'd just stand there and take it? She smirked. The spell exploded against him, flames erupting all around. The student screamed as fire engulfed him. But then, from within the flames, his silhouette moved. Black spikes shot out from his hand, piercing Rowena before she could react. Rowena! Leo shouted, but before he could reach her, the Skeleton King's colossal hand slammed into him, hurling him into a tree with a thunderous crash. Karen shouted, Leo, are you okay? What happened to your arm? Leo coughed, barely steadying himself. I'm not dead yet, so quit yelling. Suddenly, the Skeleton King roared and activated his skill, Cry of the Dead. A crimson haze filled the air, blood-red light flooding Leo's vision. Leo gritted his teeth. Damn. This curse is one of the worst kinds. He summoned his phoenix spirit. Fiora, come forte. The radiant phoenix appeared, spreading its healing flames over Rowena and Iron. Their wounds began to close. Leo smirked. All right, Fiora. One more round. He raised his sword, summoning Incarnation. His blade ignited in fierce phoenix fire. The Skeleton King swung down with monstrous power, his sword cutting through the air like thunder. Leo barely dodged in time, the ground erupting behind him. Rowena watched him and thought, Leo doesn't even fear death, he really is like a true hero. She turned to her fire beast. Good job, Flame Turtle. Rest for now. Then, raising her hand, she unleashed another spell at the third-year student. The student blocked it and laughed. You take pride in your flames? How pathetic. What do you even plan to do with those dying embers? Rowena's eyes burned with fury. You dare call the flames of House Randon worthless? Our house is bound by oath to the phoenix itself. Our founder swore that if Tartarus ever rose again, we would burn it down, even if it meant burning with it. The student scoffed. Nonsense. Are you planning to die here? Rowena whispered. These flames won't die. Not while our ancestors will still burns eternal. They'll only vanish when every last demon is destroyed. Her gaze hardened. And your right eye? That's a demon, isn't it? Her aura flared. This spell is called Scarlet Flame, a forbidden technique of the Randon family. It can reduce even palaces to ashes. The student panicked. You're insane. But Rowena only smiled. Maybe, but I'll never give up. Her flames blazed higher, then flickered and died out. The student sneered. Out of mana already? Then it's my turn. He lifted his hand, activating a spell through his ring. But suddenly, the ring began to glow violently. A swirling vortex formed in his palm. Rowena's eyes widened. What is that? The student tried to stop it, but before he could, the ring pulled him in. His body twisted and was absorbed entirely. Rowena gasped. Did that ring absorb him? She looked around. If the necromancer's dead, then his energy link must have broken. So why is the Skeleton King still fighting Leo with even greater strength? From the ring, a surge of red and black energy burst out. Leo sensed it and thought, this aura, it can't be. Cut to a vast demonic hall. A giant demon sat on a throne. Go, it commanded. At that moment, the Skeleton King's sword began to tremble with power, and a voice echoed through its core. Complete your mission. Leo's expression darkened. This is the power of the Hellkaiser. He's channeling his demonic energy through that artifact directly into the Skeleton King. He looked in horror. And the direction it's heading. That's the fairyland. Karen, assist me. Karen cast several support spells, flooding Leo with power. The Skeleton King raised his sword high, bringing it down toward the fairyland barrier. But Leo appeared in front of it, catching the strike head-on. The impact was immense. Damn it! The barrier's cracking. Behind me, a thunderous shatter echoed. The barrier broke apart completely. Leo was thrown inside along with the Skeleton King's blast. Leo! Rowena and Iron's voices screamed behind him, but Leo crashed through a ruined building inside the barrier, landing hard. It was the fairyland. He lay there wounded and drained. Karen and Fiora appeared beside him, their lights dimming. Leo groaned. No, my aura. My spiritual energy's almost gone. He looked around. So this is fairyland, and this barrier was once part of it. Then he noticed something behind him, and his mind flashed back. Flashback years ago. Bikai had said to him, You want to get rid of this, don't you, Leo? Leo replied, Yeah. Can you keep it safe for me? Bikai turned the weapon over in her hands. It feels useless. Like junk. Kyle, standing nearby, scoffed. Useless? Do you have any idea how many life and death battles this weapon's seen? From a distance, Kyle's squad called out to him. He smiled, patting Bikai's head. Time for me to go. He waved dramatically. See you around, Karen. Back to the present. Leo coughed blood, staring at the old weapon lying nearby. That arrogant kid said it was worthless. He picked it up. Instantly, a blue light burst from the blade, wrapping around him. Energy surged through his body. The magic sealed inside this sword. It's ancient, thousands of years old, and it's responding to me. Blue flames erupted from his eyes and body. Leo smirked. With this much power, which spell should I use? He looked up. The Skeleton King was preparing another devastating attack. Rowena and Iron were already casting their own spells to stop it. Stop, you pile of bones! Rowena shouted. Iron gasped. So much magic! Golden light exploded from where Leo stood, reaching up to the heavens. Rowena looked up in awe. That light, if he's a phoenix contractor, then this is just the bare minimum of his mana. Leo thought it's not as strong as the original. But for those kids, this will be a good gift. Dozens of falling stars streaked down from the sky. Iron's eyes widened. I read about this once in an ancient text. It's an old spell that fills the world around it with starlight, one of the strongest known. One star struck the skeleton king's head. The explosion was absolute, erasing him from existence. Leo stepped out of the ruins, the battlefield quiet at last. Karen floated over, grinning. Looks like I'm the one who defeated the skeleton king. Leo chuckled. He was already gone before you even got here. Karen pouted. What? Who was it, then? Who took my kill? Leo smiled faintly. Go collect your wing first. Karen brightened. Right. My father hid it somewhere around here. He rushed off. Rowena and Iron approached. Leo asked, You two okay? Rowena frowned. You're the one in the worst shape, and you're worrying about us? Iron smiled. I knew you'd pull something off. Rowena nodded. That magic you used, it was straight out of legend. Leo held up the dagger. It came from this sealed relic. It must have belonged to one of the ancient heroes. Iron studied it. This is an ancient artifact. Rowena added, Could Tartarus have hidden this here? Karen returned, holding a silver wing-shaped relic. Leo, look, I found it. The wing my father left behind. Help me unwrap it. Rowena blinked. Wait, isn't that a fragment of the hero record? Karen looked confused, but unwrapped it anyway. A burst of golden light erupted, engulfing everyone. When the light faded, they were no longer in fairyland. They stood in an unknown world, surrounded by thousands of falling flowers. Rowena whispered, Where are we? A soft voice echoed behind them. So, you're the ones who seek to defeat Erebus? Leo froze. That voice. It can't be. The voice continued, teasingly. Are you crazy? Talking like that? Of course I'll hunt Erebus myself. That's my life's goal. Leo turned, and his eyes widened in shock. Standing before him was an elf, smiling like starlight. My name is Luna, she said. I've become one with the stars that shine in the night sky. So consider it an honor that I'll be joining your party. Leo finally understood. This was a fragment of Kyle's hero record. And with that revelation, Season 1 ends. After a short while, Professor Harland and Professor Harland arrived at the scene. Harland looked around and asked, Are you safe, Rowena? Moments later, Island and Loom also appeared, surrounded by their academy guards. Rowena immediately greeted, Professor Harland. Rowena pointed at the relic in her hands. Look, we found a hero record. It belongs to the great founder himself. Harland's eyes widened. That's incredible. He turned toward Leo and said approvingly, You did the right thing. He glanced at the others and continued, So these are the students who went outside the dorms? Leo nodded. There was one more person, and Irene stepped forward, speaking to her grandfather. Senior Louder. He was a spy from Tartarus army. Leo looked at everyone. Let's return to the academy first. We'll discuss the rest there. As he turned, he paused for a moment, gazing back at the shattered barrier behind them. Under his breath, he whispered a name, Luna. Scene shift, the last day of the school trip. All the students gathered in front of the teleportation portal, preparing to return. Harlan smiled and said, Because of you, my students have learned a lot, Leo. Harland nodded in agreement. Truly, I appreciate everything you did. Rowena walked up to Leo. Next time we meet, I'll be even stronger. Leo smiled slightly. Then I'll be waiting. Irene joined them. Lord Leo, I'll be heading back to Cimmerian Academy now. Leo gently placed a hand on her head. All right, I'll see you again soon. The students then stepped through the glowing teleportation portal and disappeared. Back at Lumen Academy, Chiron was flying around the training grounds, laughing loudly. Finally, I got my wing back. He playfully sparred with Fiora, shouting, Take my punch, red monster. Fiora dodged effortlessly. Chiron grinned. You dodged? Then what'll you do when you can't fly, huh? I'll show you some real fairy magic. He laughed like a maniac until Leo grabbed his wing. Are you planning to do this every single time I'm around? Leo sighed. When I leave, I should probably take those wings back. Chiron panicked. No. Please. I only have one pair. Forgive me. Just then, Fiora spoke softly. Leo, I'm really happy to meet you officially. I am Fiora, the Phoenix. Leo blinked as his phoenix spirit suddenly transformed into a small red-haired girl. He looked at her in disbelief. Chiron, was that your doing? Chiron shrugged proudly. So, what do you think of my power? Leo chuckled. Fiora, you don't need to introduce yourself like that. Fiora puffed her cheeks. But my mother told me to speak politely with my contract holder. Chiron laughed and tugged at Fiora's hair. How do you like this? Can't dodge that, can you? Fiora grabbed his hand and glared. Then she turned to Leo. Please, Leo, open my mother's gate. I want to show her this form. Leo smiled faintly and opened the gate. Fine. Take Chiron with you too. Fiora nodded, grabbed Chiron by the arm, and they both vanished through the portal. Leo sat back on his bed, finally exhaling. Peace at last, finally. He thought to himself, the hero record and the dagger I got from Berkia. Both are now sealed inside the CRM vaults. He frowned. In Lumen, there's the Queen of Monsters, Silatuna, and in CRM, the Death King, Hellkaiser. It's clear Tartarus is trying to erase all traces of the hero records. He clenched his fist. Planting spies inside schools. That's low, even for them. There are still Tartarus agents inside Lumen, and even more direct traitors in CRM. He stood up, determination burning in his eyes. We have to find them. Every last infiltrator. Scene shift, Lumen Academy Auditorium. All the students gathered in the grand hall. The professor of the night department stepped forward and announced, the headmaster will arrive shortly. Please line up according to your departments. Eliza frowned. Departments? Shouldn't we be lining up by class instead? The professor ignored her and continued, Did you all enjoy your school trip? Moments later, the headmaster entered, his voice echoing through the hall. I've gathered all first years here today to inform you about the upcoming department tournament. Department tournament? Chloe repeated curiously. Shia whispered behind her. So that's why they made us line up by department. Chelsea raised her hand excitedly. That's the big event where every department competes for pride, right? The headmaster nodded. Exactly. It's one of the Academy's greatest traditions. He continued, to prepare for the tournament, your professors will be your guides. And we've also invited special instructors for advanced training. Chelsea boomed. Special instructors, Kyle muttered. Am I the only one here who feels exhausted already? Just then, a sharp voice interrupted. I read your report, Kyle Thomas. Kyle turned. It was Toria Yoon, one of the new instructors. She crossed her arms. You use alchemy-based qualitative magic, right? Your report was absolute trash. Kyle blinked. Excuse me? I'm serious, she continued. You call yourself a mage, but your technique is pathetic. I read all the midterm submissions. Yours was one of the worst. The other students turned to stare. One of them nervously raised his hand. Wait, did you actually read all our papers? Then you must have read mine. Effective conversion of fire attribute mana to light attribute energy. Toria nodded. Yes, 17 pages. You wrote about using thermal energy as a boost. Mediocre execution, but interesting theory. The student blinked in shock. Toria then launched into a long lecture. One so dense that most students' eyes glazed over completely. A tall man entered the hall, his armor gleaming. Nice to meet you, juniors, he said with a smile. I'm Lai Jamua, from the Night Department. He slammed his fist into his palm. A knight's true strength lies in his body, overcoming hardship through endurance and will. Train your body, and your spirit will follow. I'll be your instructor until the department tournament. Next came another upperclassman, Olta, from the summoning department. He declared, the most vital skill for any summoner isn't control, it's love. Eliza tilted her head. I thought it was about giving commands to familiars? Another student added, or maybe raw power? Ulta just smiled. No, it's love. The students froze, staring blankly like stone statues. Finally, the headmaster spoke again. All right then. This year, the top fifth-year students from every department will be guiding you first years. His gaze then fell on one person. Leo, why are you standing there? That's not any department's designated area. Everyone turned to look. Leo smirked and said calmly, it's not any department's zone. It's the all-class zone. Hearing that, Toria exclaimed, what an all-class zone? Leo, have you lost your mind? Can't you see all these students here? This is an inter-department competition. The students from the night and summoning departments stared at him. Celia from the night department shouted, Leo, come to the night department already. But Chelsea quickly added, wait. Leo belongs to the magic department, remember? The headmaster, chuckling softly, said, an all-class zone, huh? You're not wrong, Leo. But being a fifth-year student and a mentor at Lumen Academy is a rare opportunity. You don't want to waste it, do you? Leo replied calmly, I never said I don't want a mentor. I just want to attend all the classes. Like before. The headmaster raised an eyebrow. Oh, I see. Then let me ask. If you don't change your mind, you realize you'll have to face all of them alone, right? Leo looked straight at him. Of course. Behind him, the other students exchanged stunned glances. The headmaster locked eyes with Leo for a moment, then smiled. All right then. Give me a little time to think about it. Toria turned to Professor Lin and muttered, he should really focus on his magic studies. He analyzed a founder's spell during the trip, after all. Professor Lin nodded. You're right. Leo belongs in the magic department. Meanwhile, a fifth-year student from the night department watched Leo standing there alone. He thought to himself, that look in his eyes. He really loves the night department. He smiled faintly. He's going to be a true knight one day. At the same time, Professor Yumi held her fifth-year student by the head and said, you're a fifth year, so act like one. Be more active in training your juniors. The poor student could barely breathe as Yumi tightened her grip. Finally, the headmaster clapped his hands. All right, I've decided. For this year's first-year inter-department event, we'll have a royal battle. The scene shifted to the headmaster's office, where several professors gathered. One of them said, I don't get it. This competition is supposed to build unity among the students, right? They're supposed to spar and grow together. Another professor added, but the royal battle is an individual event. That's unprecedented. The headmaster replied calmly, as you all know, this year we've received some special students. Professor Lin adjusted his glasses. You mean, Leo Plav? Everyone in the room went quiet. They were all still shocked that Leo was classified as an all-class student. The headmaster continued, at first, we thought he'd reach his limits within a few weeks, but he's maintained top grades across every field. Because of that, the Academy Board has taken a special interest in him. The Night Department professor frowned. So you're saying they want to record Leo Plav's name as an all-class hero in the official hero records? The headmaster nodded. Exactly. Professor Yura thought for a moment. The founding families who control Lumen Academy's board, the Gyron Rigvard Tertia line, they're backing him, aren't they? Professor Lin laughed. If that happens, Leo's abilities will be nearly impossible to pass on to future generations, and he'll become a true all-class hero. The headmaster leaned back. Of course, but in the end, he'll still have to choose one department. The three professors froze in silence. The scene then shifted to the night department training grounds. Students were gathered around a massive block of ice, shivering. Why is it so cold here? It feels like a freezer. What is that giant block of ice? The night department professor snapped his fingers, calling for attention. This ice wall, he said, will help you learn aura skills for both the upcoming interdepartment competition and the Hero World Quest. He turned to Chelsea. Draw your sword. Tell me, do you think your flames can melt this wall?
Chelsea Schmierked.
That's child's play. She ignited her sword with fire and slashed. The flames roared, but when the smoke cleared, the ice wall stood completely untouched. Celia gasped. What? It didn't even scratch it. The professor smiled. The technique I'll be teaching you is called Breath of the Hero. It's a unique breathing style, originally from the Beastkin tribes, but adapted for human aura psychology. Flames suddenly flared around him. He swung his sword, and with a single strike, the ice wall shattered. The students were left speechless. How did he create fire? Isn't he an ice user? Duran explained. Professor once conquered an entire dungeon. It's not impossible that he inherited a hero's flame-type power. The professor nodded. You're right, Duran. This isn't my natural aura. It should be weaker than Celia's flame. But thanks to Breath of the Hero, my aura is massively amplified. He looked at his students. Now, let's begin your training. Leo watched quietly from behind. His eyes widened. That's...
Iron aura technique.
Later, at the training field, Ileana and Howl were exhausted, lying on the ground, while Duran and Chunxia trained with perfect composure. Seeing this, the professor smiled. They're improving well. Ileana sat up, panting. This is so hard. But I did it. Chunxia handed her a handkerchief. Here. Ileana smiled. Even the East hero acknowledged me. Thank you, she said softly. Then Chunxia turned toward Leo. Young Master Leo. Ileana looked over too. Class rep. Why are you just standing there? Leo was drenched in sweat, breathing hard. The professor watched him closely. I didn't expect Leo to be the last one to manifest his aura. Maybe this is the right time for him to focus more on night training. Then he noticed something unusual. Wait. That breathing Leo? Who taught you that aura technique? Leo looked up, confused. What's wrong? The professor said. That's Breath of the Hero. But that's a beastkin technique from Mazenia Academy. I modified it for human use, but your breathing, it's exactly like a beastkin's. Leo nodded slightly. It's not human. The professor stepped closer. Can you change the timing of your aura manifestation? Can you ignite your mana from your own breath source? Leo focused. The professor shouted. Use the technique I taught you. As if you've truly become a beastkin. Leo exhaled. Flames burst from his aura, brighter and stronger than before. The students gasped. What was that? How did he do that? The professor smiled, impressed. Leo Plav. You really are something else. Leo smiled faintly. Thanks to my senior. It's working perfectly. Chloe walked through the academy hall with a stack of books in her hands when Leo stepped into her path. Hey, that isn't too heavy, right? Are you heading to the magic department's practice class? They walked together. Chloe nodded, trying to sound normal, but her thoughts were in chaos. Why can't I look Leo in the eyes? Why am I blushing like this? Just then, Taruva appeared with a bright smile. Hello, Miss Chloe. The atmosphere is so lovely today. They all headed toward the magic department classrooms. Chloe blinked. Wait, do you know me? Taruva nodded. Of course. I love your interpretations of northern magic. Chloe smiled shyly. Thank you. Then Taruva turned to Leo. So, Leo, when are you transferring to the magic department? Leo shook his head. Forcing a student to join a department goes against academy rules. But Taruva suddenly froze. She had spotted Professor LB inside the first year's literature hall. Professor LB? What are you doing here? This is the first year literature building. LB replied casually. Professor Lin asked me to give a special lecture. That made Taruva explode. What? We've been begging you for special lectures for years. But you never agreed. Why are you agreeing for first years? LB said. I was busy back then. Chloe and Carl whispered to each other, amazed. Are we really getting a lecture from Professor LB today? Leo saw Taruva trembling and sighed. LB wasn't just any mage. He was a rare one who used fairy magic with a human body. Anyone wanting to attend his lectures usually had to wait a long time. Professor Lin entered. Senior Elby, you're here? Everyone, attention. This is Professor Elby. I've invited him to personally train the first years. Consider this an honor. Behind the crowd, Taruva had disguised herself among the first years, desperate to attend. Elby stared right at her. Well, looks like we have an imposter. He dragged her out as she screamed. Let me go. I'm a freshman today. I want the special lecture. Elby began his class. As many of you know, people call me the magic user of the evil eye, and some call me the torture slayer. I've got more battle experience than all of you combined. He paused. So, what's the most important thing in a magic battle? A mage's mana, one student said. Wrong. Chant speed. Chelsea added. Nope. The spell type you use? Carl tried. Leo raised his hand. Mobility. That's correct. Meanwhile, Taruva, now outside, noticed a strange tattoo on a dummy. I know this symbol. Professor Lin nodded. Yes. Hurry and enchant the dummy with the spell. Another student raised a hand inside the lecture hall. Professor, I still don't get it. Mobility is important, sure, but not the most important. Magic doesn't even require mobility. Elby smirked. You must be referring to wing magic. The student nodded. Carl whispered to Chelsea. He's right. With wing magic, what would we even need mobility for? Carl's magic fact book explained it clearly. Wing magic, created 10 years ago, is an easy levitation spell, much simpler than fly, faster, and able to give even objects flight. A superior, more convenient version of fly. Elby called the student and Leo forward. The student groaned. Why is this guy here? He's not even from the magic department. So annoying. Leo sighed. Can't I just live a peaceful school life? Why is everyone annoyed with me? Elby asked them. Do you agree with what this student said? Leo shook his head.
No.
Good. Then you two will test mobility side by side. Your wing magic ready? Yes, the student said confidently. Leo said, no. Elby shrugged. Then do it your own way. Both of you must reach Ice Sleep Beast Island and return. First one back wins. The student jumped onto a floating skateboard-like tool. Be my limbs. He shot forward like a jet. Leo didn't move. The student laughed. A guy with no magic tool thinks he can compete? But suddenly,
Lightning bolt.
Leo fired a blast straight at the student's board. Carl shouted, Leo, what are you doing? Leo looked at Elby. If this is a mobility competition, decreasing your opponent's mobility is fair, right? Elby smirked. Correct.
Karl gibt. Impossible.
Leo summoned his flame aura and shot into the sky.
Karl visperet, horrifit.
Wait, are you even allowed to use aura in magic class? Elby answered, Carl Thompson, do you really think you won't face monsters like Celia and Duran in the department tournament?
Karl frotze.
He knew those two were terrifying. Meanwhile, the student struggled on his damaged board. Leo, you crazy idiot. That board was expensive. He turned. Leo was behind him, flame aura blazing. The student tried to cast Ice Bolt, but before he could, Leo punched him clean off the board. Then he dove down, grabbed the student by the collar, and saved him before he hit the ocean. When the student opened his eyes, Elby's voice echoed. As you saw, this student lost because he relied on wing magic. The moment his tool broke, he was helpless. Meanwhile, Leo won using the basic fly spell, calmly flying above the lake. Elby continued, wing magic is built on fly, but it sacrifices stability and control for convenience. That's why all of you will master fly first. The students nodded with shining eyes. Training resumed. Carl hung upside down midair, groaning. I've turned into Batman. Elby turned to Leo. You already use flight magic exceptionally well. I'm not even sure what else I can teach you. Do you have any questions? Leo nodded. Can I enter the Lumen Academy's forbidden library? That permission isn't within my authority, Elby said. Leo replied quietly, I'm not asking a professor. I'm asking a member of the Zarin family. LB stiffened. Why do you want access? I'm searching for a document that's unknown to the public, Leo answered. LB sighed. I'll send a recommendation letter to the family, but entering the library requires the permission of the Zarin family head. My elder brother, Eltek Zarin. Leo remembered him, the infinite speller, a man with limitless spells. But, LB added, the family head is currently at the southern front fighting the Tartaros army, so you'll have to meet his representative. Leo asked, Representative? Who? LB smiled. You'll meet her in the academy. She's your senior third year. Ellen Zarin, my niece. The scene shifted to Phantom Beast Island, where several first years were chatting. I heard the Night Department and Magic Department already started their special training. And guess what? Professor LB came to teach the Magic Department. Leo walked past them, overhearing everything. He thought of Carl and Chelsea. Carl asked, You seriously don't know Senior Elena? Chelsea licked her ice cream. That's so strange. How do you not know her? Leo asked, Is she famous?
Chelsea grinned.
Famous? She's the representative of the third-year class. Elena Zarin, age 18. Her skills are ranked second in the entire Magic Department. Only Senior Taruva beats her. Carl added warmly, and she's really beautiful. Her nickname is the Queen. The Queen, Leo murmured.
Carl nodded.
She's got tons of followers. She'll probably become the next student council president. Leo fell quiet. Followers? Huh? How am I supposed to approach someone like that? Behind him, Professor Yura asked her assistant, Where's that person? He'll be here soon, the assistant said. A voice called out, Professor, were you waiting for me? Students whispered excitedly. The inter-department competition training is starting. They looked at each other. Are we getting trained by Senior Alt? But he's a little. Just then, Alt arrived, panting. Sorry I'm late, Professor Yura. Behind him were dozens of butterfly nets. The students stared. This is weird. Professor Yura glared. Why do you have butterfly nets? Alt shrugged. Why are you looking at me like that? You must have heard. There's a ferry somewhere on Phantom Beast Island. The students whispered. No way. That can't be true. Leo stiffened. Ferry? Don't tell me it's Karen. Professor Yura's irritation snapped. You want first years to go ferry hunting? Are you insane? We're here to practice for the interdepartment competition. What part of that is unclear? This is my fault for letting you train them, she muttered. Alt simply walked past her, smiling. Juniors. As a summoner, you've all wondered about the 3 great phantom beasts, right? So don't you want to see a fairy? The students shouted. We want to see one. We want to see one. Professor Yura clenched her fists. Then she turned serious. What did I tell you yesterday? A summoner's most important mindset. What was it? Eliza answered. Tolerance. Suddenly, Alt showed up wearing a fairy costume. Nope. It's love. He flicked his wrist, snapping back into his normal clothes. And not just love for your contracted beast. You need to love all beasts. Become one with them. That's the true love of summoning. Leo sighed. He's eccentric. But he actually understands summoning's essence. Professor Yura continued. In other words, you must strengthen your affinity. Communicate with your contracted beast. It's early for first years, but you'll be staying on this island for 3 days of special lessons. What? The students cried. Alt said cheerfully, Your dorm arrangements for outdoor stay are already set. You'll manage. I plan to go to Lumen City, someone wailed. How are we supposed to survive here? Ileana said. 3 days doesn't sound bad. Then Alt handed out butterfly nets. For 3 days, no summoning. No magic. You'll survive using nothing but your own strength. He left to go fairy hunting. The students stared at the dense forest. That place has wild beasts and spirits. Professor, you're joking, right?
No, Yura replied.
We're not like the other departments. Summoners communicate with beasts and wield nature, which means you must be able to command nature itself. That's why Alt mentioned tolerance. She looked around. How many of you have seen the true essence of summoning? Have any of you seen your contracted beast's true form? Most of you rely on their medium form. She laughed softly. In 3 days, you'll understand. Night fell. A student sat by a fire. Ileana sheltered under a large leaf from the rain. Chelsea collected water. Everyone trained in their own way. Leo roasted berries. The summoning department is seriously hardcore. A scream echoed. A fairy! A fairy! Leo tossed his bag into his summoning space and dashed toward the voice, only to find a giant plant trying to eat a student. Someone shouted, "How can you walk near it without knowing what type of plant monster it is?" Ileana scolded him. "You're insane for rushing in like that." Leo looked up. Karen was floating above, teasing every student he saw. Leo's eyebrow twitched. Looks like he needs a lesson. Karen began drifting away. Who should I bother next? Leo caught him in a butterfly net. Karen froze.
Impossible.
I got caught by a butterfly net. Leo glared. I told you to behave. You think I came here to deal with your nonsense? Karen waved frantically. Misunderstanding. I was investigating strange things on the island. Strange things? Leo asked. Karen nodded. Yes, the beasts on this island are acting violent. Later, the two sat by the fire. Leo fried berries while Karen explained. I was investigating because I noticed something. Then I played a tiny prank and suddenly I became famous. Leo stared. You expect me to believe that? This is the domain of a piranha-class beast. There's no way it didn't notice you. Karen said, the phoenix piranha isn't on the island. Leo blinked. What? Karen nodded. It was gone before we arrived. He showed a message. If you're reading this, I've left Phantom Beast Island with Flowey for a few days. I'm checking a few outbreaks. Karen sighed. She left this letter and went out. Fiora's been investigating strange disruptions. Flashback. Fiora frowned as she read the letter. These beasts are behaving weirdly. Something's wrong here. Let's check the forest. As the daughter of the Phoenix Piranha, she ranked second among all creatures on the island. She wouldn't miss an anomaly like this. Leo murmured. Something big must have happened if Fiora sensed it. And the Phoenix Piranha left at the same time? That can't be a coincidence. He called softly, Fiora. If you can hear me, answer. Karen fluttered. She's too distracted to notice you. I'll bring her. Leo stuffed him into his pocket. Let's find her. I sensed an aura on the west side. Scene shift. Fiora sat by a pond, gazing at a beautiful glowing stone. So pretty, she whispered, then bit into it. Leo appeared behind her. Fiora, what are you doing? She turned. Leo, this is a fishing village. Want one? She held out another mana stone. Leo sighed. You were eating mana stones again. He looked around. Places like this. Spirit beasts gather here. Elemental slaves. Mana stones. Form naturally when young elements gather energy. Spirit beasts absorb these stones to grow, which is why entry is forbidden, to prevent reckless mining. Fiora leaned down and picked up another stone. I was taught that a kid should eat these so they can grow properly. Karen drifted over. Beasts like you don't need mana stones to grow. Top-class spirit beasts evolve just fine without them. Leo nodded. They're a delicacy, sure. But Fiora, don't tell me you scared off the other beasts and kept all the stones for yourself. Fiora puffed her cheeks. I wasn't planning that. I wanted to share. Karen poked her. Share? You're either a phoenix or a pig. You chased everyone away and ate everything yourself. Fiora snapped. Who are you calling a pig? Leo cut in. Fiora, earlier you said something strange was happening on this island. She exhaled. Yes, I sensed a very unpleasant energy here. Leo felt the air shift. This energy sorcery and beast magic mixed together? He drew his sword just as someone shouted, I'm coming! A giant maw lunged from the darkness. Leo dodged, and a humanoid figure crawled out, its lower body a nest of writhing tentacles. I was wondering why mana stones were so scarce, the creature hissed. So it was that baby Phoenix's doing. Looks like we're bound by an old, bitter fate. Leo plow. Leo smirked. A grudge from our past lives? That's nasty. Then let's end it. The tentacles shot toward him. Leo dodged again, but a tree twisted violently, attacking him from behind. More beasts burst from the ground, grabbing Leo's legs before he even sensed them. He hid all these underground. I didn't notice a thing. The monster roared, "Die!" Leo summoned his shield, then ignited his fire aura, releasing a blast that scorched the tentacles. The demon screamed and chopped the burning limbs off, regenerating instantly. His regeneration too strong. Leo steadied himself. Your tentacles hide their presence just like a gorgon snake. Don't tell me you're a chimera beast. Chimera beasts, creatures spliced from spirit beasts and monsters. The demon sneered. You're the first human in years to even act like you understand. What are you, Leo Plow? Leo expanded Fiora's form. You answered yourself. I'm a first-year hero candidate. Fiora shot forward like a comet and slammed into the demon, launching him back. Karen whistled. Not bad for a little chick. Fiora perched proudly on Leo's shoulder. No time to talk, Leo whispered. The demon snarled. My beasts are still rampaging. I'll repay this. He summoned a death slime. Leo braced with his shield. A top-tier slime beast. You can't dodge this. The demon spat. A voice thundered from above. And you think you can harm my junior? A lightning bolt crashed down. Even Leo looked up in shock as Alt descended on his flying horse. The demon gaped. My beast armor, broken so easily? Karen whispered. Those wings. Leo answered. A Pegasus. A summoner-grade beast. Alt raised his hand. Iria. Let's finish this beast sorcerer. The demon panicked. I need time. I need tentacles to regenerate. Death slime. Restrain them. But Alt crushed the slime with a single attack. Karen stared. Is this supposed to be our level? Leo shook his head. That's not just a Pegasus. That's a summoner's domain power. The demon conjured a giant magic circle around himself. Alt shot upward. At the same moment, Professor Yura appeared before Leo. You filthy bastard, she snapped. Playing with chimera creation, using spirit beasts? The demon roared. Come forth, Cyclops. A one-eyed giant tore through the trees behind him. He laughed. What can a mere rat spirit beast do, Professor Yura? Yura summoned dozens of small mice. Karen blinked. Seriously? Just mice? Leo murmured. Devour rats. Yura smirked. Cute on the outside, but once they latch on, they devour everything, bones included. The rats swarmed the Cyclops, then the demon himself. The demon panicked. If this goes on, I'll be dead before my beasts arrive. He tore a scroll open, teleporting away just as Alt's attack landed. Alt clicked his tongue. Too late. Professor Yura turned to Leo, furious. You brat. Why did you enter a restricted area? Leo pointed at Fiora. Because she was eating the lake's mana stones. Yura blinked. Ah, for our dear Fiora? She's adorable. Alt wiped a tear dramatically. Your love for your summoned beasts is so pure. You even entered a forbidden zone. I'm proud of you. Yura regained her composure. The demonic arts were corrupting the mana stones. I'll report this to Headmaster Kalina. Alt, continue special training safely. Alt nodded and turned to Leo. So, you have a Phoenix contract. And this one, what's that? He stared at Karen. Oh, so this was the one. Leo looked at Alt's beast. Is that a Pegasus, Senior? Alt smiled. Iria introduce yourself. The Pegasus bowed gently. My name is Iria. Pleased to meet you, Phoenix contractor. Leo stroked her mane. Nice to meet you too. Alt blinked. Pegasi don't let strangers touch them so easily. Leo, have you handled a Pegasus before? Leo shook his head, though in his mind, back when I was Kyle, my mythical contract beast was a Pegasus. Brings back memories. Alt crossed his arms. You're not seriously injured, so continue your training. But I'll be reporting that you used spirit power in battle. Leo nodded. Understood. Alt frowned slightly. Those demonic skills. That enemy wasn't a student. Professor, maybe. A few days later, students gathered at the Eric training grounds. Isn't this the first time the entire academy assembled since the entrance ceremony? Not a single peaceful day. Carl asked his friend, how was your summoning department training?
I'm exhausted.
I can barely breathe. Ileana approached. Where's our class president? Carl rolled his eyes. Didn't you hear? Our representative got summoned into that tent. Pay attention. Alina started smacking Carl on the head in irritation. Then the scene shifts. Leo had now officially joined the student council. When he entered the tent, the student council president, Reese, looked up. So you finally came, Leo. All the representatives for this year have gathered. A boy from the summoning department, his name was Lilius, the second-year representative, looked at Leo and thought, so this is the rumored all-class junior. Even more amazing than the rumors. Then the fourth-year representative stepped forward. From the Knights department, Hark Liggard. Leo wondered, where's that person? Right then, someone pinched his cheek. Ah, you're so cute, the girl said. Leo glanced at her. So this is her. She smirked. Are you the famous first-year representative who wants to enter Lumen Academy's forbidden library? Leo thought, so she's the one who can unlock it. Then she leaned closer. Do you want to belong to me? Her name was Alina Giroux, the third-year representative of the magic department. Leo refused instantly. She laughed. Why? Don't worry. Nuna will take good care of you. You're too young for me, Leo said. She burst out laughing. What an interesting junior we've gotten. Lilius watched in awe. He won't back down from Senior Alina at all. Incredible. Reese stretched, looking at her. Long time no see, Alina. How was your mission? Boring, she replied. Then Reese nudged Hark awake. Hark opened his eyes. Senior, let's fight right now. Reese sighed. Later. Alina shook her head. Waking up and immediately asking for a fight. You're such a barbarian. Hark smirked. What would you know? Dragging around your little props but knowing nothing about real combat. Alina Giroux. Alina's eyes narrowed. Are you saying I'm not real? Is there another Alina in this room? Hark replied. Lilius panicked. Please, if you two fight here, you'll be in huge trouble. Reese walked over to Leo. So, what do you think about this year's representatives? They're getting along surprisingly well, Leo said. Then the scene shifts. The headmaster stood on stage. All 5-year representatives were lined up before him. It's good to see all your faces, he said. Let me tell you why you were summoned. From today onward, until the end of the first-year inter-department competition, all external communication channels for every student and staff member of Lumen Academy will be sealed. You will be under a full lockdown. Leo thought, so they've set the trap. They're aiming to catch the traitor hiding among the professors. Scene shift, Class 5. I don't care about the competition, Ileana complained. I just want the lockdown to end soon. We can't even go to Lumen City to buy snacks.
Chelsea groaned.
Exactly. No refreshments during self-study time? Ridiculous. Carl sighed. Nobles. Carl's friend ran in. Big news, guys. The location of the inter-department competition has been decided. Chelsea grabbed Carl by the collar. Where? It's at Nygren. Nygren.
Chelsea repeated.
That's a restricted zone. Carl flipped through his book. A ruined city in the shadow region of the continent. Destroyed overnight by the stampede of a hero-rank dungeon. The dungeon was cleared, but the land became cursed, uninhabitable for humans. A pink-haired girl worried, Is it safe for us to go there? Chelsea replied, It's restricted, yes, but it's not that dangerous. Only mid to low-level monsters appear now. But the curse still lingers. Carl's friend shivered. Still sounds dangerous. Leo looked at the photograph and paused. This place, I know it. It's where Lysinus and I defeated the Legion commander for the first time. The scene shifts again, Leo researching Nigrin. He read, 5 great lakes surround the area. One of them, Ardea Lake. Among them lies the resting place of Lysinus's lost outkeeper, the great spirit of radiance, Luminous, still asleep. Tournament day. Students chatted excitedly. It's an honor to witness the hero candidate's first step. There are many strong contenders this term. A lady asked, has the tournament not started yet? Where's my daughter? Her husband reassured her. She'll be fine. On the Tower of Heroes, the headmaster and Professor Yura watched over the grounds, letting in so many outsiders at once. I fear an intruder may slip in, the headmaster said. Should we extend the lockdown? Yura asked. Fortunately, a strong suppressive force has returned. Unlike last time, we have nothing to fear. Fiora's mother had returned. Yura sighed. Fiora is right behind me somewhere. I want to speak with her so badly. Then the announcer's voice echoed. Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Sergeant, and I will oversee this year's department tournament. As announced earlier, this year the tournament will be a battle royale. You will fight using your skills, strategies, and survival instincts. When only one student is left standing, their department shall be crowned the victor. The bracelets you wear monitor your physical condition. If your life is in danger, you will be instantly teleported to safety. Additionally, this year's tournament will also be scored. The entire arena gasped. Sergeant continued, survival alone won't give you a high score. Running all day will result in the lowest rating. Every action you take will be recorded. Leo thought quietly. Sergeant raised his hand. From this moment, let the department tournament begin. Carl and Chelsea glanced behind Leo, only to see glowing light pouring out of him. Their eyes snapped open, and in the next instant they found themselves falling from the sky. Leo plummeted downward, thinking, so the entire city got swallowed by a curse. Now I understand why they call this place the Forsaken Land. The curses activated randomly, lifting everything into the air at unpredictable intervals. The only area untouched by the curse was the center. Leo saw that safe zone and thought, everyone will rush there, which means I should start from the Ardea Lake. Meanwhile, Eliza flew ahead on her summoned beast. Duran overtook her in a burst of speed, sliding in front of her. Seeing him, Eliza thought the third prince of the night department, Moira, and Duran the second ranker in the summoning department. Duran readied his spells. Eliza prepared her stance. They were about to clash, when Leo blasted past them using a burst of flame, overtaking both like a streaking comet. Eliza stared. You again. Duran's hair was slightly scorched, and both shouted in anger. Leo! Slow down. Leo landed lightly on the ground. From here, he murmured. 10 minutes west. The Lysanus sealed the fading Luminous. I wonder if it's still intact. Then something caught his attention. A sensory confusion curse? He could resist it, but everyone else would struggle. A voice called out behind him. Young Master Leo. Leo turned. Chun Xia? But the runes are on the other side. Were you following me? I have personal business, she said, stepping forward and raising her hand. I want to duel you. That came out of nowhere, Leo said. Xia explained, ever since the first time I met you, I've wanted to duel you. I want to know how big the gap is between us. And with that, she vanished, reappearing directly in front of Leo with a punch aimed at his chest. Even after the punch landed, Leo didn't budge. As expected of young Master Leo, Xia said, you instantly summoned a flame armor and neutralized my strike. That means... She summoned a spell circle around herself. Leo thought a high-rank water spirit. Xia attacked using the spirit. Leo countered with a firewall, thinking all decoys. The real strike is coming from... He glanced sideways. Xia was already there, fist pulled back to strike. But a massive blast erupted before she could land the blow. He countered that tiny opening. Already? And none of my attacks work on him. You're not acting like the real Chunxia, Leo said. Water adapts and flows. But right now you're rigid. Xia saw Leo's flaming sword cutting toward her and thought, if that lands, I'm done for. She barely managed to shield herself with a water barrier, but even that began to crack. This isn't good. Leo appeared at her side in an instant. I told you, you're way too rigid. He struck, and in the next moment his sword rested at her neck. You lose. Xia breathed out. Young Master Leo, you're only 15. Yet you fight like a white-haired veteran who's survived countless battles. That's enough talk, Leo said. You should head back. You're not eliminating me? She asked, shocked. She was about to say that's rude when Leo interrupted. It's a battle royale. How I deal with a defeated opponent is my choice. He walked away, tapping his fingers on his head casually. Also, be careful of the two following you. Xia blinked, turned, and saw Duran and Eliana charging toward her, absolutely furious. At that moment, she understood exactly why Leo let her go.